Oh, we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big booms. Boom! 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 Boom!
I got it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America, America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob?
This is the most beautiful song ever made, in my opinion. I like that it says it's from Ethiopian.tv, which is kind of an oxymoron if you know anything about Ethiopia. But you know what? That's enough of that. We don't need to hear any more R. Kelly before, the fucking FBI all puts us on a list. Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is the kind of the first time I'm doing something like this on my own here, but I'm not, because I have these wonderful people with me, and also Extra Zero, who is trash.
Yeah, we knew this.
And this is kind of like a Make-A-Wish thing for him, so don't bully him in chat. Be nice. He's only got a week left to live. Speaking of living, I don't think Smash JT's career is alive after fucking last night. Okay, and that's what we're here to talk about. If you don't know, Colin Moriarty from Sacred Symbols, kind of funny as well. Wasn't he at IGN for a bit?
I don't think he was. I don't think he was on Kind of Funny, was he?
No, he helped found Kind of Funny.
Yeah.
Him and Greg Miller both left IGN to start it.
Yeah, so he's been all over the fucking place. If you've seen gaming content for the past 20 years, you probably have seen something that Colin Moriarty has had its grubby little hands on.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say one thing too that I did I did a lot of notes and research going into this, and he talks about his podcasting network, Last Stand Media. They have 12,874 paid members on their Patreon for their podcasting network. So that's kind of a big deal. And it was funny, he was kind of humble, and I'm not killing the lead here, but he was kind of humble on that, and JT totally downplays that element.
Well, the thing is,
before we get into that, let me introduce you guys. Jesus, we're jumping the gun here a lot here, but you know what? I think we're all fucking excited to talk about this. All right. First off, we have somebody who hasn't talked about this at all today, not even a little bit. Vex Electronica. Vex, how are you today? You definitely didn't do a 5-hour live stream about this earlier, did you?
No, and I definitely didn't advocate for eugenics in it as well.
I did see that. That was I was kind of distracted, and I literally did a spit take when I heard that, so that was wild. Vex, how are you doing today, though?
I'm great, bro. This is oh god, this is just the best kind of retard tea ever. How are you?
I'm hyped. And you know who else is hyped? Extra Zero, because he did a million fucking pages of notes. He literally wrote 3 chapters of War and Peace on this shit.
Well, I did. I unlike JT, I wanted to come into this prepared, because that was the crux of. Look, this was like a one-legged man in an ass-kicking competition.
Yeah, this was like putting a paraplegic in the fucking 100-meter sprint of the Olympics. Not going well. Yeah. Speaking of paraplegics in Olympic sprinting events, we have Carl of RNG here, who has not seen the stream. I don't know why I said that as your intro. I feel bad now. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
That's kind of a shit intro. Carl has not seen any of this. He's seen a couple clips, but you haven't seen the full thing.
I have seen 3 clips, and like I said before to you guys, I've actually seen Colin do this routine to people. He has buck broken another guy before. Have you guys ever heard of Saltiest Gamer?
No.
So Saltiest Gamer is a PlayStation fanboy who also kind of took some similar shots to Colin before. And then Colin went on to his show basically in a similar manner as Smash, and pushed his shit in, as the kids would say, on that a few years back. So I will say this. Colin knows how to break lesser intelligent people pretty easily.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty obvious. I think we were all just sitting in there like, yeah, that makes a bit of sense off what we saw.
In my notes, I do have the I can put it in the private here, the tweet that kind of kicked all of this off. If you're interested to kind of like show how
that's
this all
context. While you bring that up, let's say hello to chat real quick, and then we'll move on. Last Toxic Male is here, and he says, Vex, would you like to read this?
Sure. All right. Nothing gets Vex. Let me start that again. Nothing gets Vex Electronica more wet than dunking on Cream Boy's cuck JT, except when it comes to milking them Minotaur cocks. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
That book is a conversation for another day, and I honestly think we could probably do a 3-hour convo on what the fuck that thing was. Sci-Fi is here now. Sci-Fi has a special type of autism, so this stream is just for you, buddy.
Oh yeah,
he loves the A-log all day. That's all he does. He's on the Kiwi farms like grinding daily, so he loves this shit. Turbo Phil is here, and he says, "Why these two hate figs are a 2-minute conversation." Okay. Anyways, oh, I just realized who that is. Yeah, it's Conroy. You want some Conroy lore? Talk to me in DMs. I'll give you some lore. Anyways, yeah, we got Mr. T in here. Mr. T's a bitch ass hoe. By the way, anyone who's just watching for the first time, I do a wrestling podcast with Mr. T and Trey. And by the way, Trey is a black man. I just want to put that out there. He hates when I just say that he's a black man as part of our promotion for our podcast, so I'm going to keep doing it.
I've been calling him Dark Side Trill.
Dark Side Trill is wild. It's wild. But yeah, we got a lot of people here. Let's see this one from James Hurley. Razor Fist is now celebrating Colin Moriarty breaking Smash JT's shit. And yeah, I think Razor may want to tread lightly on there because
those two have beef, JT and Razor.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
yeah, I know that.
The other thing too is that the whole part of that cringe intro, because unfortunately I watched more of it than I should have, is Razor.
Yeah, he's. Oh good God! There's so much fucking backstory and shit with all these people, and it would take a million fucking hours to explain all of this, which we don't have that time to do. So let's just kind of get right into it. We're going to start off with the tweet. Thank you, X0, for grabbing this, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good shit. I don't pay X0. He does this all for free. Anyways, he's not allowed to leave. I have him chained to my basement. So we get this whole thing of Smash JT putting out his tweet with some. By the way, the AI video is cringe.
Why do they do this now? They all do this nonsense.
Yeah, well, because now you can create your own with Grok. That's why, because the only AI they use is Grok, because they have...
Sorry, didn't Smash also just do something like this similar with him and his wife on the beach? I think I heard something about that. I want this was all secondhand, but I'm like, did he actually do something like that too?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Because anytime he faces any sort of like pushback or people like calling him out and stuff, he's like, "Hey guys, my wife. Here's a picture of her.
Here's my wife that I neglect while I go into my cuck shed and choke myself.
Let me use my wife as a human shield real quick."
Yeah, and
she's like a bullet sponge.
Cuck shed is an accurate description because his studio is actually separate from his home. So for a family man, he spends a lot of time outside of his home, outside of his wife and children, to go be terminally online.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're a man and you're sitting in your shed for hours on end, at least be like drunk watching sports. Like,
yeah,
be normal about it. Don't be in there being like, "Ghost of Yote had a woman and her tits were flat." Like, I don't know if that's the best option. But let's get into this here. So he does this whole thing, the cringy ass fucking AI, and then Colin Moriarty, who's this man right here with the headphones. I believe that's an image from when he was on Joe Rogan, is it not?
Maybe. I would probably assume so.
I think so.
But he puts in here, he says, I don't know if you do a podcast or stream, but you should have me on sometimes so you can better articulate your positions. I can ask some probing questions. I don't think your stances would survive much scrutiny. And I'd like to test this hypotenuse. This is called foreshadowing.
And we call this foreshadowing.
We do. And then Smash invites him on. He comes on. And so that kind of brings us over to this stream right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes. Why does he have a full Uno deck behind him? You're a 40-year-old man.
A Mario Uno deck, by the way.
He is like a fucking middle-aged man. Come on, dude.
He's older than middle-aged.
And by the way, this also looks like DSP's fucking setup.
Nah, DSP's setup at least has some layout to it, some organization. This has his silver play button and a whole bunch of random shit that you could. It looks like somebody tried to recreate Pee-wee's Playhouse set after coming out of a coma.
I was gonna say it looks like somebody couldn't afford to get the Stranger Things license, so this is what he made up with it.
Look, my set's not great. It's a fucking wood panel fucking wall and an Iron Maiden poster. But, like, here's the thing. I don't make money off of this. Yeah. Like, if I made money off of this, I'd have a little nicer set, honestly. Like, that, what's with the white walls? That's just kind of, I don't know. It's to
hide all his cum stains. That's why it's white.
I guess, but the hidden metrosexual in me is just like, this is not good interior design. What are you doing?
Like, he makes so much money that he made himself a she shed and he fucking decorates it like a retard.
He's got the hexagonal sound dampeners so his wife can't hear him cry.
Or it's so he can't hear the guy fucking his wife.
Well, both.
There you go. Yeah.
It's kind of like Schrodinger's cock.
What would be great is if it was the same guy that fucks the quartering's wife, the Sky Bull.
Oh my god.
He flies the plane over to smash JT's house.
Yeah, Mrs. the quartering is like, text him, do you want to go for pizza? He's like, I'm busy. I'm in Florida right now.
I like to think that the Sky Bull, when he's flying between fucking Smash's wife and the quartering's wife, it's that scene from Miami Vice where they're in the car listening to In the Air Tonight, but it's just him in the airplane flying from house to house to cuck people. I don't know. That's just a little thing I like to imagine. Just me and myself, you know? Good God. This is what we're about to experience is pretty bad. Does anyone want to say anything before we get into it? I'll start with Extra. Do you have anything you want to say before we get into this?
I mean, before we get into it, again, we had that tweet that led into the context of it all. This is kind of the first dose of JT I've had in a while. I've actually muted the man on Twitter, and it made my life all the better. And I saw everybody going nuts in the Gronking chat yesterday about this matchup, so I had to indulge on it. And this is the most JT I've had in months. And I will say, not to bury the lead, this is equally satisfying and frustrating because, like, you'll see if you haven't watched it, but you're going to get a lesson in how dense a human being can be. And I didn't know it was possible to have an audience this big, to have an income stream this big, and still be smug and dense and so egotistical. That's the biggest takeaway I have from this is, like, this guy he just doesn't get it. And I really hope PPP and Worski see this, because I love the casino. I really do, but they glaze this guy. And I hope that they see this and they, like, completely wake up to how much of a fucking retard he is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I didn't think I knew he was an idiot. I did not think he was this dumb. And it's probably because I go out of my way not to watch his stuff, to be honest. Of what I've seen, it's not good. And it's all the clickbait and the thumbnails, and it's all the same shit that you get with the quartering or Yellow Flash or Hypnotic or any of these people.
I might actually be the biggest JT historian on here, because I knew about him before he came into the sphere, and I was telling people, this is the guy that got sucked into the Tommy Tallarico Amico scam. This is the guy that Pat Contry was making fun of almost a decade ago, rightfully. And Pat Contry is kind of a little bit of a lolcow. Really, his co-host Ian's the bigger lolcow. Ian Ferguson kind of ruined Pat for what he was, but also living in California ruined Pat. But not to get off the rails. JT was a walking, talking embarrassment, and he was out there. He was doing these videos of himself. They still exist on the internet. Him trying to swing his dick around, walking shirtless in the forest of California, simping and stumping for Tommy Tallarico. It's embarrassing. And this guy just has a huge history of being a lolcow. And I remember back when Carl interviewed him, I was even saying like, yeah, I know a lot about JT and my impressions aren't that great.
Yeah. We will get the Carl last because Carl has, I think he's the only one. Vex, have you ever had interaction with Smash at all?
Not on a stream or anything. I'm familiar and have interacted with a lot of the people that he regularly interacts with. I don't have much comment to say on those people. JT is just a fucking retard. That's all he is. Like, if you can't see how fucking stupid this guy is after this stream, and I'm not just gonna fucking hold a boner for Colin Moriarty, because I do think he is a shill in a lot of what he put, especially in recent years. He used to be a little bit more moderate, and I just noticed he's leaned to just like hardcore shilling a lot of PlayStation tactics and whatnot in recent years. So that's not to say everything he did here was sound, but at least he came prepared to have a conversation. And instead it's like talking to like a fucking woman who's just getting on her period. Like, I feel the numbers, and you're not bringing anything to the table. So if this is who's leading your quote unquote movement, you guys are fucking doomed. You're already doomed because you don't even know how to sell a point. This shows just such a wild inconsistency in this like kind of little click on YouTube. This is kind of damaging to what is some very valuable conversation to be had about the state of games media and gaming altogether. I don't understand how his chat was just sitting there glazing all of this when there was not one single win that JT could reasonably walk away from this conversation with. Not a single one.
It was only an hour.
Yeah.
Bruh, there's still
it was only an hour of fuck breaking as opposed to like 2. That's the only positive I can see for him.
Dude, I mean, 10 minutes was enough. Like, the intro alone, like, think about it this way. If you're a guy who for a period there was claiming to be a journalist and whatnot, who was claiming to be leading a movement and trying to save gaming and all of this shit, and you just got exposed to a really large audience, like Colin Moriarty, that's kind of like that's almost like the Joe Rogan of the gaming world, if you kind of think about it. Like, he has that much clout and that much status. You get exposed to that and you immediately fumble the bag, and all you do is show how stupid and like just unknowledgeable and ignorant you are from the get-go.
Well, yeah.
You destroyed your entire movement. The whole point of your channel basically is going to die from here on out. Well, there's no incentive to pay attention anymore.
Well, let's be fair here, real quick here. Colin Moriarty is an actual games journalist with actual connections to people in the industry. Smash JT is a fucking cockroach who has literally been caught up in just trying to be famous. Like, he has not graduated from high school mentally. He is still trying to fit in at the popular kids tables because he got fucking swirlied every day in high school. I'm convinced about this. I mean, I've had, like I said, I've had Smash on my channel. He was relatively nice and cordial with me, and I don't have an issue with that. But even before he came on my show, like, he has really thin skin. Somebody was like making fun of him, and he was like in my DMs telling me I needed to shut that guy up. So he is just a giant, fragile little fucking pussy.
Yeah.
On top of that, too.
This is the same guy who goes on about how, like, oh, you know, you're just woke, cope and seethe woke. He does. Yeah. He likes to talk a big game, but then when it comes down to it, he can't handle it.
But he can't handle it. But like I said,
he's
this
a reply guy.
Well, it goes back to the Amico days. He just wants to go and fucking suck whatever dick he can, apparently.
I put a 45-second video in the private chat that you should pull up.
We'll do that right now, actually. We'll pull that clip up real quick. And by the way, to everyone on the panel, if you do have something you want to bring up at a certain time in the stream, put it in the private chat. I'll bring it up, and just let me know that it's in there, and then we'll grab it, because I know there's a lot of stuff that, especially when Smash is saying a bunch of stuff, and you may want to have like, hey, I have a tweet that disproves that. If you want to bring that up, sure. If you just want to say that it's not true and tell people to go or go find it themselves, that's true too. Because honestly, chat, you're kind of lazy, and I hate you all. So anyways, because I hate you, you're gonna have to look at Smash JT shirtless.
Oh boy.
Someday we can chat and be cool. But it's gonna take two for that.
This is at the height of his Amico shilling.
If one side's open to it and the other side's not, then
This is peak divorced dad energy.
Yeah. Crying?
I don't know.
He's coping.
And it is what it is.
And I hope that you can DM me on Twitter, and
these
I'd
guys
like to talk to you guys some more.
These guys were hanging out left and right. And the context of this is Tommy Tallarico was a pretty big name in gaming. He was a guy that was, in the early days of gaming, was a well-known American composer. Now, I don't understand his popularity because people like to shout him out.
Isn't he cousins with Steven Tyler from Aerosmith as well? Isn't that a thing? Yeah.
But he wasn't in it for nepotism. In fact, when he started, he was actually homeless when he first moved out to California, and he was sleeping under the boardwalk. So he did kind of pull himself up by his bootstraps, but he got into the games industry and kind of made a name for himself. And I don't think any of his music is very memorable, but people like Mark Bussler from Classic Game Room and a lot of the early YouTubers would shout. Even GameSack would be like, music by Tommy Tallarico, and I was like, I never thought it'd be if you say Yuzo Koshiro, I'm like, yeah, Yuzo Koshiro's got some absolute bangers. But I think the whole reason that he had any popularity is because he's always been accessible, and he's run stuff like Video Games Live, which is still going on. But he was trying to do a console that was a Blue Ocean strategy console for families called the Intellivision Amico. And from the start, a lot of people thought that it was going to. There's no reason for it to exist when the Nintendo Switch was already out. From a pricing standpoint, it hasn't even officially been canceled yet. But a lot of people sunk money into it. Smash sunk $10,000 of his own money into this. And really, he was just buying Tommy as a friend. And
that's all he does is buy people as friends. I mean, it was just after I had him on, he goes on Twitter and he's like, I am going to give Grums a bunch of money now.
He's given the Real Game Awards a lot of money. He just gave the Fundathon a lot of money.
The Fundathon he wasn't invited to?
Yes, the Fundathon he wasn't invited to.
Doesn't he have a lawsuit that he's crowdfunding for? Where is he getting all this fucking money?
Mercante, which, by the way, it's funny you mentioned that, Vex, because my thought is, if somebody's suing me, you know what I wouldn't do?
Be spending money.
Defame them. I
wouldn't put up a video on my live stream making fun of that person.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea because, again, at worst, at the best, you're gonna piss that person off. At worst, maybe there's something in that video that they can then use as a lawsuit. Luckily, you can probably bend that with parody. But again, this is the same guy who said he was willing to drain his kid's college fund to fight this lawsuit.
I'm ready to be penniless and homeless to prove that I'm right in justice.
I'm not a parent, but that makes me be like, you're not a good parent, and I'm willing to put that out there. If you're willing to drain your children's college fund to win a slight moral victory, that's not a good idea. I'm sorry, that's bad. That's bad parenting. I know that sounds so obvious. Hey, don't drain your kid's college fund to bully some lesbian online.
No, it's also to impress all the 20-year-olds that you stream with every Saturday on your Cuckcast.
Also,
they're not 20. They're more like fucking 40, though. Let's be honest.
Some of them are young, I would say. I think some of them are
How terrible is his lawyer as well? And I also sent around a clip last week showing how bad of a lawyer Ron Coleman is, because Gavin McGinnis has the man on speed dial, which should tell you a lot. But I think I sent you that clip, Cream. But the fact of the matter is, whether you like the guy or not, it's irrelevant. McDizzle Gaming, when he got into the whole thing, the whole potential legal issue with Ubisoft and Smash, what did he do instantly? He's like, yep. I'll lay off anything Ubisoft because
hands off.
Hands off. It's a smart move. It's you know.
But again, he should have done his due diligence.
Yeah.
Again, if you want to be a journalist, you have to. And we talk all the time about, like, you know, if you want to talk about mainstream journalism not doing their jobs, I think that's a very fair and valid argument, especially in a lot. There's so many cases you can point to, but again, if you want to call yourself a journalist, there is that journalistic integrity that you then have to live up to. Whereas, like me, I'm not a journalist. I'm a dude who talks shit. This is all my opinion.
You're a commentator.
I'm not. Yeah, and even then, I hold myself to a higher standard than Smash JT held himself to when he was a fucking journalist, like a journalist. Quote
but he's
unquote.
a journalist when it's convenient, and he runs a web page. He has the Smash JT web page where he publishes articles. So, you know, by definition, he is a journalist, and he wants the journalist access. But then when he comes under criticism, then he suddenly, well, I never said I was a journalist.
Like they all do. It's a very, you know, a tactic that a lot of them like to use online. Well, I never said I was a real journalist. Yeah. You know, and let's also be fair too. Like this whole thing with Smash JT, like he should not be like even in a lawsuit. It should have ended last year, like in March, you know? Like when he got into that whole thing with that other guy from the other media thing. I forget the guy's name off the top of my head because he disappeared after that whole kerfuffle. But then he had to continue on with like this, you know, this whore named Alyssa Mercante, you know. And let me tell you something right now. This is like the dumbest thing to just constantly trying to be farming whatever angle you can be with this woman. Like she didn't even really ask you to do much, just to take down like one thing, but instead you had to fucking
apology.
But you have to try to go there, and you got to keep trying to like get those clicks and go. I'm actually a real man. I'm going to stand on my principles because I want to fit in at the cool kids table because I'm like a 45-year-old man who still hasn't gotten over high school. And what has it done? It has done nothing. Like everything that like Smash JT is known for is being a buffoon who gets scammed left and right. Like Smash, send me $1,000. All right, just do it already. Why not?
Yeah. I'll take $1,000 and put it into XRP real quick.
Exactly.
I find it so absolutely insane how a lot of his supporters just glaze over the fact that that lawsuit would not be happening at all if he just followed the cease and desist, which was very reasonable. It was incredibly reasonable. And look at how much money was it the last time we had checked? It was like $70,000 his supporters had raised, something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, he asked for $200,000, right?
Yeah, and the GoFundMe, I'll put that in here.
I mean, 70 is not even half of that number.
It's not going to come right. Yeah, it's not going to come close to paying anything.
Yeah. So he is going to have to fucking cash out his kids' school funds. Like that's not good, man. And honestly, like he should have sometimes you just got to take the L. Like even if you think you're right, sometimes you just have to take the L on shit. Everyone does that, and we all do that in our normal lives. There are just some battles you can't win. And sometimes you just need to just back away from it. This was one. And like you said, it wasn't unreasonable what she was asking from what I remember. Another thing with the whole Alyssa Mercante thing was I don't think she really got I mean, look, I have opinions about this lady. I don't think she's great, but I don't think she necessarily got the fairest of shakes from people in this sphere of Smash JTs because they're all friends with him and he gives them money. So they have an incentive to trash her. And I don't think people were even trying in the slightest to be neutral on it.
No, because they saw dollars and grift signs so that they can keep making cheap, easy content. That's all it was.
Is this the latest GoFundMe?
No, it's not. That was the one that got halted. It's on Give, Send, Go now. So,
all right. So just for everybody here watching, I'm going to show you right here now what we have, which is $6,000.
That's the wrong one. That's the GoFundMe that got halted. So they
Oh well, did they ever cash? I assume they cash out the money.
I'm not sure what happened with that. But if you go to the second link, there is the Give Send Go, which currently is at $73,209.
Okay.
Oh my god, these are some of the fun comments I'm putting in the chat right now.
Oh my god, that's wild.
Yeah.
Is that
Holy
a quote
shit.
from Smash?
No, that's one of the donors on there. That's the comment they
Oh
left.
my god. Well,
One
we'll
of-
find that here.
One
We
of
got
these
it.
donors gave $20 2 months ago. Wish I had more this month. Next month, I will have some breathing room to assist more. Praying for your victory.
My god.
Leon the jerk.
Yeah, again, like if these people are basically, he's kind of using this tactic of, hey guys, I need your help. And by the way, he's only doing this so he can. He could probably pay for the lawsuit himself with the amount of money he has, but he would have to scale down his livelihood. He's not going to be able to do the same. Let's say he goes out for dinner every week or some shit. Maybe he's not able to do that. Maybe he's not able to do a couple things. You got to tighten the belt a bit. But instead, he's getting people to come and donate. And this part is on these people as well. The fact that like some of these people probably don't have any money to fucking spend, but they're spending it. And that's on you. If you're going to choose to spend your money on Smash JT's lawsuit and you have no money. But again, it's because of the way he presents this as like, this is a fight for humanity, basically, because of this culture war shit. This is part of the culture war, and if we lose the culture war, they're going to kill us, or they're going to do this, they're going to do that. So you need to give me your money because your life depends on it. It's almost like that's what this is kind of delved down into. So I can see why people are spending more money than they should on this.
Yeah, what's crazy too is that he doesn't need to depend on the community for this through that. What's kind of disgusting is like if you look at his analytics, and again, I'm not a fan of his content. I can share my screen because I've got it all up. But if we go
before
into
we do that, here's the one that Carl mentioned. Carl, would you like to read this one out for everybody here?
1 second. I'm actually going through and finding some good ones. Why don't you read it?
Okay, sure. This says, Alyssa cannot be allowed to be a crybaby trying to silence opinions of others so she and her developers and journo cronies can continue to manipulate the games industry. This is about legitimacy in gaming. They/them are ruining the franchises we love so they can use it as a soapbox to preach their ideology and cash out heavily while doing so. Keep Alyssa out of gaming.
The irony
one. That's from Zhuang Wu.
Right. The irony of that too is like right before we went live, I sent you guys a message. Grums got so angry at the Ember parody game that was up on Steam that he reported it to Steam to have it removed. Yeah. These are the free speech absolutists.
And there's another one now too with the because he proposed a second name for Firefall, or not Firefall, for Ember. I forget what it was called. And Combs went out and made a new game like almost instantly with that title.
Right.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
And he lost the first takedown request with Valve, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah. But so here's a couple more comments that Carl found, just because I think that kind of, this isn't really related to the Smash JT and Colin thing, but I think it's important because it kind of adds context to his audience. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it's kind of a good context. So I'll read a couple of these and then we'll get into the stream. Then we'll show off. What's this you have here extra first?
So this is why it's a bit disingenuous that he's requesting all this money from the community. Like, again, I don't like his content, but I won't deny the fact that he gets clicks and views. Mm-hmm. Now, Social Blade isn't always the most reliable, but if you go on the low end of his monthly earnings, I mean, again, this is a man that YouTube is not his full-time job. He has a day job, as does his wife. So he's got effectively 3 streams of revenue. And if we say on the low end, let's say he's making like $600 a month, that's still a pretty good chunk of change, right? Mm-hmm. And he really would get a good portion of that. And again, like I guess you could make the argument, right? Like, hey, I don't want my revenue stream to go away, blah blah blah. Could you help me? But it is kind of gross that he's asking for as much as he is for this legal fee, and the legal fee keeps going up because his lawyer is incompetent, and because the man's so full of himself, he won't just stop. This could all easily been avoided. And the fact of the matter is, whether or not he wins or loses this suit, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to be a W for either side of the aisle. So not only is this number pretty decent, if you go into the amount that he gets in revenue from super chats, look at this. Today, $351. Yesterday, $503. The last 7 days, $4,227, and in total, he's gotten $105,601. That's a good chunk of change.
Is this
year to date, or
this is on Playboard? And Playboard seems to be pretty reliable when it comes to super chat.
The total revenue, though, how long is of a period is that?
I think that's lifetime, but you know, in fairness, you know, just even going like what he's made in the last 7 days, right?
Just to ask you, is this the cut before or after YouTube?
This is the cut before YouTube. So YouTube, to my understanding, takes 30%.
Yes.
So, you know,
that's still about $70,000 ish after YouTube takes their cut. Yeah.
Yeah, and probably after taxes, probably, you know, closer to $65,000, which is, again, nothing to bat an eye at. But you know, rather than putting out this give, send, go, he could just, through the merits of, you know, putting in the grind and putting out content, make that money back. Again, he has 3 streams of revenue between himself, his wife, and YouTube, and he does fairly decent enough on YouTube. So it's kind of disgusting when you see somebody saying like, I only have $20 that I can give you. Mm-hmm. And it's just, this is like if Darkside Phil had clout, if you know, and again, the whole
people actually watched DSP.
And the whole thing about Dents, it's funny, but it's true. I mean, Phil's audience tends to be disabled people that are, you know, giving to Phil when their welfare checks come in, when their disability checks come in. And it seems like a joke, but it's been proven to actually be true. And it's like cultivating this sort of audience as well. And it's just, you know, it's sad that there are people out there so desperate for the parasocial relationship with a guy like that they're willing to toss the last $20 they have at him.
Well, I said, I just found one that's called Alyssa Mercanti for $100 10 months ago. It says, "Give them hell, boys." It's like you said, it's they crave off of just wanting to feel like they're part of some big movement. You know,
there was that.
It's that one that sorry.
No,
is that Carl? Is that message the Hear Moses one? Is that the one that was 5 times?
I think it was more than 5 times. I kept going down the list. I thought there was a problem with my computer, but that one kept popping up, where it's like multiple donations.
I'll let Vex say what she was going to say, and then we'll cover that, and then we'll get into the stream. For real this time, guys.
No, I was just gonna say, like, Extra even shared that clip with us a couple weeks ago of him saying, like, I'm raising this money so that I can keep like the same comfort of living that I've already had.
Yeah.
Which, you know, JT's like the kind of guy that he, like, you can tell that this is his actual personality. He can't put a facade on, like I'm sure a lot of others in his circle can. So this is a guy that just leaves everything out in the open. It's all out on his sleeve kind of deal. So to say that so freely and openly to an audience, like during a recession, who's already struggling, and you've chosen to go through with a lawsuit that could have been completely avoided altogether, is like, to take that and think that's a win by any means is absolutely insane.
Well,
absolutely insane.
Well, didn't he also just get like a bunch of flack for taking a vacation? Yeah, and he's begging for $200,000, and he said, "I'm not, you know, I don't care about that."
But then the simps come in and say, like, "Well, he works so hard for us. He's fighting for our speech. He's fighting to change the culture." And these people don't even know what culture is going to be changed. Like,
yeah, like I keep saying to you, Zero, it's like, why are these people so willing to go to the fucking mat for people they do not know jack about at all?
And honestly, weird. I think it's because of the culture war stuff. I think they really do feel in the back of their head this is like an existential fight for Western society, and if they don't defend people like, let's say, side scrollers, and people, let's say, like Smash JT or Hypnotic or Yellow Flash, or you can name a million people, even people who are probably halfway decent, but still are kind of in that anti-woke sphere, right? Like people like Nerdrotic. I don't have a problem with Nerdrotic's content, but people are definitely supporting them because part of it is they like the content, part of it is they feel they have to. It's an existential threat. If they don't, Western society falls, and like that's a bad headspace to be living in. And you can see that's why they get so vicious, so aggressive when they're going after someone. For some reason, the chat replay isn't showing up on YouTube, but it's pretty aggressive towards Colin.
Well,
and we can see from these comments on the Give Send Go that like
you're right about that. I'm sorry for cutting you off,
right?
But like you said, like you basically said, like all these people think that they're part of movement. Like I have so many ones like listed here saying like God is with you. Do whatever it takes. 200K or 200 million. I will keep donating to help destroy her. It's like destroy Alyssa Mercante. She's vile. She's evil. She's the enemy. And like these are the people.
Hold on a second. Didn't Smash JT say like all this shit about Christians and stuff? And so someone responded, God is with you, is a little funny.
Well, on top of that,
so many opinions. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. But these are the people who were like getting up in arms about people saying like all this vile rhetoric led to the murder of Charlie Kirk. And it's like, well, look on Smash JT's donation page. It's like everything on here is like, if something, I hope nothing happens to her at all. I'm not saying that at all, but it's like you go back to this Give, Send, Go comment section and you could be like, well, this guy could be a possible suspect. This guy could be a possible suspect. It's like, you are right. It's like there is this blind zealot like nature to it where it's just like, guys, it isn't that deep.
Yeah. My point is that JT has been somebody that also has kind of blown with the winds of opinion. There is a video that's still online, and it's funny with people calling, and again, I won't deny, I think Colin is kind of a shill for Sony. He definitely is. He's been on 3 PlayStation. We're not here to debate that, but some of the comments in the live chat, I'm actually able to pull the live chat up on my end. JT was somebody that 5 years ago was shilling for The Last of Us Part 2 and was saying, I don't care, who cares that I like it? He's like, I think it's one of the best games ever made. And that video still exists. So
why would they put a woman in it though, extra?
Because now his friends are saying that's a problem. And, not to bury the lead, but, again, like Colin at the end of this calls him out of the fact that JT never played Ghost of Tsushima. He never did. Or at least he never finished it, because he goes in and exact quote from JT, he says, I think it's one of the greatest games I've ever played, which it's a good game. I think it's a little bit, I think it's a little wild to call it one of the greatest games ever made. It's maybe one of the best looking games ever made, but regardless, he goes on like, I wanted more of Jin Sakai, and Colin's kind of dumbfounded because he finished the game.
He dies at the end.
He doesn't die.
He doesn't die, no.
But what happens at the end of because I haven't played, I don't have a PlayStation.
He's there's 2 endings, but
one ending is he kills his uncle, the other one he doesn't.
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, who amongst us hasn't killed our uncle? I mean,
and the story's concluded.
Oh, because it is meant to be like a definitive arc, not something open-ended. Gotcha.
Yeah. So sadly, for some reason, the chat is just not working on my end. I tried a different browser. I think it's my shit internet.
If you want timestamps of like where you're looking, it's working for me, so I can pull them up for you.
Well, if there's a part, like if you know any, maybe we'll go and look at the comments a little bit afterwards. We could probably scroll through, and it's very much the same shit. A lot of it is show the numbers, Mason.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that.
Let's get this started, I guess. I was going to say my Pepto-Bismol. I'm ready for my
one quick thing I'll highlight here is that Vera Dark gives him a raid early on, and JT claims that he welcomes a conversation from all perspectives, but if you're here to quote unquote talk shit, you'll be blocked. Immediately, J Viper and Demion and Hypnotic are talking trash to the chat.
Oh, the gathering of the cucks. Oh, they assembled. The riders of the Rohirrim came in. We must defend them. Condor calls for aid.
The gathering of the cuckolos.
He says that as his moderators are also actively removing anything that criticizes JT, even in the slightest.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Real free speech advocate.
Yeah.
Let's torture him with a little bit of this.
I'm already
intro.
upset by where this is going. Oh god.
So again, this is my point. If you're in a lawsuit with this lady, maybe don't fucking try to push her button.
Spying, snitching, journo trash learn once and for all.
He's even got the AI fucking
irrelevant
voice.
Maniacs.
Yeah, like Asmongold.
Well,
they were on fire.
What's great about this is he turns it from I'm dunking on her to donate to
and
me.
We got Colin in the back room. He just showed up, so we're gonna fly through these really.
Just showed up.
I don't want.
By the way, he says he just showed up, but as you find out, he's been there the entire fucking time.
This is the 17-minute mark. Mind you.
First off, we got Sergeant Sapient for the 2-banger saying toss a coin to your grifter. Shout out to Sergeant Sapient, you legend.
God, could you imagine this guy like making orgasm sounds? It must be horrible.
Says hail smash.
Oh, you know the sound that Warren Beatty makes in The Deliverance?
Oh god.
When he's like put on all fours and told to squeal. I feel like it's like that.
No, I feel like it's probably like the scene in
199
in Superbad when McLovin loses his virginity.
And we got Lake Monster for the 10.
It's in. It's finally
is a
in.
Super chat. But opinions.
Does that every time.
Now it's working. Here we go.
Wait, hold on. I love that. Hold on. If you go back a little bit. Go back just a slight bit. Bring Hypnotic into the debate with Colin. Yeah, that's what they always want to do. They always call on each other.
And to JT's credit, he shoots that down. But he's a little overconfident. He goes, "Oh well, we don't want to corner him," as if he's
This is a tactic I've seen someone like Sam Cedar do in a debate,
where
it's we're arguing. Oh, I'm bringing in this person now, and then you do it on purpose to throw the person off.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dirty tactic because the person, you lull them into thinking, oh, it's just going to be us one-on-one. It's going to be a conversation. Then you bring in another person and gang up on the person. It doesn't mean that your opinion's right. It just means that you're overwhelming that person. That's like a brute force win. It's not even an actual victory of your point. It just makes you look like an asshole.
Yeah, it's what's the term?
Struggle session.
No, not struggle session. It's when you misdirection. It's like a misdirection.
Yeah. And JT like you're trying to change a lot.
The subject, You're gonna
hear JT say two things where he's doing that, where he says, "Well, you agree with me, right?" And there's another one that he says over and over. I have so many notes in here that I lost the other thing that he says, but you'll hear him constantly. Well, you agree with me, right? Trying to catch Colin off guard.
Zero over here was like conducting the Kennedy files. There was a second shooter that was over here.
This is the fucking Zapruder film right here, dude. This is back and to the left to the nth degree.
How it's working. Here we go.
Oh,
we got Big Buddhist for the 2. Twat Waffle. Pronoun.
This is the last time you see Smash really happy tonight.
Twat Waffle. We
After
got
this,
TM
it's all downhill.
for the $9.99. Says, I'm back. That's TM
I think he's still happy because he's too stupid to realize he loses this discussion.
I don't know. I think if you look into his eyes, there's a level of sadness that creeps in.
We got the Omega Man for
the
$1.99. Sad to see Colin.
He's not upset about the debate. He heard the plane land and he knew.
Oh my God! Why did he say Colin is
we got
sellout? Come on.
For the 20 banger. Not giving subs tonight.
Yeah, Colin Moriarty was pretty early on the anti-woke train.
Smart idea.
You want to pause this real quick here?
Yeah, sure.
Like, have these people ever heard of Colin Moriarty? Like, at all?
No. And that's the problem, is this audience is so engaged in the culture war. And again, not to bury the lead, Colin masterfully closes this out. Like his closing remarks, I'm not going to spoil it, but Again, I think the guy's a bit of a shill, but I have a newfound respect for him for how he closes this out, because he calls out the issues with the culture war. Is that these people are so ingrained in it, they don't enjoy the hobby that they claim to be fervently fighting about. That they spend more time arguing about elements of the culture war than they do actually enjoying the hobby or knowing anything or any players or anything. They'll be like, "Oh, I know that game. I played that game. I love that game," but no, you didn't.
Just an interesting thing to add too, and I put out a tweet a couple weeks ago because I was noticing this. a lot of these people who want to talk politics online, a lot of them want to talk like culture war stuff. None of them have read like Marx or Engels, which is what they hate, and none of them have read like Wealth of Nations or anything like that. They don't actually know the ideology, like the logic behind their ideology. They just saw something that pissed them off and it radicalized. It could have just as easily been the other side that, or the side they're on that pissed them off and then radicalizes them to the other side.
Well,
it's very interesting.
Finish your points here.
I was going to say, to that point, like, we've developed this culture where where people are so ingrained in these tribalistic wars, be it with politics or entertainment, that they don't want to listen to the opposing voices at all. And, one of the things that I'm proud of myself that I did, and I'm neither left or right, I'd say I'm more center right than anything, is during the Biden administration, anytime the man spoke, I listened to him in context, because initially when Trump came into office in 2017, I initially just didn't like the guy. I was a big Gary Johnson supporter, and I didn't listen to anything that the man said in context. And then I was like, "Hey, he didn't say that." And then I would go and actually listen. I'm like, "Oh, okay." Not to make this a Trump Biden thing, but I just feel like we have a big problem in the West where we do not want to listen to or digest or even understand the perspectives of our supposed opposition. And it's problematic, because then you start making assumptions about people and you'll never find that middle ground that you're desperately seeking.
Well, I also feel like it's a big problem with just the social media age as well. A lot of these people don't do any research. They get like a 10 to 15 second clip of, I'm going to keep it to what we're talking about, mostly video games. And they kind of just all spurg it out. They all have the same point. They all get on these live chats with each other. They all are in agreement. And if there's any disagreement, they quickly smash that person down until he's beaten into compliance. And then he just goes along with the opinion. This is why I got into blocked by pretty much most of these people, because you just call them out on it. It's like, you guys don't really play these video games. Like, you guys, either you do the thing where it's like you poison the well by making 20 to 30 videos prior to something coming out saying, "Oh, it's woke, it's garbage. Here's this dev that is, a flaming fruitcake. Look at him. Let's all laugh at it. It's going to be terrible." And then if the game comes out and it's good, they quickly will pivot and then move on to something else, because they can't really admit that they were wrong.
Well, now it's not even that they're pivoting anymore. They just keep they just decide to stick to their guns and just try to make this lie reality. Just on a quick note, because I've been noticing this all throughout 2025, a lot of these people are still living as though it's 2015, 2016, like the first time Trump got elected.
Or 2024.
Right. No, not even 2024. Very significantly, it's there's a whole bunch of time that isn't that just didn't happen. And they think that this is the first time that Trump ran for office, because it's the same kind of energy. It's the same kind of thought pattern. It's the same type of just reactionary, hardcore emotion driving everything rather than evolving thought. And I've noticed that back then, the thing was that you saw one or two videos, and that was kind of what radicalized you, or you read an article and that was what radicalized you. And I remember a lot of people would just then run on that completely. It was like, "Oh, well, I read this article about how Marxism is running everything, so I'm going to apply this to absolutely everything I think is wrong, and that mean it must be right." And I still hear that argument for these culture warriors. They haven't seen that, just if we look at gaming in isolation, they haven't noticed how much that the industry has changed just in the last 10 years. COVID incited so many big changes in the industry, and they keep forgetting, or just they're willingly ignorant to that, and keep thinking that, "Oh, well, Marxism is the cause of it, so it must be that. Oh, BlackRock is funding it, so it must be the cause of that." Everything else is just it's blank noise. It's white noise to them.
Yeah,
it's so strange.
And to that point, there's no nuance. And in 2015, I definitely fell for that stuff. Here's the thing.
We all did.
I was 15 years old. I was in fucking high school then.
Holy shit! Right? You're making me feel old.
Yeah. You're old. You're fucking washed.
I'm 34.
Here's the thing.
I was 30 at that time.
Yeah, you're an old piece of shit, Extra. Fuck you. But to that point, I was, I was younger, and obviously when you're younger, you're more impressionable, and all the fucking memeing or in the SJW stuff, I fucking loved it. It was great. I still have some fond memories of the Trigglypuff shit, even now, even though I realize that honestly, it's kind of been part of the reason why things are so bad now is because things just got out of hand way back then and it's escalated. But to that point of how the gaming industry is different, I remember in 2015 you used to go and it would be a normal thing to see people buy DLC cards at a GameStop and then go redeem them on the PSN store or the Xbox store instead of actually just buying it through the store. And that's because it was just so ingrained that, we have to go to retail. We got to use retail.
Well, there is one thing too, that back then we were less of a cashless society. There is a caveat to it, and younger people that too, but didn't have bank cards.
There's a lot of differences nowadays, right? But one of them is the fact that people just aren't shopping retail like they used to, which is going to become a big thing here with one of Smash's evidence pieces, not to give too much away. But again, there's a huge difference even from 2020 to 2025. In this 5-year gap, there has been a huge difference in how many people are shifting to online shopping. COVID, a lot of people switched over immediately into COVID, but there was also a lot of older people who started shopping, online a little later. And how many times, I remember this, whenever you'd ask for a game and someone older in your family would get you the game, you get a physical copy, even if you were buying stuff digitally. Nowadays, your grandma's probably going to be like, I'll buy it on Amazon, or I'll buy you, a gift card, like the code gift card, so you can redeem it online. It's a totally different way of, commerce is completely different in the last 5 years, let alone 10 years, because this started before even COVID. COVID just escalated. So the way that commerce operates is completely different, which affects everything, including gaming. So that's just like a little side piece to this. Again, this conversation, we could go for like 19 hours covering all the bases, but there's so much shit that's like, over here, over there. It's crazy.
If I could get one last thing in before we move on, somebody has kind of brought it up where a lot of these channels are starting to use culture war nostalgia, where they're kind of redoing like the same old, like boring topics that have been long dead for almost 10 years now. And they're kind of just like re-bringing him up. I think it was like a drinker video where he's talking about like Star Wars or something. I'm like, what's going on here? Like they bring up a lot of these old topics and just kind of put a retread on those tires, I guess you could say, to try to get like those last bit of views or something, And like you said, a lot of things have changed. I mean, like a lot of people don't consider this, like 2018 is almost 10 years ago now.
Yep.
We're closer to 10 years from 2018 than we are.
Still don't have Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
And
like you said, there's been so many drastic changes in journalism and gaming and all that stuff. I think I read an article recently that The Gamer or something came out with, I forget which one it was, that said like 1,200 journalists have left the industry the last 2 years and have not returned. If I recall correctly, Gamergate was about, ethics and journalism mostly before all it kind of spun into something else.
Right.
We have won the war against games media. Like all the good journalists now are YouTubers. Let's just face it. Every thing that you used to go to like an IGN for guides and reviews or stuff like that, you could go and find like a platinum trophy guide on YouTube that will do it more efficiently and have you like see it live action so you can recreate it. You don't have to read it and do all this other stuff anymore.
And to that point, someone like Destin, who used to be at IGN, I mean, he's interviewing Phil Spencer on his YouTube channel, which that would have been like an IGN exclusive back in the day. So there, and the fact that now IGN is kind of consolidating everything like that. They bought out Eurogamer. They have Humble now that they bought out. And that's probably the one thing making the money. So
it's the only way I'm giving them money, unfortunately.
I think anyone giving them money. So this consolidation's been happening too. Gamergate worked. It just took a long time for it to happen.
Just like anything, it takes a long time to turn a battleship around. It's the old saying, right?
But the problem is sometimes the grass is not always greener on the other side. I think we're seeing that with, there was the culture war, and one side was so kind of vile with how they operated. And now the winds are a bit turning, although we're in a middle place where I would argue that both sides are kind of almost equally vile at this moment. Like
they are,
the right wing is and the left wing are just as vile. I think it's going to start turning, and you're going to have the right wing be more aggressive, more basically the reason why people wouldn't vote Republican back in the day, where it was like the satanic panic stuff, where it was like, oh, you're trying to stop me from listening to my Blizzard of Oz copy. Yeah, I'm not going to vote for you.
We're already seeing it. We're definitely already seeing it. I mean, remember earlier this year, I was called a murderer by people I thought were my friends because my wife and I had to go through IVF. And regardless of the moral agreement, it was unfortunate that a very well-known commentator who used to be on Tim Pool, who had an abortion himself, which I've never had, called me a murderer.
I wonder who that could be.
Yeah, just hint.
Lydia, there's a lot of former Tim Pool abortion having commentators.
Yeah, I know, right? There's a ton of them. But the fact of the matter is, I'd get unfollowed and called a murderer over the fact that my wife and I wanted to create life. Neither here nor there, but we're seeing that this weird pushback to the same sort of fringe religious people that have no room for dialogue. And it's unfortunate because the whole reason I entered the culture war was because I got tired of dealing with people on the left. And I used to have a lot of friends on the left, and gaming was something that brought us together. It was a very unifying thing. And it disgusts me to no end when that whole unification, like, hey, we may not agree on things socially or politically, but hey, we can agree this is a good game. We can have good, meaningful conversations about it and share the hobby. Now we're starting to see people that are absolutists, coming back, and this fringe religious, whatever you want to call it. And I think I don't have anything against religious people. I think if you find faith and it helps you navigate your life and find purpose and meaning and makes you a better person, great. I think if going to church helps you find some fulfillment and brings you closer to your community, great. But I don't like when people use religion as a cudgel rather than helping them define their own personal moral compass, and they have to become absolutists.
If I may interject a little bit here. Yep. I think more so that we're starting to realize that we're kind of in a cultural Cold War, if you ask me, where it seems like
that's I've not heard that one. You need to fucking copyright that one. That's a good one.
But this is what I'm seeing with a lot of people online, where it's like you have like one side that basically has set the rules for a long time, and now you have another side that said, all right, you win, we're going to play by your rules now. And I feel like, let's be honest here. I feel like there's a lot of people that are still kind of like team rah-rah one side, team rah-rah another side. And they're just kind of both now settled into this groove where it's like, we need to try to like, I would like to say it like this, because I've had a lot of, liberal friends kind of reach back out to me. And I live in the Chicagoland area. So I'm in NIMBY Central. Mm-hmm. And it feels like there's a lot of, liberal people that are kind of, they are mad and upset, but they also realize that they're not 100% right. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there's a lot of very, red people that I interact with that also have that kind of feeling where it's like they're mad and upset, but they also know they're not 100% right. And we're kind of seeing a smashing, no pun intended here, of sussing out these people who are just, sorrow peddlers, and there's this third faction now that's kind of in between, that's just telling them, no, I'm not dealing with any of you guys anymore. Fuck you on the right, fuck you on the left. I'm going to be honest about what I say, and I'm just going to say it.
Yeah. Cellshade brings up a good point in here too, that certain people on the right are calling out now, and this is an irony. And I see it, especially as a longtime Mortal Kombat fan, where you had the left wanting to censor Mortal Kombat after the 2011 game, which I refuse to call 9, but not going to pivot to that. But now we're seeing it with this whole picking and choosing of censorship.
Yeah, like I said, it's like a Cold War.
Yeah, let's get started here because I know you guys probably want to go to bed tonight at some point. So
I just drank my coffee. I'm ready to go.
Oh shit! All right, Vex is probably halfway asleep already.
Well, yeah, I can't stay that late because I do have to work in the morning. So
yeah, so we'll get this started. Oh boy, this is buckle up, guys. This is gonna be fucking wild.
Really bad, but it's good to be
rewind just a few seconds.
Yeah. So here's him bringing in Colin, asking him how his fucking intro was.
Yeah,
Colin, welcome.
Hey, how are you? That intro was really bad, but it's good to be here with you today.
Like bad in a good way, or
no,
really bad?
No, bad in a bad way.
Like how so? How could I improve?
It's just too much. Like, think less Sopranos, more Mad Men. Get in and get out. The little sting,
That's fair.
But to each their own. I didn't know like when it was. I wanted to be here early just in case I was expected. You told me a quarter after.
Yeah.
But I sat through a lot of that, and
11 minutes and 13 seconds is the
good
answer.
shit.
It was the thing that happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, he had said, "Oh, Colin just got here." He can tell it's StreamYards. It's the same thing. I can see little panels on the bottom if you don't know how StreamYard works.
Yep.
I can see as soon as someone jumps in. So, like again, that's just like a little thing to like. I don't know why you would even like. That's such a stupid white lie to throw it there. I don't. But again, that says I think a little bit about how Smash operates, where he'll
it's strange because this is like a weird flex almost on him because he opens the stream like after his dumbass intro plays. He's like, okay, we've only got Colin for about an hour, but then he proceeds to run through the super chats knowing that Colin is in the back room, which is like some weird like what's the word, like
power move. That's what he's trying to do.
It's so strange.
That Alyssa Bercante clip that we referenced, in it he says you can donate $5, $10, $15, $20, even $50 to help support. It's like such a DSP style thing. Like he goes from like one, poking the hornet's nest even more than he should, to two just straight up grifting. And then of course he embraces the grift as he's reading the super chats. But he could have just, again, when you're in StreamYards and you're backstage, you still have access to the private chat. He could have been saying, hey, Colin, he could have been cordial and said, hey, thanks for joining. I'm going to get through super chats. I'm going to bring you in at about like the 15-minute mark, if that's cool. Rather than just kind of leaving him stranded backstage and then laughing about it like this.
The tone is just set like from the cut. Like this is a guy that streams every day. He's on multiple panels a week. He knows what streaming is like. He has seen what it's like to run a panel. Like this is from the get-go. This is not in good faith whatsoever.
Both of them really.
Yeah. Well,
right.
If I'm sorry, finish your point, Vex.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're inviting someone onto your stream and you already know that they're on a time constraint, you like this again. This is a big fish for any anti-woker. Like I'm seriously telling you, this is like the Joe Rogan of gaming almost. Like this is how much clout Colin has, and to have him just sitting there. You've already set the bar at a very ridiculous place.
Because he's trying to like big dog Colin. Let's just be honest here. That's what this whole thing is. He's making him sitting back. He's trying to make it out like, oh, Colin's not here yet, guys. Let's get into it. Oh, I don't know where this guy is. He's trying to like basically poison the well by trying to say Colin is trying to big dog him. But really, JT is trying to say like my cock is much bigger than yours. That's what he's trying to do here.
The majority of the people watching this stream were from Colin's audience. They saw the tweet thread and they went in and they watched. Colin, this was Smash JT's biggest stream ever. I'm pretty sure he said
it was.
He said it's one of his biggest, right? So Colin is bringing in like just him being there, not even him like promoting or trying to get people to come in there. Just him showing up caused it to be Smash JT's most successful night ever.
The Gronking Discord was lighting up over this. None of our Discord is Smash GT audience, at least nobody I'm aware of.
No, I think maybe some people might hate watch possibly, but I don't think there's anyone who's like
actively
an actual
watching.
fan. Yeah.
Right. This stream hit over 1,000 active viewers at one point. Smash JT generally gets a couple hundred every night.
Oh, I just remembered something too. Colin has a bigger issue with these people because they actually attacked one of his co-workers and friends too. So he has another run-in with them. I linked that later if you want to watch.
That's a bit
I
wild.
never heard of this.
Yeah, maybe we actually bring this up first. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, there's a lot of information here. And again, he said this is a big fucking rabbit hole.
So can I reference this really quickly?
Yeah, sure.
This was about back in the day when I think it was Dragon Age Inquisition. No, Dragon Age Veilguard with that fake NDA that Grums was spreading around.
Oh yes! Oh yes, I do remember this. Okay.
Yeah. So this is Colin responding to that because this was a shot at Lily Mo Games is his game company that he owns, and Mr. Matty Plays does the Microsoft show for him on here on Last Stand Media. And they were kind of like Grums was running it through the thing. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where Colin basically said Grums can fucking suck his dick from the back, basically.
God damn, I don't think I've seen Chris Ray-Gun in years, man. Holy shit. That's wild.
In terms of the Veilguard and all the rest is crazy. And it all led up to this post from that guy Grums.
Oh my God.
You guys saw this whole thing that happened? So there's like a postscript to this, which is that then this guy Grums tweets out, this is what his tweet says. And his tweet has a note on it because it's like, no, this isn't true. But it says, leak. BioWare and EA caught red-handed. Mr. Matty Plays agreement supposedly leaked. It wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was true. Return the former required phrase. Content creation guides for Dragon Age Veilguard leaked. If true, this confirms everything. There is so much more here. You cannot talk about woke. This is access journalism. Guys, the document he shares is the fakest thing I have ever seen in my fucking life. And I want to be really clear because I'm not trying. I don't want to, it is what it is. If you look at this thing and are like, this is a real legal document, you have never, ever, ever, ever seen a real legal document. I'll just throw that out there. There are so many things wrong with this that it's actually insane that someone would think this is real. And Dustin, actually, can you do a little bit of, we do a little light editing. Can you put,
well, it's not me, it's Lockmort. It's his last round.
Oh, okay,
on
yeah.
Sacred this week.
Tell him to kind of put this up and so people can see this thing. Okay, this is important because I need you to see it visually first. Okay.
Yeah, I think people remember this right now. Getting back into your head.
And again, this looks like someone put this up in Microsoft Word.
It's not even Microsoft Word. It's like they typed it in fucking Canva.
There's no
margins or anything.
They left the cursor on top.
Or Google Docs, one of the two.
But
right.
EA, by the way, EA/BioWare, that's not.
Yeah.
What the fuck? There's so many things wrong.
But someone pointed out at the very top, right? EA BioWare. It's the fucking cursor. It's the spacer.
Yeah.
Like, it's like how I missed that at first, but it's like, bro, come on. And then Grums was like coping and seething, and all his fucking little minions were too. But sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean obviously the fucking cursor, the font, none of this looks legal. Like, again, if you've ever seen, he's not wrong. If you've ever seen any legal document, this does not look good. If somebody handed this to me and tried to make me sign this, I would think that there's something shady up.
Yeah,
like that doesn't look legit, and it isn't legit. It was all bullshit. And he
also, you'd assume it would come through DocuSign in this day and age.
Yeah, well, especially if it was EA, yeah, that's a major corporation. I mean, especially now with the Saudi money, but even then, I mean, they're one of the big dogs of gaming, and they're not going to just fucking let me type this up in Microsoft Word real quick. Hold on, can I put a little Comic Sans in here? The font doesn't even look legalese.
You should have fucking put it in italic, maybe, to really get it in there too.
Yeah, this is like some stylized fucking font bullshit. Like this. It doesn't. It looks fake. It really does.
Just to bring this back around one more time, this is also the guy, journalist extraordinaire, Smash JT pays a monthly wage to. By the way, Grums, like self-proclaimed.
Whoa! I didn't even know that. Wait,
yeah, that's
what?
news to me. I didn't know he was on a.
No, he supports him every month.
Okay. I thought you meant
No,
like
no.
had like actual pay. No, he sponsors them. Yeah, I knew that. He
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like he pays him monthly to just put out this nonsense drivel, And this is what he considers like to be like a journalist here. It's like, I'm going to pay this. I'm going to pay for this.
I mean, he also. I mean, Smash JT also fell for like, no offense, McDizzle, if you're watching this. McDizzle's a nice enough guy, but it was pretty easy to figure out it was bullshit what he said.
That was the whole point. Is it was
exactly
obvious,
yeah. But Smash JT just man, he couldn't figure that shit out. Do you want us to watch the rest of this, or do you think we got the context from this?
I think we kind of have the context.
I mean, if you want to go to the closer to the end to hear what he says to Grums personally, but
do we have a minute mark here or something? Maybe
in the Grums.
There you go.
And I'm like, I actually think I've shown a little bit, maybe too much respect to this person over time, because I have not personally been invoked. But I can tell when people are like, why do you care so much? You didn't even read the document. You see my fucking name in it?
Yeah.
You see my company's name in it? This is a lie. So actually, he involved me wherever and the people that got the document involved me directly. So that's why I'm not being mean to him. People are like, oh, you want to have a conversation with him, or you want to make fun of him? And I'm like, yeah, that's right. So here's this is never going to happen because Grums clearly is a coward, right? You have carte blanche to come on Sacred Symbols Plus, and I'll sit back and you can say whatever you want. And all I want to say, I just want to ask you questions. And that's it. I think you are a grifter. I think you, as I described earlier, either are completely stupid or lying to people.
Well, it's probably both.
It's both. Yeah, it's a little bit of both.
I'm going through. It doesn't look like Grums, who is a reply guy on Twitter, did not acknowledge or comment on this at all, as far as I can tell. Just completely
he ran away from what I remember.
Yeah. Well, I think it's as dumb as Grums is. He knows who Colin is. He worked. Yeah. He did work at Blizzard. He has worked in the industry. He knows. He knows maybe not to fuck with him.
Yeah, he knows that he would get like a lot of visibility, because that's the way that Grums has always operated. Is he goes to groups that he can get away with what he does, and they suddenly think that they have access to a guy that worked at Blizzard. And, for them, they think they buy into his lies about him being an integral part of Diablo 2's development, World of Warcraft's development, when the actuality is the guy was a
manager.
He was, at best, I think he was a team lead. And when shout out to Nasmir, he went into like what the job descriptions are for a team lead. And his most notable contribution was working on a port of StarCraft to the Nintendo 64 that nobody remembers, and those that do remember it don't remember it fondly.
Yeah. There's so much with Grums, but again, Grums and Smash JT are two birds of a feather, and they fucking grift together. So we're gonna. I like that one. You know what? I'm proud of that one. Fuck you guys. I think that was a great one. Let's get back to this though, because yikes, this is about to get bad.
Well, very, very nice of you to join. And I know we are kind of standing on, I guess you could say, two sides of a coin. But before we even dive into our perspectives, why don't you? I'm sure most people already know who you are. Your reputation precedes you. But why don't you tell people who you are, where they can find you, and what your
quick thing. This is just a funny note.
Like
yeah.
JT was so unprepared for this that initially he did not know Colin. He didn't call Colin by his correct name. He did correct himself, but he kept calling him Colin Montgomery.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I do remember that. Now, to be fair, I call Matt Piscatella a fucking Matt Episcopalian because I can't pronounce Italian.
Well, that's a joke. That's not Well,
no, I mean I can't pronounce the name. I tried for like 3 minutes today. I'm like Piscatella, and I just said fuck it.
Pescatarian.
Yeah, pescatarian.
Where you coming from?
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Colin Moriarty. I am the host of a PlayStation podcast called Sacred Symbols that I've been doing for a long time. I've basically been the co-host or host of the 3 biggest PlayStation podcasts over time. So Podcast Beyond, which still exists, that I left in 2015, and then PS I Love You, which is defunct now, and then Sacred Symbols. I run a popular Patreon called Last Stand Media. We do a podcast network, and I've been in the games industry professionally for 23 years, I guess now, since I was in college. So, yeah. And I really just wanted to be on because I'm so, I'm confused and befuddled by your lack of faith in the Circana numbers. And I'm wondering if you truly understand what they are.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's kind of like, yeah. You quote tweeted me. That's how I saw all
for a
this to begin
moment?
with.
Yeah, sure thing.
This fucking retard is so busy reading the chat that he can't even look at his guest.
Yeah.
And look at how look at how professional Colin looks next to him. He looks tired as fuck. I'll give him that, right? But he's sitting up straight. He's trying to look at JT. He's not fiddling with anything or looking elsewhere. And JT's just trying to literally huff his own farts because the chat is just sucking his dick for no reason.
Yeah. Well, the chat also, so I have the live chat up and I've got this in sync. The chat's just going on PC Master Race. You know, they're not even engaged with what his credentials are. I mean, you know, like one chat's like, PS I Love You, what? LOL. It's like, yeah, it is a fanboy podcast, but again,
there,
like
there was a lot of them back in the day, bro. Wasn't there?
Still are
Xbox ones, Nintendo ones,
yeah.
like there. That was a big thing back in the day, and you would have some people who were on multiple ones because they were fans of a bunch of stuff. That was a big thing, and the fact that everyone here is like, "PS I Love You," what?
Because they're not gamers. They're not real gamers. Let's just be honest here.
That's the thing, right?
They don't even know what Smash JT's name is a reference to, more than likely.
Yeah. They're like, Smash Justin?
Yeah, it's Smash TV. It's a twin stick shooter from Midway's days when they were actually creating like edgy content.
No, it's 100% real. It's original, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, like, no, they're not gamers. They don't play games. And Vex, you brought this up on the stream that you were on today with I believe his name was Spoon. And you guys brought this up near the end, and I thought it was you guys were correct. You pointed out these guys, they don't play games, the audience, and Smash really doesn't either. And you were bringing up like what he's actually played, I think on stream, or was it on like
it was on his on his live stream channel, which he plays games, and he only just plays the safe popular stuff.
Yes, that's what I've been saying, and like I've also pointed out too. Look at all the times that these people make their like my top 10 games of all time, and it's always like the safe popular picks, like over all 10 of them almost every time. It's like I keep saying, it's like these people like make fun of ethos, but they are all ethos themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, that's different. At least I want to fucking ethot. I wouldn't want to fuck Smash JT.
Well, don't worry.
There is something redeeming about ethos. There's not really anything redeeming about Smash JT here.
That's what I mean. These people will mock people for getting OnlyFans, but they'll spend money on this fucking monstrosity over here with the googly eye chair and be like, we're saving the culture, boys.
Yeah, one Uno deck at a time, brother.
Yeah.
We're going in.
I could have took a girl out on a date, but I'd rather sit here on Saturday night and watch a group full of men complain about Disney princesses.
Hold on. I don't think they could take a woman out on a date on a Saturday night.
I think
even if they didn't waste their time, I don't think anyone would be lining up to go on a date.
Listen, I'm married, all right? If I could do it, they could do it.
Press X to doubt on that one, brother. Let's get back into it.
I just said the kind of anodyne thing about Ghost of Yotei that I really like it. I'm not a big fan of Ghost of Tsushima, so I think it's a big step up from the original game. It's the 18th best-selling game in the United States already. After 3 days counted.
Chat saying, here we go. Leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone.
I feel like you and a lot of other people are spreading this somewhat misinformation about what Circana is comparable to VG charts or Alinea or these other places that are actual
data houses as opposed to a company, a 50-year-old company that has direct access to the numbers. So and I feel like you're kind of obfuscating that with your audience, but it's like we can be on two separate sides, but what I'm saying is 100% true. So that's why I wanted to see how you responded to that, and I'll leave it there.
Oh yeah, sure. I think that's actually a good intro to this. So when it comes to Circana, what specific numbers are you referencing for Ghost Yotei?
The Circana data is the 20 highest grossing. It's actually by dollar sales.
So this is when it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
He's literally like, so what numbers are you quoting? What Circana numbers? He's like, the fucking numbers that they offer.
Yeah.
Like,
if we were to go back to that quote tweet that sparked this whole conversation, that was the crux of the whole thread that he got, that he got drug into, that Colin got drug into by JT's quote tweets.
It's literally just about the Circana numbers.
Right.
And again, we get fully into that here. Like that's really the crux of this whole fight, and we'll talk about Circana when we get a little further into this. Though
I think it's threefold, and not
well,
that,
Then there's the whole woke, anti-woke stuff afterwards, and big tits and stuff. So
I mean, less really that. Circana. But I think it's one bias against Piscatella, which Colin will get into. The fact that the Circana numbers do not go along with the current narrative, but if they went the other way, if Yotei wasn't charting, you would see that JT would be going, oh well, Yotei's not even on this list, and in addition to that, it's just him talking out of his depth that he saw a trend, and again, this kind of goes into the whole narrative thing, but it's just disingenuous. It's basically, I rooted for this to fail and it didn't.
Well, like I said before, it's like they'll pivot, they'll find something else, they'll attack it, they'll do whatever they can. They do this with every game. If it makes money, then it actually didn't make money, because I found some magical serial numbers that came out of nowhere, and here it is. I shook my 8-ball. It said, I doubt it. And I ran with that because my source is a fucking magic 8-ball.
And Colin does get in that. There are some games that, are celebrated that did actually sell well, like Final Fantasy 16 that sold 3 million copies, but it still didn't meet Square's expectations. And that game was grossly over budget. Star Wars Outlaws did okay-ish, but it really didn't, because they had to pay off the licensing and it didn't meet their expectations. And Colin will be wrong about one thing here when we get to the Veilguard, which, I will call him out for when we get to it, but
yeah, there's a lot of interesting things on, again, what makes the game a success. Smash says it's a failure because he has arbitrary rules. Well, I would argue that the rules that's what Sony's following as a guideline of what makes that game a success is much more important than what Smash says, because that depends on whether they make another Ghost. If Ghost of Yotei fails spectacularly based on their fucking guidelines of what this game needs to hit, are they going to make another Ghost game? Probably.
I have updated data so they did this yesterday, and the Circana numbers came out, and I can provide them to you, where Ghost of Yotei is the number 4 game in the US right now.
Yeah. So for the month of October, or for
October,
year?
For October, it was updated. Piscatella posted it on his Blue Sky, and it's bumped up to number 4. Now, again, that's kind of impressive considering that the game is on it's locked to one console for the time being. It's not on PC yet, and it's a console that doesn't have the highest adoption rate. The PS4 still has a much higher adoption rate and active user base, much to Sony's chagrin when they're already talking about the next generation of systems. But the fact of the matter is that Yotei went from, when they were looking at this, to the 18th spot to the number 4 spot.
But the 18th spot, just to clarify, it was number 4 for this month, but this is the year. This is the entire year. It's 18th best-selling. That's what he's saying yesterday. So are you saying it jumped from the 18th best-selling game of the year to the 4th best-selling game of the year?
Let me pull up the Piscatella
Okay.
Yeah, the you gotta just double check those like headlines.
Yeah, just to add on to like because the Circana database, so they just leak out little numbers here to like incentivize
Correct.
people to buy into their ecosystem. So it is like it's a business model, right?
Mhm.
But if you wanted to look at just like American sales figures, Nielsen ratings is very reliable. And they update their gaming sales, and that's across PC and console. They have to update those at the end of each week. And since Ghost of Yotei came out, it has been the top 4 best-selling game in the US.
Yeah, it's for the month. It's the 18th for the year. So I stand corrected. So, but still, to be a game locked to, and Circana only looks at the top 20 for those that aren't aware of it.
And also, I think one of the factors is this is a really good selling game. Consider how many, and they get into how many AAA games come out a year, probably like what, 50, we'd say 50 odd. But how many other indie games are coming out, right? So it being 18th is not like, it's not 18 out of 18. It's 18 out of like, I don't know, 300 at the very minimum, but probably more like 1,000, like you said, Vex. So
yeah,
that is really good. Like that's good.
Well, this list is pretty insane if you look at it. NBA 2K is the number 1 so far. Monster Hunter Wilds, Borderlands 4, another game that everyone said was going to fail, is technically the number 3 best-selling game of the year.
Yep.
Dude, I have to eat crow on that one. And
So
same
do I.
with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Those are 2 games I genuinely thought like they're not going to do well, and they did. And unlike Smash JT, I can admit when I'm wrong. I was totally wrong. Those games have been very successful financially.
Well, Smash JT must be punching air right now because the quote-unquote the pedophile game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, is number 11 on that list.
Oh my god, I forgot that was something he was. Oh,
it's just in terms of like the best selling game, like I kind of was on board with Assassin's Creed Shadows will have to fail because even a normie audience doesn't fucking want this, right? But I think like all of us and the anti-wokers especially do this. They forget that the majority of people buying game consoles and spending money on games are fucking normies.
That's what I've been saying all the time, Vex. I
Right.
agree with you. It's
So,
one
like,
of the things that
if you-
sorry, I don't finish your point.
Yeah, so like if you look at like the top selling lists like week over week, that's why things like fucking Minecraft and NBA 2K and NFL and Madden,
Call of Duty.
Right. It's like these people aren't legitimate gamers. They literally just buy whatever is popular and whatever all of their other friends are playing. And that's why when you look at like PlayStation exclusives like God of War Ragnarok or Horizon Zero Dawn or Spider-Man 2, they boast impressive numbers if you're a small publisher, but when you dominate the console market, and I think it's like it's not even a tenth of their like PS5, PS4 user base is buying exclusives, that's a failure. Even Marvel has more or less revealed like their deal with PlayStation is pretty disastrous because they have not met the sales figures by even a fraction.
Yeah, to add on to that, from the leaks that we had when with the ABK deal and the Insomniac leaks, like we saw with Insomniac that I believe they were saying like 50% of the revenue off the Spider-Man PlayStation bundle went to Disney.
Yep. That's the deal. That's because that's the deal. And they're supposed to be selling, I think it's like a minimum of 200,000 copies, like within a certain time frame. But they were bundling most of those when Spider-Man 2 came out, if you guys remember.
Yeah, I bought the console too.
Right. And Miles Morales, I remember that for a short period was also a console bundle.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a launch title from what I remember.
It wasn't a console bundle. It was it
store
had,
bundle.
It had a bundle with Spider-Man PS5 remaster.
Yeah, and the way I got mine was when I bought my PS5 at launch. You were forced in if you wanted one at launch, you had your better bet was to get the store bundles through like a place like GameStop or Best Buy or
but those are a little different. Those are for the stores trying to add on to things.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I remember when I bought my PS5, they forced me to buy either a game or a controller with it, or they wouldn't sell me the console. I'm like, the fuck are you talking? I bought Elden Ring though, so
See, I had luck with that. I got the day one hookup, and mine came directly from Sony. So
Mr. High Roller with his day one PS5. Wow, what do you play games? Fucking nerd.
No,
we don't
'cause-
play names. We cry about culture war shit.
Me
Level
play
of
games? I
retail
don't have
plus
time.
Digital games sold in the United States as accessed by Circana's retail constellation, plus their direct access to the storefronts.
Yeah, so not just some dude from Best
Yeah,
Buy
that's-
in Texas.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
I thought you were done. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, which again, that was another thing. Was that Smash the one who had the
No.
the retro store?
It's Craig, but they have this, and I don't care if this gets clipped or sent, but they have this problem where they source that and it goes to that Park Place, which that Park Place is now linked up with Geeks and Games. I'm not sure where Smash is because there's everybody's saying hail this, hail that, hail the 199 in his openings. I don't know where his allegiance is, but what they're doing is a very old tactic, and Colin will get into that where he talks about I believe he called it, I have it in my notes, data farms or data mills, where they would go and they would do samples from retailers to get they would get samples from retailers, larger retailers, to get estimates on pre-orders, and kind of like when you do a survey, when you have a survey of 2,000 people, you can get an idea based off of demographic and all.
Sure.
That doesn't work anymore, especially with the shift in retail. And, especially when that retailer's Best Buy, which again is a long time physical buyer, Best Buy's never really had a great pre-order program. The only way to pre-order from Best Buy, to my knowledge today, is to have the Best Buy website or app, and you just basically arrange for a store pickup on the day it's released, and that's how their pre-order system works.
And also, they're a storefront that has been, at least up here in Canada, what I've noticed is they're shrinking their gaming section slowly and slowly and slowly.
It's not even slow.
Well, in certain places, I know the one where I am, I don't even know what the fuck's happening to it, if it closed down or renovating or whatever, but they fucking emptied the entire gaming section. Is just gone. They sold the fucking display switch, right? So things are bad at the Best Buy.
Yeah, just to put it into context for you guys, because you guys have a lot more competition when it comes for places where you can go and physically buy or pick up your hardware. There's no competition up here. It's Walmart and Best Buy, and that's it. That's literally all the places that you can physically.
Games EB if you're lucky, and also for some reason the Shoppers Drug Mart where you get your pharmaceuticals.
There you go.
It's not that much better in the States, to be honest.
Yeah, no.
Target and maybe a mom and pop GameStop or mom and pop game shop and then GameStop, but it's not much better in the States for making it. We have Amazon, but that's not brick and mortar.
Well, if I may interject too, because you live in a different region from me, we got a local chain out here called Meijer, and Meijer has basically gutted their entire gaming section. Walmart is, very small. The only gaming section that's still around at a lot of these places is just the Switch games. Even the PlayStation games have been massively reduced. It's just all controllers, digital currency, and if you're lucky, maybe like a few physical games. And that changes by also if you're closer to a city or not too.
My Walmarts are a little bit better. They tend to have a larger selection of, it's a huge selection of Switch games. Absolutely. You would think that it was still physical was king, the way how many Switch games they carry at the 4 Walmarts I shop at. The PlayStation stuff's now down to 2 cases. It used to be 3. And now it's we have a half a case for Xbox, but then it's all controllers and game cards. And, they have the 3 different varieties of the console there. Well, 4 actually. They have the 2 flavors of the Series X and then the 2 flavors of the Series S, the black and the white one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Most places.
All right. Well, that's enough about fucking Best Buy, huh? Let's keep going here, because this is, again, the Circana data stuff. We're gonna get into that, and we're gonna really try to. I think we all really want to hit this point, because I think it is important to kind of hit why Circana is being used.
Why it matters.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Did you?
I was just going to say, so famously, Circana actually has incomplete data when it comes to, say, Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't share their digital sales, but they can't hide their retail sales because Circana gets that from the retailers themselves. So Nintendo can't do anything about it. On the other hand, Ubisoft recently pulled out of Circana, so their numbers don't appear anymore at all.
Okay.
So,
which is why you don't see Shadows on that
this
list.
argument about Yote is strange. Is it's not if it's doing well or it's not. I don't think it's selling as well as Tsushima did. I think that there's probably a few reasons for that are notable and interesting. But it's certainly doing well. 18th in the United States after 3 days on one console is objectively impressive. It's not January or February. We're talking about August numbers. So now we have a stack of games from Monster Hunter Wild and all the EA sports games to other things.
Let me actually ask you about that, because I was thinking about that before the stream. 18th after 3 days, I guess, on the surface does sound pretty impressive. But then if you take a step back and consider it's a AAA title.
Oh my God.
And how many AAA titles launch every year? And
how many AAA titles launch on one system and not PC?
Yeah. Again, this is a whole argument. How many AAA games launch each year? I don't know if that argument really matters as much, because again, this is all games.
Right.
Again, we get into this later. Circana does point of sale data from Steam. They take it from a bunch of places online digitally. So that includes like stuff like Schedule 1 and Repo, I would assume, would be included in this data because of that
Steam's a retailer
sales system. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it being 18th best selling out of every game that's come out this year, I don't care if it's AAA or not. That is still impressive. Now, AAA, it means the budget's going to be higher, so there's a higher threshold it has to hit to actually recover its money. But again, if it's hitting 18th after 3 days, it's going to recover that money, unless there is some sort of cataclysmic drop-off.
Yeah. It matters to JT because this whole thing shatters his narrative, so he has to go to the conspiracy that Circana is manipulating data to make this game look better, when it's not the case. There's no conspiracy, and JT just can't accept that and won't accept that. And he thinks that there's some grand conspiracy where Sony's making this game pop up on the list so that people have more confidence in it, when that's not the case.
Well, and again, also, if Circana's putting out bad information, that literally invalidates the entire reason people pay them money for what they do. That destroys
it's bad business. Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, if we're gonna look at these other games on this list here, let's go over all the games that they talk about that are woke and bad, and they've said or made some videos about. Monster Hunter Wild, they said was woke. Borderlands 4, they said was going to be woke.
None of them seem to think Silent Hill F is woke, yet it is.
Hold on. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Remember the controversy with that one?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. They put Elden Ring Nightmare, they said was woke.
Expedition 33, they said for a couple days was woke,
and then it was unsafe target to fly over because they would get flack, and then they're like, "I love it, best game of all time."
When Battlefield 6 gets thrown on there, Kingdom Come Deliverance as well. Basically, every fucking major game this year they said was fucking woke, except for Stellar Blade, which actually is only getting released on PC this year. So
yeah.
Well, we can't also forget too. They tried to make Split Fiction to be woke. That's on this list here. Civilization 7, they also said was giant and woke and everything, and it's like the number 20th game on the list of all year. So they just attack almost everything, you know. Yeah. So like it doesn't really matter. Like when you call everything woke, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, it's like the left calling everybody a bad guy from World War II.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Boy Who Cried Wolf. Here's an interesting thing I thought of earlier today. The Boy Who Cried Wolf, you know. Here's something I thought of today, though, because I was thinking about this last night, and then I went to bed. I woke up this morning. I still was kind of thinking, because it was the last thing I saw before I went to bed. Huge mistake. Smash JT became my sleep paralysis demon.
Oh no,
not good. But here's the side thing. Has Smash JT ever quoted any of these articles talking about how gaming is dropping off? The stats on gaming dropping off? Because those are provided by Circana. So if he's ever quoting like, hey, people aren't buying as many video games, where does that information come from? It comes from Circana. I've seen this, and that's really how I know the name Circana, because whenever you see it, it's sourced by Circana. You go look in, Matt Episcopalian or whatever the fuck his name is. He works there, and And so that's how I know, just from actually reading the fucking news.
And I was going to say real quick that's the fallacy of this, is that if Yote was not on this list, he'd be gloating about it and be like, well, if you look at the Circana data, it's not even charting.
Yeah, it's the pivot. It's the damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Go try to move around and everything else here. Look, first off, we've already know Smash JT doesn't do any research. Okay.
Yeah.
The most research he does is probably wake up in the morning, scrolls through his Twitter feed, and or he'll like with these 4 fucking DMs that you see here is probably like one of his like, you know, gay DM groups where they go, here's the talking point of the day. Everyone, make sure you release the same video at the same time.
And we also know that he runs with fake stories. I mean, aside from the McDizzle thing, there's that Giga Bear Panda one that I pulled up.
Oh God, I forgot about that idiot.
Yeah. And he ran with that BioWare leak, which they never have actually come out and like taken credit for or exposed, but they, you know, the irony of that is that it ended up actually being close enough to the truth that nobody cared.
Yeah. Which is sad when you really think about it. Really sad.
Yeah. I mean, he does that a lot, and then he doesn't retract anything, which again goes to how he operates, and again is why he is a bit of a malicious actor, as the kids.
Malicious actor. I think that's. I think you're giving him too much credit. I think just a retard is a safer word.
He's a terrorist.
I was trying to be a bit nice. I feel like I've roasted the poor guy too. I feel like the Simpsons meme is in the back of my head. Stop! He's already dead.
Honestly, like it's kind of like if you're on the internet this much and you're spouting as much bullshit as Smash JT is, then you have every ounce of criticism, hate, whatever. It's totally justified and earned.
You deserve it.
You
deserve it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he deserves the Sky Bowl though.
No, he definitely deserves the Sky Bowl. Even 2 of them, I say.
Shaka's here in chat, and Shaka has a comment here, and I just want to say something to this comment. He says, I was shitting on Yote before it was cool. Everyone was shitting on Yote as soon as that trailer came out. That was
because they saw a woman and they all went,
I was actually excited for it, and then I remember we watched the
you're a piece of shit.
I am a piece of shit, but I was excited for it. And then the controversy happened, and I changed my mind because I did like the first game.
I did too.
But if you remember, like literally seconds after that trailer happened in the State of Play, people were saying, "Oh my God, they made it woke. They did all that stuff." That happened immediately. Yeah, Ghost of Woke. I remember that. Yeah, like we were covering it on Gronking, and I was looking on Twitter, and it was literally just woke.
Oh, people did their homework on the actress pretty quickly as well, and you know, again, I don't like anything that she says or represents, but the unfortunate angle is you're going to find that's 90% of the people that are, you know, if not more, 95% that are brought in that are people that, you know, really have highly opposing views to even the centrists.
Yeah.
To be honest, all right, hold on. There's something that Shock says here I kind of want to bring up. So many people told me I was judging it too early, but not that the voice actor is a blue-haired freak. Now it's okay to shit on it. I don't really know anyone that's really shitting on, you know, Ghost of Yote now, to be honest with you, for like it being a bad game or anything.
It's a completely apolitical game. That's the irony of it all.
Yeah, I honestly have not heard anyone say anything bad about this game besides for they tried to lie about like there's lesbian sex in it.
There's not.
And that was it. That was it. They literally had to lie about it, you know,
because I'm a piece of shit and I'm a freak and I like that shit. But anyways,
that was the issue with Kingdom Come Deliverance as well, right? They kept spreading the lie about, oh, this game is gay. This game is gay. No, it was a choice.
And then they all went down the gay.
They all were gay.
And they all went through the gay shit to be like, see, it's gay. I told you. And it's like, you have to choose to be gay, though.
And I spent 30 hours trying to seduce this man. Yeah. That shows I'm straight, right, guys?
As Jono said, you really have to work for it. And Jono's a big fan of that franchise. It actually did play the game on stream. And he didn't do that. He didn't go down that route, but he's just like, I'm not seeing it. These people really had to jump through some hoops, man.
Right.
Or they watched an what was it that Mazza said? They all watched an IGN tutorial on
that's right.
And Kingdom Come, and he's like, that's another level. Like, you're gay already just for watching an IGN tutorial, but then an IGN tutorial on how to be gay.
I wanted to prove to everyone that I'm not gay by getting all the gay.
Like I haven't played it, but like John is pretty much like, you know, he's like, I trust him on it.
Yeah. Jono doesn't seem capable of lying, and I say that in a good way.
Yeah, well, for me, it's a problem because I will be incarcerated because of the things he's seen me do. But that's another story for another day.
Let's get back to this. Sorry, I think we should get this going.
Now, towards the end of the year, so there's been a lot of time that's passed. Would you say 20, 30 AAA titles a year come out or so?
Yeah, I think it probably depends on how you even define that number. It's probably more than that, actually. Like if you consider games that will never chart but are pretty good and certainly AAA, like a Chronos or a Hell Is Us or something like that, you could probably get to something more like 50. But even if you wanted to call those AA games or whatever, the point is that the numbers are, or the charts are organized by dollar sales, and they know the numbers, and people with Circana access can see the numbers, but they don't share them because that's the product that they're selling. We have to remember that.
I don't really. I want to take you to task on that. I don't buy that.
But it's true. I've seen the numbers. I had a subscription
I think we
to it.
disagree on that point right there. I don't think it's the product they're selling. I think it's their withholding to maintain good graces with these companies, because otherwise the companies are not going to continue to provide them the numbers. If they
I've watched this interview twice now, and it's just like, at no point does he ever say what his basis is for that conspiracy.
Nope, none. Brings no evidence to the table either.
Oh yeah, this is him just being like, I don't know, I feel like that's what they're doing. It's pretty obvious. They're a company that sells data, right? They're basically like close to like what a polling company would be. They're not exactly a polling company, but they, in the sense of they aggregate a bunch of data, and then they sell that data because, well, it takes time and it takes money and it takes effort to aggregate that data. They want to be reimbursed for that,
their work.
Business. And some companies will put out some free teasers, like Matt Piscatella putting out stuff. They put out little, I tried. Look, I can learn sometimes. Ape knows how to use his thumbs now. But he'll put out like a couple little teasers about like, oh, this is the information in there, right? A lot of polling companies, and this is what they do. Don't ask why I know this. I just know this. Political polls. They're all done by these polling companies. That's not how actually they make their money. They make their money off of selling polls to private businesses. The political poll is a way of them showing that their data is accurate. You want to have the most accurate data, and it looks good because you're doing a public service. It's a teaser for companies to come in and they can point to being like, hey, that election that happened, we were accurate with our polls.
Yep.
That's what they do. And in a sense, that's what Circana is doing when Matt Piscatella puts his stuff out on Blue Sky, or they put this like kind of little teasers and little bits of information in.
They're not want people to buy their data.
Yeah, they're not going to give you their whole product for free. That would mean they don't make any money as a business.
And Colin even goes into this. He talks about how they tried that during the PS3 era. I mean, really, that the whole generation of consoles, and it backfired on them, where people were upset that they were withholding the data. Because again, you do have to give them like a sample. If you don't know what you're buying and you don't know, how accurate it is, or you don't have a litmus for it, then why would you buy into it as an analyst? Why would you want to have like, hey, we have data. Okay, well, what do you have? Oh, well, you got to buy for us to even show you.
Yeah, and on top of that too, let's just cut to the fucking chase here. Smash is basically saying that there's massive collusion and fraud going on here, and he could be right. It's not, don't put it past multi-billion-dollar companies to collude and commit fraud, but it's also every year it's like the same numbers have been very consistent every year.
Yeah.
And like it will like be a blip where it's like 1 month, like this game will pop up for a month and then go back down to like the top 25 like the next month.
Let's just go even simpler, okay? Like Smash, you fucking retard. If you think this is a bad business model, stop putting any of your stuff behind a paywall. It's literally the exact same thing.
Yeah. And also, if you're Smash, you're a fucking idiot, because again, like you said, Carl, he's accusing them of colluding and fraud.
Yeah. All of them.
I'm sorry, that's a suable fucking offense. Buddy, you think Alyssa Mercante is going to drain your kid's fucking school fund? Holy shit, you're going to not even have that fucking shed or the webcam you're using to film this on if you try doing this shit. And honestly, Matt Piscatella knows who you are. These people at Circana know who you are. You better pray. I'm Smash JT, I am getting on my hands and knees, crying, begging God for a little bit of mercy that they don't try to sue me. Because guess what? You can get sued and you would fucking lose, because they will be like, here's all the information that we have in this lawsuit. And also, even if let's assume it doesn't get through a lawsuit, he's not going to have the money to fight it.
He doesn't even have the money to fight this current lawsuit. Good luck fighting Microsoft.
He's also too smug, stupid, and arrogant to even claim to plead ignorance, because if he went to court over something like that and they were like, hey, you're spreading misinformation, disinformation, you're defaming our company and our practices, he'd be like, well, you guys are pushing a narrative, and his lawyer just sees him as a mark.
You guys say correctly, rock star lawyer.
This rock star lawyer just sees him as a mark and be like, you tell him, JT, you keep telling him, because he knows that he's just going to get him to raise money. He knows he's not going to win either of these things. He just sees him as a pay pig, and then he's going to walk away going like, oh, Ron, he thinks his lawyer is his friend, which is the stupidest. I don't care if you have a great lawyer that's giving you a great rate, even if they're working for you pro bono, your lawyer is never your friend.
Yeah, this is bad. Do we want to keep going on this one?
Yeah, we got
we got to do it. Yeah.
Possible. Would you agree with that?
No, because
and that's the weasel word. So would you agree with that?
And I can understand why people might think that, but the real value in the data. So think about like the number or the charts that they send out every month as like the hors d'oeuvre. And it's like, if you want more than that, that's sit at the table. It costs thousands of dollars to join Circana. As I said to you on Twitter, and I can expand on it, is like when I was at IGN many years ago and was still NPD group, we had a Circana. It was an NPD subscription at the time. It cost 6 figures. And you're contractually obligated to not share the numbers.
NPD was the name for them before. They've been around for 59 years.
Numbers that they would often give different people different numbers to try to track leaks.
Now, why is that?
My assumption, I don't really know. My assumption is that it's probably something to do with like, if we have everyone buying in and sharing numbers and being honest and equitable, then we should probably universally protect the numbers from being publicly exposed, because it's really a part of a data set that can be, as it is happening now, I think, with Yote.
I don't think Colin actually explained this in the best way. I think he got
he didn't.
No. It comes down to this. If they allow...
Very specific number.
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to really this. Why, if it's a problem, if people who buy into this start putting the numbers out there, because if, let's say, Extra Zero decides to buy, and then he puts the numbers out there the day they come out, what incentive is there for any of us here to buy? We'll just go to Extra Zero's version. Again, it's like a pirated movie in a sense of, if I can watch it for free, why would I pay for it? It either has to be much easier to get to, which it's not when it's data sets like this, or it had to be a better quality, which with data that's not going to happen.
Right. And another thing that Colin points out later in this stream, because he keeps having to remind JT that professionally and legally he can't reveal the Circana numbers just like that.
Right.
But he also says that, like, for the very longest time, you had to actually take the data that they provided and you had to try and extrapolate to figure out what the actual sales figures were. So you were just getting completely raw data that you had to interpret. So if that were just out in the open to like any Joe Schmo, you'd get fucking retards like Smash JT who would read this chart and be like, oh, well, this game made $100 billion. And it's like, no, nigga, like it literally just made like $50 million once you put in all of these other factors.
Well, it's also another thing.
His math doesn't math.
Right.
But we're also seeing companies like PlayStation, Microsoft, and insert a lot of other things out there that are changing up how they calculate people. It's like active users, monthly users,
And that's one area where I'll call out Colin when it comes to his numbers for the Veilguard, because he's mistaken there.
Yeah.
Right. This is also just to quickly add before we get back to it. And this is another big thing that really changed during COVID is like gaming subscription services kind of blew up. It wasn't just Game Pass. Like Ubisoft got their own one. EA got their own one. Right. So now when these are AAA companies, they don't just report sales figures anymore because it's hard to extrapolate and put physical sales digital sales, storefront, retail, whatever sales, and then also combine that with people that are on your subscription service. So as someone who is reporting, it makes far more sense to just say active users, because that's something that is easy to track regardless.
Yeah, it's like how companies sell your data to other companies. It's basically the same thing, active users.
And when he says the giving specific numbers, it's like basically if I said if Cream told me, hey, the game sold 1,361,000 copies, and then all of a sudden, Carl starts tweeting it, it's like obviously that exact metric came from Extra Zero, and that's they're not giving wildly different numbers, but when people start exposing specific numbers down to the single digit, that was their tactic. For
I would assume that Smash is one of these guys who is pro-business. He wants businesses to flourish.
Well, you're going to be surprised when he talks about where he worked.
Oh, yeah. I know. That made me think, honestly, in the back of he probably did work there, right? But in the back of my head, I'm kind of like, that might be bullshit there, but
he did work there, but he plays up his role, and I have the receipts.
No, really?
Crumbs? Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to get there pretty soon, so.
Yeah, somewhat misrepresented. I think it's a big reason why Ubisoft left Circana is because Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws were widely attacked for their sales figures, but Assassin's Creed Shadows, so in July was the last month that Assassin's Creed Shadows would have been posted on Circana, and at that point, it was the third best-selling game in the United States for the year. So I just think that, like, you can feel how you want about Yote, about it being woke, about people not liking it, about the actress, about Sucker Punch, all those kinds of things, but Circana data is the gold standard of data. It's the only really reliable data we have. And you have to obviously garner other things about it because it's the United States only. But the US is the biggest core gaming market in the world. If you assume certain things about the data is true, for instance, Western Europe reflecting, or Latin America reflecting these numbers, but in lesser numbers, you can kind of start putting a picture together. That's why I'm a little surprised why people aren't super, like, I think it's a fun puzzle.
You're saying it's the gold standard, and I'm surprised that people aren't just going along with it. And I would push back saying, because there is, and I think you'd agree with this, there's a lot of trust me, bro, with it. Like, it's not hard numbers. It's
hard numbers if you have access to the data. That's what I'm telling you. Like, when I accessed the subscription, it was hard numbers.
But because they don't give the full transparency to those numbers,
boy, he is struggling to get this bullshit out of his mouth.
Psychologically manipulate how people should feel about something.
He's trying to be so verbose too.
I mean,
it's a psyop.
I really think, I don't know how long you've been tracking like NPD numbers. The NPD numbers.
You're muted, Cream.
You're like the psyop. That was a psyop in and of itself.
That's what he's trying to say. It's a psyop. It's all psyop.
Dude, I think Circana muted my fucking mic. Dude. Come on.
It's so strange because you can look at gaming and it's being run the exact same way as the movie and television industry. They're using the exact same formula. So even without the numbers, you can more or less extrapolate and apply the same rules that movies and television are doing to gaming. And the Circana, the numbers are still going to be fudged either way. We just found out 5 days ago the actual cost of Disney acquiring Lucasfilms and how much all of their Disney Star Wars films have made. We just definitively learned that.
Yeah.
This isn't information that people pull out willy-nilly. Transparency is not a thing because at the end of the day, the consumer is a very small part of a reason to justify sharing those numbers. They want shareholders to see it. They want investors to see it because ultimately those are the people that are keeping the business running.
Yes.
Your wallet doesn't make a fucking difference. There's an endless pit of money behind all of these companies that will still function and still put out shit regardless of whether you give them $70 or not, which is inherently why the vote with your wallet thing doesn't work from a financial standpoint. It works from a signaling standpoint.
I'm laughing too because these people also still go out and buy these woke games, or they have their audience gifted to other people and stuff. They all play it and do it. We've seen it. We've seen streamers that their audiences will go out there and buy the games for them.
Cabrutus plays every game that he tells people not to play.
Exactly. And their whole point is like
Dustborn or whatever they were all playing.
All of them.
They loved
Veilguard,
it.
Dustborn, Assassin's Creed Shadows. They played it. Concord. They've all played it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Craig proudly shows off his trophies of look at me, guys. I have 3 physical copies of the game.
Yeah, he went and paid. He went and paid market price, like fucking. What are you RSR? Whatever the fucking rate is that the companies tell everyone to sell the game.
MSRP.
Yeah, MSRP. RESEP. Fucking whatever.
RESPCT.
It's 10 o'clock. I can't spell past 11 a.m. But he paid the full amount for 2 or 3 copies of that fucking game as soon as it was announced it was shutting down. Like, again, you're a fucking idiot. You think the game's terrible, but then you're funding it and you're literally giving the money to Sony saying, yes, and they look at that as like, hey, this guy liked it. These people liked it. This part of Dallas bought like a couple copies of it.
Little fun thing. I'm checking eBay right now, and sealed copy like that. The price of that game is plummeted, and there is a sealed copy as low as $11.49 and another one for $13.99.
Damn,
so,
you need to get on that.
Yeah.
But again, they all play these games that they don't like, and as opposed to playing games they do like. How many of these people played Space Marine last year?
I can't even name any.
It was fucking awesome, man. I love that.
That was great. That was awesome. I was so excited when I saw it at the Game Awards because I was like, damn, this is a sequel I've been waiting for.
With them playing games thing, it's God, this goes back to that stupid, like they're just stuck in 2015, 2016. Like I see some of these people actually go and play games and they don't play anything new. They just play what is safe and what they played 10, 15, 20 years ago and loved. So like they actually have no concept of what current gaming is like. And that's why it is wholly stupid. Like you've actually got a dent in your head or you're missing chromosomes if you think that 2025 has been an abysmal gaming year with how much variety has come out and with how much quality variety has come out nonetheless.
If I may add on to the Vex's point real quick too, they also will just play garbage games and try to gaslight you like this is so much better than what is out there right now. You can't find anything at all. And it's just like, oh, cool. You're playing a fucking game where you play as a retarded hot dog that you will only remember for like this stream and this stream only. And then you'll make stupid comments saying like, this is so much better than insert any other game, you know?
I just want to name a couple games that came out this year, and they're going to vary from AAA to lower. All right. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Okay.
Yep.
We had that. We had Monster Hunter, although it was glitchy and there was a lot of problems with it. People who were playing through the game and didn't have glitches liked it.
It's getting better.
We had Expedition 33. We had the Oblivion remake. We had Atomfall, which kind of fell through the cracks a little bit, it seems.
It totally fell through the cracks.
I ended up not playing it, and I was so excited to play it. And what I did play of it, I was really enjoying. And then it's just everything started coming out around that time too.
That was so Oblivion for me. Oblivion dropped, and then I dropped Atomfall.
And so it just ended up doing it like making it so I didn't play it. What else do we have? We have Battlefield. We have
Chronos, Hell is Us.
Yeah, like Colin said at the beginning, those are 2 really good, AA horror games that are out there that are really good. There's been a lot of people that really have enjoyed, Silent Hill F. I know quite a few people. The new Pokemon game they tried to sync, but it sold 5.8 million copies, and a lot of people love it.
You know what's crazy?
They only need to sell like 4 fucking copies to make that goddamn budget.
200,000 copies to break even. That's how low budget it was.
And speaking of low budget, what about stuff like Repo and Schedule 1?
Exactly.
And how many other games? Silk Song, Peak,
Expedition
33, which was a lower budget game. It wasn't like low budget like Peak or any of these indies, but it was a AA game. It was AA pricing, and it's probably the biggest game, like the game that most people who are active gamers were talking about this year.
Marvel Rivals came out this year as well, and people were all over that.
Yeah, and that's a free to play game. That was
You haven't even talked about a game like Split Fiction 2, which also came out and was really big and is like super consumer friendly, published by EA. That game is awesome. Was
Helldivers this year or was that last year?
Helldivers was Xbox this year. It was last year though.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much good shit that came out this year, and
still
last
stuff to
year
come.
was also good.
Yeah, just this month alone, games like Ninja Gaiden, Keeper, and even
Ninja
Outer
Gaiden
Worlds
4.
2. Outer Worlds 2 has been getting a lot of like good reviews from a lot of people as well.
The Angry Video Game Nerd game 8-bit game came out. I played that in a sitting last night. It was
The
fantastic.
Alex Jones game, did that come out this year?
That was
that
2 years ago.
Fuck.
2 years
Shit.
ago. Yeah.
Either way, we're like the real Game Awards. We count that as this year.
Yeah.
Also,
there's so many-
we had a
there's so
new
many good-
Yakuza game too. Sorry to cut
Yeah.
you off, but like we
Yes,
had a really fun Yakuza game where that takes place
Donkey
as
Kong.
Oh yeah, Donkey Kong. We can't forget about that
Mario
as well.
Kart. We got a new fucking console this year. Like this is a really good fucking year.
Wasn't there a Sonic racing game in there?
Yeah,
this year as well?
Crossworlds is actually up in some Game of the Year awards.
And it's got Minecraft Steve in there, Vex. So you know it's a 10 out of 10 banger.
There
because
you
of
go.
that.
Like how are you sitting here in 2025 and saying that gaming still sucks? Like that's a lot of variety right there.
Well,
that's a lot of
Because
variety right
when
there.
you build your whole audience off of that, you don't know how to pivot. That's the problem.
That's exactly it. Yep.
Yeah,
and we missed a bunch like Arc Raiders and Deadlock, and there's so many. I don't even remember one. Deadlock's not
Metal
really-
Gear Delta.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Metal Gear Delta too. Yeah,
we could literally go on for like half an hour just naming off games. There's so many fucking good games. And again, to quote IGN, the infamous line that I love in every review, there's a little something for everyone, but there genuinely is a little something for everyone right now. It doesn't matter what type of gaming you like, there's something there for you to enjoy.
And the year's not done yet. That's another thing too. There's still a lot of really good games at the very tail end and even next month that are going to come out.
And so, to tie it back to all of this, the fact that Ghost of Yotei is 18th best-selling for the entire year says a lot, considering how much quality came out this year. Okay?
On multi-platform. This is on
we-
one platform
Yeah.
alone. Still,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
that
we had a
blows
new
my mind.
Doom game this year. We had,
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
dude.
actually fun.
Yeah,
Oh, we had Dune Awakening as well this year.
Yeah, Death Stranding
did.
2, which surprisingly I found to be a good game.
We had that game Rematch people were talking about for a hot minute, the soccer one. I mean, there was a lot of variety, but let's get back into the fucking mental cesspool that is Smash JT.
Go all the way back to the mid '90s. So, and
I mean, I'm not new to this world either.
No, I'm not saying you
used
are,
to
but-
work at Sony. I've been in the game industry myself. I'm not some random dude that just turned on a camera one day. So this is not new to me either.
Extra, is it time for you to bring up those receipts? I think
It's in the private chat.
Okay, hold on. Let me just go fill my water bottle
But-
before you. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
god!
But
Oh my God.
there's a little bit more context here because I would let him get through the next 45 seconds, I think, before you pull up the receipts about what he actually did at Sony. We'll
just wait a minute
Yeah.
till Vex gets back. But chat, it's been a while. How is everybody doing so far? It seems like everyone's doing all right. You guys having a good night, hopefully, and enjoying us talking about Smash JT. It's very original. No one else has talked about him yet. So
Cream, if
I'm
you
glad-
can, could you go back to Gigawatts? He had a good point in the chat. It's up a little bit. Is it a catch-22? That's the one I'm talking about.
Is it a catch-22? They play the games that they say are bad, or people tell them they can't judge the game if they haven't played it yet. I think it's literally them just playing the games that they think are bad because they know that people are going to pay them money to hate on it. I think that's why.
I want to add more to this because I think I addressed it a little bit briefly earlier. But the problem is that they do this thing called poisoning the well.
Yeah.
Well before we even get to see the game come out. So they spend, let's say, one whole month saying this game is woke, this game's bad, finding every little nitpick article that they can, taken in context and or out of context. And they tell their audience and get them into this like fervor of like, this is woke, this is bad, fall of Western civilization, as we joked about before. And when sometimes they'll play the game and then they'll be like, oh, it's good. It's so good. It's so wonderful and great. And I feel like when I hear them say that, it's like, I don't really care about your opinion because you just spent, so much time and effort trying to bring down the walls of Jericho here that I don't really feel like I care about your view. Like, okay, cool. You like it. So what are you going to do next time? You're going to do the same thing. You're going to try to grift off of it. You're trying to get money. You're still going to go out there. You're still going to spend money on these quote unquote woke games. And then they're going to be like this little infighting in between their little gaggle of friends. And then they're all going to buy the game regardless still.
Yeah. Just a couple games that came out this year. Myco Punk is another one. And this is going to sound like a joke, but I did genuinely enjoy playing this. It's a game called Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. I opened a portal to hell in the favela trying to retrieve meets Aya. I need to close it. It plays like a old school Doom. And it is genuinely actually a fun game to play, and it's funny as fuck.
Oh, we forgot
that
they
game's
also
like
released...
$1 or some shit. So
they also released 3 Ninja Gaiden games this year. Ninja Gaiden Black 2, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, and 4.
They did.
Yeah. And we also got a new Shinobi game as well from Dotemu.
Yeah,
so
side scroller one. Yeah,
Dynasty War. Oh my god, we could keep fucking going all night with the.
Yeah,
that might be something to talk about later.
Let's see the
all right,
and that's not trying to.
Before you said you wanted to see like 20 more seconds of this extra before.
Because Colin gets into a point here, like, so JT's going to go on about working for Sony, and Colin's going to have a really good rebuttal to what he has to say about his time with Sony Online Interactive. So, play it, and I'll tell you when it's time for the receipt, if that's cool.
Wait, did you say you worked at Sony?
Sony Online Entertainment.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know that I would imagine SOE was incredibly attracted to the NPD numbers at the time, knowing that they were contributing to them.
Not necessarily. It was more MMORPG, longevity stuff. They didn't really care about that when I was there, at least. Not that I noticed.
It's surprising that I don't know. I've never really heard of people working in the industry and not understanding that like these are like probably the only data set we really get that can be super reliable, as opposed to like VG charts. I don't know how they do it now.
Look at JT's
I remember
face.
back in the day, a lot of it was like they would call random stores and have like basically a data set that they would put the numbers into and try to garner the numbers and then correct them later. Alinea does a very similar thing. They have like kind of a bespoke data system where they try to garner the numbers and then they make backwards corrections. But the only thing I'm trying to say is that this particular data, you don't see the transparent numbers if you don't subscribe. At least I don't know how it is anymore, but this is the way it was when I used to read the numbers.
He's really real in here.
Excel spreadsheets that were many thousands of cells long. And what I was saying on my show recently was like, we would at IGN often scroll to the bottom because random shit would get ingested. Like a random 32X game was dug up behind someone's, in the back room of an EB. And
I just want to pause for a second. One, he is kind of like, holy shit, what do I say? What do I say?
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell he's, again, like Vex said earlier, where he wasn't paying attention. He was looking at his chat.
Mm-hmm.
He's off looking at his second monitor. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see me over here, I'm looking at my second monitor. If you see me here, I'm looking at my main monitor. You can tell easily. Now, my second monitor is where I have this video up, so whatever. I'm still paying attention.
He's hoping the chat bails him out. That's what I think.
Now, the chat is like at this point saying, "Show the numbers." Sony is scared. The numbers are fake. Mason, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy's an idiot. Colin wasting time. So he's like, he knows he's caught in a lie here, and this is a good point. Pull up what I shared, because this is what Smash actually did at Sony. So he had no problem saying, I worked at Sony Online Entertainment, and trying to say it in a way that gave him credibility, because that's really how he presented it. We'll get to which one right here. I just found right here. Yes, and then JT like tries to say, "Oh, you cut it off," but
we'll get to cutting off stuff.
Yeah.
So this guy right here writes, I just found out why he said he works at Sony Online Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then I also work for Sony, EA, Ubisoft, Criterion, TT Games, and Supermassive Games by his definition. Absolutely anyone can be a QA test.
That's right. He said he was a QA tester so many times.
Fuck.
Yeah,
what?
he actually, you're right, because I couldn't remember what he did.
Yeah,
bro.
And this is like saying like, oh yeah, well, I worked for Walmart corporate, but you were just the front desk. You were the receptionist.
This is like saying I'm working at
Yeah.
This isn't new information, by the way. This is information that's been out there for a very long time.
I know. Yeah.
But again, like the audience that he has cultivated, just like the lawsuit, they refuse
like Grums.
Right. They refuse to do any of their own research.
Right.
And this isn't hard to find because JT doesn't cover his tracks. He's not smart enough for that.
Right. But it's all about his posturing. Like this has been around for a while. And as I mentioned, I know quite a bit about JT going back to the Amico days. He's posturing it like, well, I'm an authority on this. I work for Sony. But then he gets scared when it might come up that, oh, wait, what did you do for Sony? Oh, so you had absolutely nothing to do with the numbers. Not that there's anything, inherently wrong about the position he was in, but he was trying to posture himself like he was an authority on this when really the position he was in was just, did the game have bugs or not?
He's like Kathleen Kennedy. He just got the coffee.
Which, by the way, is it being a QA tester is kind of useful if you're going to review games. I mean, that is a useful thing. Is he's a fucking idiot, but anyone with half a brain would actually be able to do something really useful with that, where they don't have to lie or embellish what they did. They can be like, hey, I was a QA tester with Sony. They don't need to fucking overstate their authority. Like, again, he's trying to have
he's overselling
an authority over this when really Colin is the one with more experience.
23 years just in the industry.
It's like when I talk about how I was sponsored to play Pokemon. I go like, yeah, I was sponsored to play it, but the caveat is I wasn't like the best. I wasn't always like the greatest, at all like that. It was an experience. I could say I did it, but I'm nowhere near like the best player that was like going everywhere in the world.
You wanted to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Fuck, you took it out of my mouth.
That was his real test.
Someone take that out of context real quick. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, and Jono, you're right here. I mean, QA testing has the experience calling up flaws, but that's not the finance department.
Right. Nothing to do with analytics.
Now, here's the thing. My dog is very upset about that.
Wagon. Quiet, Wagon.
He's very upset. I think he heard a fucking mosquito fly by the house.
He heard the sky bull land.
Oh no!
He's coming for me. No,
he's coming for your mom, Cream. Hide her.
Oh, not good. Not again. Oh man.
Sky Bulls International.
Tell Devontae to keep it down this time. I want to sleep and not sleep tonight.
He brought Dark Side Trill.
Oh no, not Trey. That's a fate worse than death. Oh god. Again, I'm not going to say I'm a financial expert here. Okay, I'm not a financial expert. I do like looking at finance stuff because I'm autistic and I find a sexual thrill in looking at spreadsheets, especially about Ubisoft. Yeah. But again, I have looked at this stuff in the past. It's not just about because I like to invest money. Okay. I like to look into the companies I'm investing, and I'm not the most knowledgeable person. But I try to take whatever knowledge I have and put that forward when I do talk about these situations. Right. But I'm not going to act like, oh, I have this finance degree from fucking McDickhead University. Yeah, Rutgers. Yeah, Rutgers. Fucking. I went to Harvard for finance. It's like no, I'm a fucking idiot who went to college, not university, community college. I'll have you mind.
Hell yeah, community college dropout.
Yeah,
let's go.
Shut it. Can we get black power fists for community college real quick? But again, that's
I feel them in the chat for colleges.
Yeah, that's my knowledge base, right? I don't know why he has to overstate his knowledge base. No one's going to fault him for not knowing what you... I mean, some people will try to, but you can't fault someone for not knowing something if they genuinely don't know. I mean, when somebody is acting like they know what they're talking about and then they don't, that's a problem. And that's where it becomes an issue. And the fact that he could have easily solved all of his fucking problems when he fucks up, apologize, and work to do better. Literally, people don't actually... I mean, some people will try to lord it over your head like a sword of Damocles, but for the most part, people are pretty decent. That if you say, oh yeah, that's my bad, I fucked up. Yeah. Nobody gives a shit. Like legit, everyone's like, oh, okay, whatever. But now his whole thing has become he doubles down, he triples down, he quadruples down. And this entire fucking live stream is him doing that in real time with somebody who actually knows, comes in and tries to do a good faith conversation with them. And by the end is just thinking this guy might be one of the dumbest people I've ever had the displeasure of meeting in my life.
You know what? Like, Smash reminds me of that kid who would always lie about the dumbest shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone knew, like, they had that one friend that you knew he was a liar and he just wanted to lie about, like, not even like big lies. He would just lie about like the small things, you know? And instead of just like saying like, yeah, I was just bullshitting, like, no, they have to double, triple, quadruple down, you know?
Yeah, actually, I got a girlfriend in Canada, bro.
You know, like, another thing too is like these are the people who like don't like, they don't believe in the motto of like there's no such thing as a stupid question.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't ask any questions because they're not paying attention, you know?
Yeah, and once he tells the lie, he commits to it. Like, even if he's disproven, he's still gonna be like, oh yeah, well, you know, that just never came up at my time with Sony. And it's like, brother, you were just testing games. You can admit that you had nothing to do with the finances or the analytics, but he'll still commit to that.
You were making sure that Killzone didn't go all fucking squirrely on people. You didn't make sure Killzone sold copies, you know?
Yeah. But it's like the precedent that Grums has set. And I think actually JT worked on EverQuest, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, so if someone knows for sure, but I think that he was like an EverQuest 2 guy.
Well, to go with your point here, though, Zero, it's kind of like the appeal to authority argument. That's what they're like gripping onto. Like, their fingernails are falling off with some of these people. That's how much they want to grip to it. Like, every time they talk about Grums, it's ex-Blizzard dev says this. You know, they want that.
Which is interesting because that's the exact argument that the journalists did during Gamergate at the beginning was we're the authority, we're the ones who talk about gaming all the time, and we're the ones who are knowledgeable about it. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now they've gripped on. Yeah. It's interesting. Let's keep going here because Colin is not angry enough for my liking. He's gonna get there though.
And they sold it, or like a Dreamcast game,
right?
And so like every little thing would be tracked.
Yep.
And what's funny is that I think you might have had a point about the unreliability of Circana data or NPD data as it was back in the day, maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But as of 2023, when they started ingesting the digital data directly from the storefronts, their numbers became extremely accurate. They're probably more accurate than they've ever been since the retail only era.
I'm not questioning how they're accurate with their numbers. I want to be very clear about that.
Yes, you are.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
he literally accused them of collusion and fraud.
Right.
Wait.
less than 3 minutes before this, he accused them of collusion and fraud.
I imagine that face is the same face that the Quarter Pounder made when he shit in Walmart.
Oh God!
That must be the face his wife makes every time she obligatorily needs to spread her legs.
God,
that's the face his wife makes every time the sky ball goes in the wrong hole.
My fucking stomach hurts, guys, from listening to that. Oh my God.
This is bad, man.
This is he backpedals so much so quickly throughout the rest of this. And this is a 5-hour stream, and Colin's only here for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah. The rest of it's cope, and then the best part is JT watches the stream again to talk about, and then
and then he watches review tech watching him, and it's like, what the fuck kind of lol cow inception is this shit?
God damn it!
It gets so fucked up, but we won't cover that part of it.
Then he like the craziest part is the last like 50 minutes of it. It's him booting up Microsoft Flight Simulator and pretending to be the Sky Bull.
Oh God, let's continue.
God,
I'm saying that they're not divulging the numbers to us, which allows for a lot of variables to enter the picture. Which
and see, this is the disingenuous thing is like Colin explains why they operate the way they do, that they can't just give the data away for free because there's people that source the data. It sucks, and he'll say it that like, yeah, I wish that there was complete transparency, but the fact of the matter is Circana has to scout people to get this data so they can sell it to companies who run analytics, who the analytics are important for, whether you're trying to track your competition, whether you're a major retailer trying to understand, how things are selling, if you're trying to allocate for digital, physical goods in your store. These are all going to be very important metrics to you so you can plan.
Right.
Yeah.
This is wild.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you interpret them not understanding
it gets
where
a
the
little
numbers come from,
worse.
then I think that's accurate.
I mean,
but
I
again, they're
understand where
not
the
going to
numbers
give
come
away
from.
the milk for free. They're not going to give it's
that,
an expensive
but I
product.
feel
They invest a lot of money
I
into
get
it.
that, but I feel like you're running defense for how it operates, which, okay, that's fair. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm asking for transparency.
Then why the fuck are we debating here if you're not saying I'm right? It's a debate.
Yeah.
No, it's not a debate according to all the cope I've been seeing online.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We didn't have opening arguments and closing arguments. We didn't have a moderator. It's not a debate, bro.
I would counter JT. It's like, well, then why do you paywall in your content if you're having meaningful discussions that are shifting the culture? Why shouldn't why should I be blocked off and restricted from hearing you speak the truth? If that's
I actually prefer it that I'm blocked off.
I know I have it muted. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. I don't like, when news, when I get linked to a site like a Times article or Forbes and it's paywalled, or Wall Street Journal, and I want to know what their take is, but it's paywalled, but I understand too that back in the day, you did have to pay for a newspaper. Not everything is free, and some outlets do prioritize paying their journalists and have a model. That's just how they operate. And if I disagree with that model, then I just don't pay for it.
Can we bring up what Jono just said here?
Yeah, sure. Jono says, I think the annoying thing for me is in all the years I've been following gaming, Circana has never been a major subject in the topics of sales, let alone mentioned in the talking about
because it
sales.
used to be NPD.
It used to be NPD, and the thing is, it wasn't brought up by just average gamer. It was brought up in news articles, right? But it wasn't. I think what Jono's saying is, it wasn't like a topic of discussion like this. And I think that's what he's getting to. It's like, why all of a sudden are we now trying to bring up this bullshit?
Yeah,
oh, go ahead, Cole.
Just to kind of also throw this in here, in my entire life of been following gaming, there's never been this big effort to also try to find out how much a game budget cost and everything else too, and then to sit down and make 7,000 videos about did it make money, did it not make money. It seems that it's just another one of those things that kind of take away from the game conversation about talking about the game in general. And it's been more inside baseball, because there's so many YouTube channels out there that we need to fill time some way, shape, or form,
Yeah. I mean, for me, I do like talking about game budgets and stuff because I'm again autistic retard. But I mean, that's secondary. I mean, it's always more about the games. And if you're talking more about the business end, you gotta really know the business end.
Yeah.
you gotta be actively a person who reports on the business end of it, not just somebody who's a talking head. If you want to talk about it a little bit, sure, but again, you got to make sure people know that you're not a financial fucking wizard. All right,
listen, all I'm gonna say is this. Sorry to cut you off, Cream, but I think you will agree with me. Just do whatever Peter Molyneux tells you to do, and you will make money.
Oh no!
I think real quick too. The reason why the NPD or Circana data in the past was never really made a big point of contention, because you had people that were analysts. The one person I used to hear talk about NPD the most was, I don't know if you guys used to watch him or not, but they used to have Michael Pachter, who's an analyst and was very involved with speaking to gamers. He used to be on Game Trailers.
I haven't heard that name in forever.
It's been a long time. I never was a big fan because I kind of viewed him as the Jim Cramer of market analysts. But
buy your Killzone Shadowfall stock now.
Not that bad, but most of the things that he predicted just didn't come to fruition. But
the Xbox One is going to be the best-selling console of all time.
I think that here now it's they think that they have a gotcha, and okay, well, if we can use the sales data to support our narrative and the bubble, the echo chamber that we are in, is people saying that they're not going to buy this game, they're boycotting this game, and to see that their boycott is not working, they're suddenly questioning the data because, well, how can the data be right? Everyone I talk to, excluding the fact that it's in their bubble, as we talked about, normies are the ones that are making these sales decisions. Assassin's Creed Shadows sold pretty well, despite the fact that a lot of people in our circles didn't care for the game. There's a lot of controversy around the game, and it still didn't result in that game. And again, they're not talking about that because, as we covered earlier, Ubisoft has stepped away from their Circana contract. But you're hearing about it now because it bucks the narrative, and it's sales data that they're having trouble digesting because it's counter to their narrative, and that's why it's the point of contention.
Yeah, agreed. All right, let's get back into this here.
And it seems like you're protecting how the operation works. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would love a system where we had a transparent, like actually Japan's a great example, although it's retail only. Europe, the same thing, like a retail only.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's where I was just going to take this. Before the stream, I brought this chart up. This is the first 2 weeks that
Big
we
Primo,
have.
I got some receipts.
Tangible data that is fully transparent. This is not Circana. This is Japanese launch sales, Famitsu, which physical. And this tells me that Japan is being very transparent. And it shows me a picture of.
Can you pause this for a second?
Physical.
Yeah, sure thing.
We're talking about a game that came out in 2019 to 2025 as well.
Yeah, which is things are a lot different.
It's a lot different. So already, like the premise of this argument is I'm making a comparison to how gaming was like damn near 6 years ago to how markets have changed now. And this is even our friend who lives in Japan even said it varies too out there, Yeah.
Well, shit happens. I mean, just look at economics as a macroeconomics. Okay, we're using big terms here now. It's a lot tighter of an economy now than it was in 2019 when this game came out. Because this game came out just before COVID, from what I remember, right? Like this was out before COVID happened, and that's where you saw the economy really start to tighten up because obviously everything shut down for at the very minimum a couple months, at the maximum, depending on where you were, a couple years. So when that happens, it kind of is like pulling the e-brake on everything. So the economy starts to tighten up, and then they have to print more money. There's a lot of reasons as to why there's less money in people's pockets, which may lead them to not buy Ghost of Yotei at this moment, or even upgrade to a PS5 in general because of the price. So there's that factor. But again, when we get into it, this is Colin brings point here.
Hold on. Sorry, I want to counter something John's saying here too.
Yep, sure. Which comment?
This last one that just popped up here.
Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah, so running on the presumption that 6 years later equals more console owners, ergo more potential sales. PlayStation 4 had 120 million units consoles out there. Ghost of Tsushima is also Ghost of Yotei is only on PS5 right now, which actually has a substantially lesser console base now by like 50 million.
Yeah.
So even like if we look at that argument too, it's not on their bigger platform. Like Ghost of Tsushima is like an end of life PS4 game.
Yep.
So
literally at the peak of its adoption rate.
Yeah, and even if that is Smash's point of view, it's wrong, and already it's like not even a good argument.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima also came out the summer of COVID. And I think that has merit too, because it was a time when people were getting paid to stay inside as well. So
I thought it came out like near the end of 2019.
No, sir. It came out July 17th, 2020.
Sorry, I said 2019. My bad.
Would that have been when like the stimmy checks were coming out? I know up here we would have had stimmy checks.
It was the same year as Last of Us 2. There was like that whole big thing. Don't forget too, like COVID also helped a game like Doom Eternal make a lot of
and Animal
record sales,
Crossing.
too. Yeah.
Didn't it improved a lot of Assassin's Creed sales too during that same period,
Odyssey.
didn't it? Yep.
Odyssey was also like $20 too.
Just a quick question, because I'm familiar with Famitsu, but like how reliable is their data? Because this is a chart that is only physical sales.
I would say very accurate for Japanese physical sales. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that gets me about this whole thing. When this whole thing, let's go back here just for a second. All right. He says, why'd you cut off the rest? I know for a fact that when you have data like this, they always put the caveats underneath.
Right.
Because they want to have, again, Famitsu doesn't want to put out bullshit.
Right.
They are just going to say, hey, this data is excluding X, Y, and Z. You need to know that. And with that data excluded, this is what we get. That's how proper polling or data aggregation is done. So I'm not saying that they fucked up on their end. I'm saying Smash JT fucked up because look at that. It just has the graph and no other information about it.
Yeah.
We don't know by this graph, you don't know any information. You don't know what's being included, what's being not included. And really all you know is that it's for the Japanese market.
Not only that, sorry,
go ahead.
Vic. I was going to say the way it's formatted, it makes it look like there's a larger gap in sales than there actually is as well. Like when you actually read the numbers and where things are at, you know, it's and also too, when Ghost of Tsushima came out, it had far less competition. You know, to Shaga's point, the Last of Us leaks did help Tsushima because there were a lot of people that were excited for The Last of Us 2 until the leaks came out and found out, you know, what they did to Joel and the bait and switch, the Metal Gear Solid 2 bait and switch. And there really wasn't a lot coming out that summer. And summertime is not a big time for games. So you had a situation where you had people that were anticipating a game that, unfortunately, you know, The Last of Us 2 did still sell pretty well. But regardless, the first Ghost game got an artificial boost. It came out at an opportune time when people had stimulus checks. I mean, we used Argus to buy our yeah, and I know that that we used Argus to buy our second dog. So you know, that was July 2020. So July 17th, I remember Bean was a puppy and we just got back from the beach. So I did pick up Ghost of Tsushima back then, and I was playing that while, you know, having nothing else to do. So meanwhile, Yote comes out, and yes, there's a bit of controversy around it, but as we talked about, we have a very stacked year, and the amount of stuff that's come out in September and October alone is staggering. So for that game to be performing as well as it is, being locked to a console that's not very popular compared to the predecessor,
it's also like you said, it is locked to a console with a much smaller install base. It is coming out 5 years later. This is only physical sales, and this is only for one country. This game, I was told by Sony themselves, sold 1.6 million copies.
Right. It would be like taking charts of Halo in Japan and being like, "See, guys, Halo is really not that popular."
Yeah, it is. It's called framing, and I think we all know what this is. This is textbook framing.
And I do in the private chat. I have some citations about physical and digital sales. There's an article from Nintendo there, and I'm sure you've probably seen this one, but the financial results explanatory material for the fiscal year that ended March 2025. So as of last fiscal year, there. I don't know where exactly it's highlighted, but there is a statistic in there that I believe 53.3% of game sales for Nintendo in Japan were digital.
It's the majority now.
Just to add on to that too, like for Japan sales, so regardless of whether this is physical or not, Nintendo sales are what dominate the Japanese market. So for this to even chart as well as it did in physical copies alone in Japan is quite impressive. This is a Western studio doing a Japanese game, so a Japanese audience is not even the target audience for Ghost of Yotai.
Well, I wanted to also say this here too. In Japan, they are renting out PlayStation 5 consoles now because it is very expensive to buy a PlayStation 5 in Japan.
Yeah.
On top of that, too, the Japanese loved Ghost of Tsushima. They've credited this team with honorific title, not titles, but like honorifics. They gave them, special credit and stuff like that too. Like the Japanese market reacted very well to Ghost of Tsushima as well.
I also want to bring up a little point that I don't know if Smash was one of the people that was pushing forward this narrative when Black Myth Wukong came out, but there were a lot of people pushing that narrative that, hey, the Chinese market, you can't really count those numbers on Steam because, X, Y,
he
and
was
Z
one of those because they could be fudged. Those numbers could be faked because the Chinese
could
have
be
their
fudged.
hands in everything.
Yeah, so that was his thing, that you can't trust the Chinese market, but all of a sudden we can extrapolate data from just Japan, and that's now going to tell us everything we need to know about the entire global, exactly how the game is going. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, another thing too is since we're still talking about Japan, we can't get a good number off of just the physical data alone too, because a lot of the cities like Tokyo is very dense, very small apartments. They don't necessarily want these giant collections in their house because they can't fit it in their apartment.
Right.
And that's a thing here in American cities, and that's a thing in European cities, Canadian cities, wherever you want to be. Cities are not necessarily known for grand open spaces and massive houses. All right.
Yeah.
That's just to add on to you for the I forgot my point. Go ahead, Extra.
I was going to say there's an article I linked from Statista in there as well that states that and Japan is a very small country with, compared to the U.S., a much, much, much smaller GDP. But $1.4 billion made up the total sale for digital games in Japan last year.
That's crazy. Oh, that was the point I was going to make. Sorry. Because JT keeps trying to say, this is US only data. You can't extrapolate. But then he takes physical copies of only Japan sales. And if you look at the 2024 data alone, the China actually finally edged out the US as
edging.
As the biggest.
Thank God the Chinese have edged.
They're edging us. The Chinese are edging the Americans.
As the biggest purchaser of games, right? So China is at 47 point something billion. The US is at 46 point something billion. And then Japan is way down in third at 16.4 billion.
Yeah.
So if you're going to extrapolate data, a US user base is actually far more accurate than a Japanese one on every metric.
And that's not even including the EU as well in there,
right?
But
this is why just quickly, this is why with movies, there's a big difference between domestic box office and international. Domestic is North America, it's Canada, US, continental. I think Alaska and Hawaii as well are thrown in there, and then everything else is thrown into international. That's a better split, because then you get the North American market, which just the US dominates, but then you throw us in there, and that's a little bit of sugar on top, that's the cherry on top. It dominates the world market of entertainment. And so that's, like you said, Vex, that's way more applicable to what the trends are globally than just Japan. Although I think if you're going to look at the trends globally, you should just try to look at the trends globally. And that's the good thing about Circana, is that they do try to do that.
And I speak as a physical collector. I buy the majority of my games physically still. That's the way I like to do it. And I have the space and I can. Well, JT is going to pivot to, and I understand the markets are shifting towards digital, and a lot of the younger generation I interact with, they're like, you still buy discs? Why? You got to go to a store. I just download it. And, I'll have my spiel about it with them, but they for them, the convenience outweighs my reasoning. But JT here is about to pivot to stating that, and again, with no evidence, that he does not believe that digital sales make up the bulk of sales, period. You're about to see that.
That's factually wrong.
It's
we have
factually
years
wrong.
of data that say that this is factually wrong.
So,
Also, to just like toss in there, because again, this is only a chart for just Japan and just Japan's physical sales.
But wasn't this
But, like-
also wasn't this also when like the trust fund kid started freaking out about Japan?
Yeah,
and
that's what I
physical?
was gonna bring out. Is now like Hypno and a bunch of other people start screeching in the chat about how much Japan loves physical media.
Oh, stop it! This pisses me off. They fetishize the Japanese so fucking much. It really annoys the shit out of me.
Strange because yeah, it's really strange because like Hypno in particular, he really hinges on this and he starts sending like 20, 50, $100 super chats with just Japan loves physical sales basically in caps lock in every single one.
Do not redeem. He starts becoming the Indian guy.
Right,
Don't
but
redeem the code.
The rest of the chat starts following with it, and like I'm just sitting here watching, like, but that's not relevant to A, the point that JT is trying to make, and B, the entire purpose of this entire discussion.
Yeah,
and there's no actual like they don't have any data to back that up. I would argue that maybe for a while they were later to adopt. I could accept the argument that Japan was later to adopt digital, but
yes,
I think everywhere after COVID that has the ability for good internet downloads. I mean, if you're in Zambia, you might still be trying to, buy Nintendo 64 games, but like if you're in a modernized Western economy, even a second world economy, you're going to be probably using digital because it's cheaper. It's just cheaper for the companies.
More accessible.
It's convenient. Yeah, exactly. You're 100% right there, Vex. It's accessible. It's convenient. If I have a tiny little area to live, that was one of the big arguments they made against why the original Xbox flopped in Japan too. It was too big for their houses, or I mean, rephrase, their apartments and stuff.
Also, like a lot of the recent data is starting to show, especially with now the release of the Switch 2, and given that handheld gaming is so much bigger in the Asian market, that they aren't playing these console games and they're just not buying the space aside. It's just like handheld devices are not made for physical games anymore. It's digital.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, there's so much we could go into, and also I'm not a wilting lily. I'm not one here to call out things like this, but I don't know. It seems a little bit like one of those, those type of people who are like, oh man, the Asians are so good at, it's like the kind racism where it's like Asians are really good at math. Black people can run. And
they
it's
got
like,
the biggest dicks. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge dicks.
Indians are really good at tech support. Like it seems kind of weird.
It's so strange because
I'm good at cleaning a pool.
This is like a bleed down from like what like the movie and TV like YouTubers do, is because they're so sick of what Western media has put out. They've pivoted to now like, oh, look at how well Demon Slayer is doing in the movie theaters, or look at how well
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Right, or
My
like
wife
The Boy
loves
and
that
the
movie, by
Heron,
the way.
how well that did in 2023. So they
But-
started like over fetishizing Asian cinema to try
yeah,
and make
Train
up for all of
Spotting,
this.
my favorite Asian film.
And they're doing the same thing with fucking games. And it like Stellar Blade was the really big one that put it on full showcase.
God, I
with-
fucking hate that so much.
Right. It's like before it was just like we all acknowledged that Japan, first of all, was basically a leader when it came to kind of like Japanese game, like just game innovation.
Just game in generals, yeah.
Right.
Well, because
So-
Japan's credited for saving the market from the crash.
Right. But it's like now they've
Yeah.
taken it
Thanks,
to the
Warner
next
Brothers.
level because they don't know what's going on in Western gaming anymore whatsoever. They
they
all
don't
think
care.
that the games still are being made to the 2020 standard, and that's just the standard for every
Yeah.
industry aside from Japan's. And then they hyper fetishize all of it. And on top of
Yes.
this, all these fucking losers, like I know Lethal's in the chat, so sorry, Lethal, this applies to you as well. But all they do is fucking read manga and then buy jerk off pillows and then just
also-
post titties all over the internet.
Can you pull Lethal's quote back up real quick? That's why your eyes fucked up, Big Chief.
Can I just like expound on this though?
Too long.
Yeah, sure.
But like, I just want to say they have this fetishized view of Japan. Like when you listen to them talk, they don't view it as a country of people. They kind of talk about it's an idea. It's based. It's red pilled.
It's
Same
like
thing with
Brad Pitt
China
talking
and
about
Korea.
Tibet and
So wait a minute. So
movie.
so Kojima predicted this when he wrote Otakon in Metal Gear Solid.
That's so
He
fucking
predicts
gay.
everything, dude.
Oh my
Kojima's my
God.
boy.
But I'm being serious about that. There's like you listen to these people talk, they don't have any idea
Nah.
about what real life Japan is. They have like a fantasized version of it. Like women just get sexually harassed on the train all the time in Japan. Like that's all it is. It's just pedophilia and sexual harassment. That's the only thing that they know about Japan. You know, they couldn't tell you anything else about it besides that. Like
they probably think Day of the Tentacle was a Japanese game.
Yeah, they probably do. You know, like these people, like there's nothing in their view about like Japan that they can only tell you like from anime or a video game they played. You know, they don't nothing about the culture. They don't really respect it. It's just they look at it as like, you know, how I guess you could say like the city dwellers viewed like the Native Americans. They're like, those noble savages.
I'll give you a better one. It's like how most foreigners view America. Like most foreigners view America as just the gold standard. I know that that's how my parents looked at America and like, you know, Canada and the West before when they left Sri Lanka many years ago. But that's just like, this is not a new perspective, but I don't understand. Like, it's not that hard to figure out what's going on. Like, their economy is doing terribly. Their housing market is crashing. Their work culture is so toxic that people are killing themselves in droves.
Suicide rates in the world.
Right. Why are you idolizing and fetishizing this? I'm so confused.
Because they read a manga about like a 14-year-old girl being molested, and they're like, that's based.
It's the grass is always greener on the other side thing.
When you're just fed an idealized view,
it can't suck everywhere, and it's like, well, sometimes there's just bad things everywhere you go.
Right, exactly.
No place is going to be perfect or even near perfect. It's always going to fall short. And again, like it's really weird that like, especially in that side of that community, where they're just so gung ho, where one they don't like certain things if it's a certain culture. Like again, Black Myth Wukong was bad because China is bad.
No, China's good now. China's good now.
Yeah, they switched. Yeah,
China based. China's based and awesome. Forget everything we said like 2 years ago, how they were destroying Western civilization. They're based.
All the death camps they were running. Yeah.
We forgot about that. We were outraged that Mulan got a live action remake and they were filmed by a death camp, but now they're based and awesome, and we're all buying Wukong now.
Well, people are like, oh,
even though we told people not to buy Wukong at the beginning.
It was happening to Muslims. Oh, they don't matter. That's the whole. That's the whole
to be fair, that is pretty based of China right there. So
that's why. If it's based when China does it, there's another country that has a little bit of a boot. Well, I'm just saying, there's another country in the Middle East that's doing a little bit of boogaloos with some Muslims. Anyways, we're gonna move on because that's way off topic. But Smash does look like one of those people who is from the I would say chosen. Anyway,
he's Italian actually.
Well, black,
same different, yeah. So he's a Moor.
He's a black.
Ghost of Tsushima blew this out of the water, and that was during the pandemic, where people weren't really leaving their houses. You would have thought digital would have blown up at that point.
God.
Yeah, maybe not in that era.
Because Walmart and Amazon
it wasn't
didn't
until
close.
a few quarters ago that they really started selling an impressionable,
impressive
amount of numbers.
We got to pause this here. Smash has basically said the Japanese never left their house at all during COVID.
Yeah, they couldn't leave. They were stuck.
They never left at all. It was this.
They got sealed in like they were in China.
Yeah, I think you might be confusing the Japanese with the Chinese, maybe a little bit here.
Well, again, he's a fucking idiot. He couldn't tell the difference between an Italian dude and a fucking Polish dude. Like,
that's because Amazon Japan does not exist at all. Not at all. No.
Yeah, I just such a fucking, and he goes on to say stupider shit with this.
Actually, funny story. I was looking at the timeline for the COVID lockdowns. Japan actually returned kids to school in April of 2020.
Yeah. Well, remember, I mean, it came out of China, right? So they got hit pretty early.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, well, they also had Shinzo Abe in charge at the time. But
what happened?
He died, didn't he?
Yeah, in a country that banned all guns.
That was just a morbid joke I was throwing out there.
Sorry.
He saved Donald Trump. That's all I know.
Homemade shotgun. But interestingly enough, May 1st, 2020, Japan actually was issued stimulus checks. And so I don't recall if it was a global release date, for Japan, but they had a far less stringent lockdown from what I can tell versus other countries. Reading the timeline of their
Asia was a little bit different because they were already starting to lock down in like November, December 2019, and then governments over in the West were trying to advocate for like a December, January lockdown, but everyone was like, "Oh, that's racist." And then by the time everyone did lock down throughout March and April over here, it was already done over in China. Like their lockdowns had come and gone. The worst of the worst had already hit those nations. So their
China was just like shooting people in the streets and
that
shit.
too,
So.
right.
They were welding people in their homes, which was crazy.
Yeah, and then the people were dying, and when they went to go break down the doors afterwards, it was. Yeah. It was all bad. But again, COVID-19, it's the 19 is because that's the year 2019. So,
right.
Japan being right beside China, there's a lot of travel in between. They were naturally going to be one of the first people hit.
Right.
So I'm asking our friend who lives in Japan right now for some more information because he was there when it all happened. He basically
on the ground reporter.
Yeah, he said that everything was basically pretty tame. People worked from home and bars and restaurants were only open until 8 p.m. Besides the fact the country was closed off to the world for 3 years. So basically, like just to go with Smash here, the Japanese did leave their houses, you know.
Yeah.
You know what? I just
they
realized
just didn't
like
travel internationally. That's
Gronkin has such a big opportunity right now because you literally have an on-the-ground Japanese reporter. What are we doing here, guys? Come on, you're international.
I know. Angry Canadian, do you want to do really awful accents and report news from Japan for us?
Listen, I'm meeting. Awesome. I'm actually meeting him tomorrow, so I could make that proposition in person.
I'm just saying,
like, is live in Tokyo right now.
Right, like none
the
of these
Ladyboy convention.
None of these grifters have that option. Fucking side scrollers doesn't have that option whatsoever. But Gronkin, like, there's a market here.
Listen. When you have an assistant manager at Best Buy that can open up a computer and tell you how many people pre-ordered something,
when you have a retro game store in the Reno area or wherever the fuck it was,
Viva Las Vegas, baby.
Yeah,
you know the hub of gaming. Viva Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, that's the hub of console video games. I guess when CES is there, but I mean this just I think we're about halfway through this
in retail units physically anywhere in the world.
So I think this is where he pivots
the
to.
Famitsu numbers have always been interesting, but the reason that they're not very valuable is the same reason why the Circana data wasn't valuable in say 2017, because it doesn't, or 2020, because it doesn't include the digital data. That's why people stopped citing it for a long time. They were in a lot of trouble, and then they actually figured it out. So now they have access to Steam, to PSN, Xbox Live, and as I said earlier, Nintendo's the only holdout. So we just have the only thing we know about the Circana data in terms of the order it's presented is that the Nintendo numbers would always be stronger. That's it.
Right. Which again, that kind of goes to my point of it. The information that we get from Circana is not necessarily accurate when you start giving places for what games sold where, if you're missing data from a segment of games.
Yeah, that's why you have to read the legend on the bottom of every graph where it says all that. I mean, that's it.
It's 100% accurate, but it's 90% accurate. And I don't trust it because it's only 90% accurate.
Right.
Yeah. Again, you're never going to have exactly 100% accurate data. It's statistically impossible for that to happen.
God,
but it's like a certain.
It gets better if we keep watching because JT states like, "Oh, here are all the caveats you need to have on tweets when you're using this data."
That's coming from him as well, who used fucking fake information.
Real quick too, this goes back to like what we were talking about earlier with political surveys. You do a sample size of 2,000, and on Gronkin, when we look at SteamDB charts, SteamDB is readily available, and we can take statistics about how much of the market is PC and kind of make educated guesses, not factual assessments, but educated guesses on how well a game is performing in the market based off of the PC performance. But this is giving you actual hard retail sales numbers, and it's just so frustrating that JT refuses to acknowledge that.
No, he's being willfully ignorant at this point because he knows that he has a position that is like easily defeated, like the French in World War II, and he just doesn't want to like admit that like, oh, I'm in too deep. He's trying to like weasel around, try to figure out a new form of attack or vector, or try to just get Colin to go like, yeah, you're right. But the problem is like the position is not defendable, and it's not a good one.
Gigawatt. Yeah, just to sorry. Do you have the answer to this? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead and answer this. I'll just read the question out here. It says, does Circana pay the retailers and online storefronts like Steam, etc., to get their sales numbers from them?
So from my understanding, it's that they have to participate with it. So Circana basically kind of like gets them to sign up and buys the data from them, and then they kind of put it through their own system, collect it, and then sell it off at a higher like subscription price point to like news media outlets and whatnot like that.
Yeah,
but it's only when they participate, like a store or retailer or whatever, which is like Nintendo doesn't participate, so their numbers aren't there. Ubisoft doesn't participate, so you'll only get a fraction of it if it's through retail sales.
Same with Nintendo, right? If somebody buys Mario Kart World in GameStop, that will come through, but if you buy it on the console, it's a no-go.
And Mario Kart World probably would be on there had Nintendo shared their digital sales numbers, because I mean,
for sure,
9 million Switches sold in by July, or Switch 2s had sold by July, so one could assume that it would have been probably in the top 20 if they shared that digital sales.
I would assume that Ghost of Yotei would have been knocked down to 20 just based off of Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong. I think those were big enough that they would have knocked down or possibly out of it. But again, they can only work with the data that they're receiving.
What's interesting too. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say even now, but like Pokemon would also probably be dominating that list too.
Yeah, for sure. I think with Pokemon, probably wouldn't even see it come out for a few weeks. But if you go back and look at the September numbers for the month, Donkey Kong Bonanza actually charted on there, which is interesting. Which, if that's just physical sales, it's selling very well physically.
Yeah,
but it's not an indicator that. It's not indicative that physical is on a rise, but I do think that there's a large sect of the Switch 2 market that wants their games physically because storage is such an issue on the console.
Well, and you saw that as a backlash with the key cards.
Correct.
Also, just like in terms of the physical sales, as we've discussed many a time too, it seems like even though there seems to be physical dying out for other consoles, Nintendo is still very openly accessible wherever you go.
Yeah, not to derail, but I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's the only physical media you can buy games wise that doesn't require an install or
that's a big selling feature. Yeah.
And it's also more targeted towards like little kids too, so it does help to give them a tactile thing,
Yeah, especially a kid for a present, you want to actually give them, like for example, I got my dad fucking Battlefield for his birthday. I got him a fucking physical copy. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. I fucking hate him. No, I hope he watches this back and sees that, because I was fucking laughing.
I'll say congratulations on your dad being a kid. Didn't know.
But anyways, he likes things that are tactile. He started smacking it off his head. It was great fun.
Shout out to EA, they got the game on the disc.
Yeah, that's true. That was actually one of the reasons why I got him the fucking disc too, because you can just put it in and play it if you want. Obviously there's online updates and all that shit, but
we have to install it.
Tangent. That's a bit of a side tangent. Let's get back to this, because I know at some point Vex wants to go to sleep, and I'm sure Carl wants to go to sleep. And
no, I'm good. I got my coffee. I could go till 4 a.m.
I've literally got such a hard on for this, and I'm awake again.
Best selling game of the year.
Yeah, with a series of caveats. It doesn't include expansions. It doesn't include micro transactions. It doesn't include all these other things. Yeah, I thought everyone knows that, because it says at the bottom of every chart, doesn't include Nintendo digital sales. MLB The Show doesn't include Xbox digital sales.
I'm not arguing with you on this. I'm just saying, like, it's leaves room for manipulating what place the game really is. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Ordered based on the data as they're saying it. If they were hiding that they weren't using the Nintendo numbers, then that would be a different story. But they're telling you what numbers are included and what weren't. For instance, when Ubisoft went away, they said that Ubisoft went away, so Assassin's Creed disappeared off the chart. It didn't go from number 3 to off the chart. It just
this whole concept is blowing.
Conversely, when they get new data, they go backwards and update.
Dude, he just looks like he smelled a fucking fart,
probably
dude.
After everything settles down with their new publishing arrangements, they'll go back and correct the numbers again, and then we'll see how all these games sold. That's what happened with the digital sales. They went from 2010 to 2023 and updated all the charts once they had access to the old digital sales.
and change the place of where things were, right?
Right, to make them more accurate.
Very good,
Right.
JT.
Instead of saying
Smart.
like these are
So
physical
good.
charts, now it's like these are complete charts.
Right.
And that's
And
the
I
big
guess
thing
that goes back to my whole point of like why I feel like Circana is not something that we should be championing as, oh, look, it is doing great. Because
What
it's
the
like,
fuck is this
is
point?
it though?
The,
Like
the chat too is saying that Colin's moving the goalposts here.
What? No, what? What? Bring it up. Can I see
Colin
this,
has
Kat?
just debunked
Yeah.
every question that JT had in one single go, and this is goalpost moving.
Yeah. The only one who moves the goalpost here is Smash. I mean, he changes his argument 3 or 4 times. He goes from this is fraud, this is bullshit to, I'm not saying it's bullshit, but don't you think it's misleading to?
I feel though.
Aren't they
feel-
incompetent because they're missing this? I feel like maybe they should, maybe not put the number he does 3 or 4. He digivolves his fucking opinion like 3 or 4 fucking times, and
Well,
it doesn't make sense either anytime.
You're correct about that, but it's just like Colin answered the questions very right to the point. There's no room for argument. He said, like, yes, they included this, they changed the data when they got better data, they took out things when they don't have the data to support it, they've been open and transparent about like what their flaws are, and even like the best polling data that you can get from some people, they'll tell you like there's a margin of error with every poll too. So like this whole like kerfuffle, like this big giant movement here because Smash apparently has a fucking 9-volt battery running his fucking brain where he's trying to make these fucking like expressive faces to try to make it seem like, guys in the audience, can you believe this? This sounds so wrong. My brain no compute.
Well, and he's also got Hypnotic in the chat who's going, Yas
Right.
Queen, Yas
Slay
Queen, do it again.
It's not
Slay
good.
Queen.
Like he's got Endymion in the chat, J Viper's in the chat, like everyone that is
Who the fuck is J Viper? I need to ask this question. Who the fuck is
I
that
don't
guy?
know either, actually.
Like, where did he come from?
He's more or less just another one of those people that kind of latched on when it was opportunistic. That's really all it is.
Yeah.
I am convinced that guy is an AI. All right, that's how fucking I don't believe that guy is legit.
I've been on a stream with him. Like he is genuinely a nice guy to interact with. Like he is not as aggressive or like he doesn't come off as dumb as most of these people do when you have him in isolation. But when you see him on a panel with the usual kind of figures, you can see that he's just kind of a yes man, which is quite.
I've got a real treat for you both in the private chat. Cream, you'll probably like it too. Dragon's Treasure comes out with some receipts here saying that, and this is from 4 hours ago, saying, I'll also point out that J Viper more than likely is botting his YouTube channel. Over 60,000 subscribers struggle to break even 500 views with clickbait slop. He also tried to start a brigade to get Kingdom Come Deliverance to remove from Steam, then pretended like he didn't. Not a smart man or a good one.
That is true about Kingdom Come. Yeah.
No, he's for sure. If he can't get if he can't get 500 viewers, or even 1,000, if he can't break 1,000 on a Hassan Piker shocking his dog fucking video with 61,000 subs, he's botting.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier as well. Like it could be botting, but the other thing is, and this is just how the YouTube algorithm works, unfortunately. If you have such a big discrepancy between your subscribers and your viewership because your content is no longer relevant or entertaining to your audience, YouTube stops even pushing it out to your subscribers because it is seeing that nobody is watching it. So this could be, it could be he's botting to boost his subscriber number, but it also could be that all of the, like literally all of these channels are experiencing the same thing, in which because Trump got elected, now the culture is changing and this shit is not as relevant anymore. They don't care about it. Their feelings have been justified now that a new president is in, or the president that they prefer is in the White House. So they've all lost relevance. No one is sticking around because they don't care anymore.
And the casino says that a lot too. I mean, it's one of the things I do agree with him on, is that like people just don't really care. They got what they wanted. Now they can like move on.
And like that's also like another reason why so many of these anti-woke channels have the exact same formula, because they're all just spin-offs of more or less the fucking quartering. Who started this?
They're all derivatives. That's the correct answer right
Right.
there. They're all derivatives, you know. They're all
Like-
Temu knockoffs and shit like that.
If you don't like one, you go to the next. If you don't like that, you go to the next. And it just continues and continues and continues. And now they're
Yeah.
all crashing out because they're not relevant or interesting anymore. So they think the option is, oh, I'll start streaming every day. I'll put out 4, 5, 6,
Right.
7 videos a day. I'll start 2 or 3 more channels to balance it out. And
That's why they're all consolidating too.
right, right.
And they're
another
incapable
thing,
saying
too.
like, oh, sorry, Green.
Oh, I was just gonna say a community is only as strong as its weakest link, right? And when you have a bunch of channels that are all associated with each other, you can tell a lot about how strong that like internet collective community is by the weakest ones, right?
Mhm.
And a lot of the small ones have been kind of dropping off. Like, and I'm not saying like small ones that actually go forward and put effort in and live stream all the time. I mean like the small lazy ones that before would be able to just coast off of somebody else's audience, right? Not naming names, but this happens in every type of community online. There are people who do that. When those people aren't able to break those numbers they used to have, and they just have a high subscriber count channel and low numbers, that shows you that people aren't really enjoying that content on as a whole, and they're really only sticking to the high-end YouTubers. But eventually, those people will plateau as well. It
It's the
happens.
like
Even
geeks and
if you
gamers.
don't
Oh, sorry.
shoot
continue,
yourself.
sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, even if you don't shoot yourself in the foot, like people in the fellowship and people in whatever the fuck hypnotics sub sect of that is, or Comics Gate, or fucking whatever you want to talk about. FaZe had this happen to them for a little while too. Even if you don't shoot yourself in the foot, it eventually happens if you don't grow and evolve. There's very few
Right.
people who keep evolving and growing their content and keep at a level of popularity. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but in this case, they really have shot themselves in the foot by going all in on this and making it their entire personality and becoming really repulsive to people. And then also, they got what they wanted. They wanted Trump as president. You got it. And you didn't even get it a little bit. He won the fucking popular vote. He fucking dominated that fucking election. It wasn't like a little win. And that was honestly the worst thing that happened to these people, because now people are just either they get what they want, they like it, they get what they want and they don't like it, or they just stop caring. They go back to their lives.
Well, it's like I said, that's why they're relying on what I said earlier, culture war nostalgia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the other element.
Oh man,
to it.
that was a funny freeze frame.
I know. I need to update Razer Synapse. I think it's like why my camera's all messing up. But I think that the big challenge that these people are having, right, is that they won, but they don't know how to move their conversation forward. As we said at the beginning of the stream, they're not capable of talking about things they like because they were never in it for the passion of the hobby. They were in it because they saw the opportunism in the culture war talking points.
Senpai, I got one for you here right now.
All right.
They openly admit no one gives a shit about their opinions if it's good.
Well, yeah.
All right, Hypnotic has admitted to this many times. That one PD, what's her name? Cult Classic Cage. You know, she has basically said the same thing too.
Oh yeah, she's tweeted it.
They all cope and see that. They're like, well, you guys tell me to talk about good things and you don't care about it. It's like, correct, because your audience is a bunch of lemmings that don't give a shit about anything good. They just want their sorrow slop.
You reap what you sow.
Right.
Exactly.
It's like the other challenge too is when you cultivate people that are in it for blood sports, you're going to be stuck with that. And the people, again, it was like, watching the trajectory of side scrollers. I remember early on when I was involved and, getting people like, My Retro Life involved. And a lot of people, Destin Ligarian, now they won't touch the show with a 10-foot pole for good reason. And you kill that goodwill you have to have honest conversations. That's the irony of a lot of the commentators on the left is that they still at least talk games enough that they would maintain the audiences. And you have people like Game Attack and a lot of people in the gaming spaces do lean left and they'll go out about their politics. You get somebody like Review Tech USA, and when he goes all political, or all Dark Side Phil, he loses that audience that wanted him to just put the tech reviews in the bag, put the gaming commentary in the bag. You know, you really do reap what you sow, and you have to be prepared to reinvent yourself. And, you know, for a lot of these people, it's funny, the blood sports are kind of drying up because I tend to think, you know, especially talking to normies, they just want to be entertained and escape. They don't want real world bullshit in their games. And they're going to pivot to things that aren't activist based or aren't, you know, anything to do with real world bullshit. They just want to be, and I think that's one of the reasons why you probably see a lot of free to play games that are very low on story doing so well and kind of dominating the marketplace, because at its crux, it's just get in and be entertained.
Right. It's also like another reason why you see them fetishizing Japan so much, because none of the culture stuff they see in the West is in all of their media for the most part.
It's escapism.
Right.
Because they don't know anything about the culture they cover really anyway.
Right.
You know, like they're not getting into the socioeconomic status of Japan. They're going off of manga good.
2025 was the spiraling of these. In 2026, like all of these channels are going to become wholly irrelevant. And it's like, I feel
you're saying is it's the year of the tsunami.
Well,
pretty much. No, like it already started happening in 2025, and we're at the tail end of this. And look at that. Like, look, this is one of the leaders of this side of this culture war stuff. This is an alleged reporter. Like, this is a guy that wants to lead games journalism. This is who you prop up, and this guy doesn't even understand how data works.
Well, and there's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of infighting. You've already seen the infighting. Look at like
exactly
the
Goonergate.
And I think we've all heard rumblings of who this person doesn't like this person. It's not our place to say because they are just rumors. But my gut tells me that there's a little more to that, and that there's a lot of people who have deep-seated resentment to other people that they have operated around. And if I put two and two together, like when this stuff starts to happen, it doesn't just die off. It keeps happening.
It's a rollover. Yep.
I guarantee you there's people who have some sort of resentments from the Comicsgate shit that happened.
Oh, yeah.
Comicsgate split off from the Fellowship, right? So people hold that in, and then it blows up, and it turns into a big old fuck off argument, and then they force their collected audiences, because people who watch Smash JT also watch, throw out any names out there. I'm not saying he's going to actually have arguments with these people.
Geeks
I don't
and
know.
Gamers, Nerd Erotic.
Because they're doing all the Hail stuff, and
just be honest. Just say the Hypnotic cast. That's what it is.
Yeah, the Hypnotic, G&G, Side Scrollers, like all these people, they have a collected audience. There's that Venn diagram, and the middle section where the circles overlap is a lot bigger for these.
It's an Alabama family tree at this point.
Exactly. Everyone's the gene pool is a kiddie pool, and everyone in the family's playing a fucking game of grab ass in there. And it's going to cause problems when this all blows up, and it already did start causing problems. That whole Christians versus the Gooners,
right? That's what I like. That was the start of it. Like we had the Gooner Gate at the end of last year for gaming, but like the big cascade for 2025 was that all of the like the quote unquote conservative political channels, they started infighting at the beginning of the year, and it's been just leaking downstream from there.
I think now it started like last year too.
No, like, but I'm saying like that's where the big tsunami started to hit, and now the gaming one will hit us coming into 2026.
I feel like the gaming side just really took off with the whole Goonergate stuff still too.
No, I disagree. I think the fact that you still have faggots like this on the screen growing means that the tsunami did not happen for gaming.
Not quite yet.
I do think that there's credibility in it happening in 2026. I think we're going to see a lot of bifurcation. I think they're going to get. I think we will see a lot more of focus. A lot more focus on numbers like this and their narratives being shattered. And I think that's going to put a major blow to their credibility.
I think it already has, though.
It has and it hasn't, in the sense that reading this chat and seeing the people that are glazing JT, and as somebody that, again, for lack of a better term, not to sound like Andrew Tate, I broke out of the Matrix. And I really did. There was a time when I drank this Kool-Aid and I was saying hail, and I was
hail, brother.
Yeah, I was.
I never said that. See, look, I met people who then through them I met people who then through them I met fucking Lethal Moz, right? Yeah. And that came through fucking G&G. I'll just say that right now. I don't like what G&G does. I think it's very lazy content, and I think they could do a lot better, and they have a pretty big opportunity considering how big of a channel they actually do have. To do better content, and it will save them in the long run. But the thing was, there was just a level of gayness to this whole thing that I did not buy. I was not saying fucking hail, bro. What the fuck is that? I'm not fucking RPing as like a Roman centurion. That's fucking gay. I'm here to talk about why I don't like Fortnite, okay?
I just think that you're seeing, like, right now with all these, like, channels kind of, like, trying to form together to make like a merger. They're like trying to latch on to each other. Like if you see it, like they're all trying to like make little groups. They're all trying to network. They're all trying to build their small little raft in this giant sea that they have made for themselves. Well, I think that we've already seen, like the dam kind of already broke,
It's cracking. It's not quite there yet because like they're consolidating, but they're realizing that their old tactics and formulas are not working. The audience isn't buying it anymore. And what's been because all they do is farm drama, they don't actually talk about anything of relevance. They keep just throwing people under the bus. So like the start of it was Razorfist and Melanie Mac at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. Then it slowly became Grums throughout this year, right? It's just
has it really been Grums though?
He's still a lot of that crowd have turned on Grums.
Especially the big documentaries that have come out on Grums.
I will be fair about this. He did block me when I called him a baby back bitch, so I haven't seen too much of it.
In fact, if you go on YouTube and search Grums, I think right now you'll find more negative videos about him than positive. In fact,
I would assume so. I mean, it got pretty big. Everyone, I have a buddy who follows like gaming stuff, but he doesn't follow this type. He follows more mainstream stuff, or I assume he probably listens to Colin Moriarty, Sacred Symbols. I don't know. It's more of an Xbox guy, but he was coming up to me and asking me about. He's like, "Did you see the Grum shit?" And I'm like, "Brother, let me tell you, I have a lot of info on the Grum shit. I have more info than what at one point I think I had more info than what was publicly out there, just for like a day or two." And I was telling him all this shit, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
At some point during 2025, it became just like it became safe to like games. It became safe to dislike Grums openly in the counterculture spaces.
I'll tell you, like looking at this now, the interesting ones, the top two. One is one that came out 4 months ago from the King Nerd. I'm not familiar with them. 15,000 views. Then you have MLYPs, which has 621,000 views. The Gunnernomicon video, the part 1 video, which he did a part 2, which has 192,000 views. Upper Echelon's video has 90,000. McDizzle's is the number 3 recommended with nearly 2,000. Not that many.
Which one? McDizzle did like 40 million fucking videos on.
Well, that's actually not fair. McDizzle did not do that. That's the narrative. But
he did do a lot. I was at one point where I'm like, bro, could you just hold off for like a day and then like, I don't know, combine two of these videos into one for me real quick.
Interestingly, Nasmir's video is not recommended, but he has 40,000 views on his.
Rest in peace, Nasmir. We miss you so much.
Yeah, we do. We're gonna do a tribute to you like P. Diddy did to fucking the guy he got murdered. Allegedly. Yeah, I mean this is just, again, this is a small ripple in the overall story that eventually we will get a June the King video style fucking thing of
probably Turkey Tom.
Happened. Turkey Tom, yeah. What the fuck happened to the Fellowship? I think eventually down the line you will get videos like that, and it's going to be a long and dragged out fucking story. But I think this ends up being one of those moments that will get mentioned.
I think you're going to see a lot of these people end up going into lolcow status. I think JT, I think Cassie Cage will be one of the definite ones. I think that Toasty girl definitely will be. Hypnotic.
I have no idea who that bitch is either, by the way.
She's just kind of a plant. She was kind of a pick-me that got brought into their fold. Like she was calling herself the based Latinx, which I'm like, look, is a half Hispanic. I'd never be caught dead calling myself a Latinx, even in
that sounds disgusting.
I love it. She accused me of having a fake burner account too, by the way.
I remember that.
Just before we continue, I'd like to address this. Nasmir is doing gender reassignment surgery.
Yeah, he's Nas queer. His
Nas queer. Yeah. He'll be back someday with 2 dicks and 1 pussy.
Yeah. I think you're just going to see a lot of these people disappear. It's just kind of like the early days of YouTube. I mean, how many of the early YouTubers are still around? I mean, earlier we were like, oh, that's Chris Ray Gun. When was the last time we saw him? You know,
he boxed at an iDubbbz event.
Yeah, exactly. Look at all those Creator Clash people. Look at iDubbbz. That guy was on top of the world. Boogie. You know, you see so many of these people that are big, prominent voices. Review Tech was a big one. He had a 1 million+ sub channel.
He had that fucking noise he had in all his videos. Yeah.
Now he's just made fun of.
Now he's just shirtless, whispering. In the
look,
mics.
Now he's ranting about Erica Kirk not crying enough.
Here's the other weird reality: is that Darkside Phil used to be considered a legitimate game commentator.
Yeah,
I mean, it sounds funny to say, but that's the crux of Phil, is that Phil actually used to have legitimacy behind him. And the thing is like when you let the internet consume you, it's like the Nietzsche quote that I like to beat to death. It's like when you stare into the abyss, eventually the abyss will stare back. And a lot of these people are so egotistical, like JT, that it's consuming him. It's consuming his career. It's consuming his family. It's even consuming his sense of reality. When he has a guy that's a 23-year industry veteran, shill or not, the guy actually has credentials and is trying to give him an actual reasonable explanation of how these numbers work, why they're locked. He's not berating him, not going into personal attacks at all. And JT still doesn't want to digest or accept the information that's presented to him. He just keeps doing the whataboutisms and, well, what would you agree with me? He's trying to pivot. And he's just lost. And when you're lost, that's when you become a lolcow.
Yeah. When you can't admit that you fucked up and move past it, that's when you're a lolcow in my eyes. And that's the thing that is the difference between a normal YouTuber who fucks up and like Boogie. Right, Boogie can't admit when he's wrong. He play admits, but then he'll freak out, and again, it makes the whole situation worse. But if you actually fuck up, guess what? We're all humans. We all make mistakes.
Worski's a great example of how you can recover.
Oh, I remember watching some of his Coke streams. Those were that was wild. That one stream I was like, what the fuck is happening here? But again, now he's different. And he's not going to be like, oh, yeah, I did Coke, but whatever. No, he's going to be like, I did Coke. I was a fucking idiot. Yeah. And because
it's accountability. It's
But he's kind of been rewarded with a second wind by just being like, yeah, all right, you're upfront about it.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's, and Mr. T actually was saying now, did he stream with Ricada? Yes, he did stream with Ricada, but Ricada not that long ago was incredibly respected. And again, it's the difference between taking accountability and it being everybody else's fault. And I think when you can't take accountability and you can't digest things and you can't accept other divergent opinions and you're lost, that's your path to becoming a lolcow. We're going to see it happen to a lot of these people. And we'll come back and we'll be like, oh yeah, remember back in 2025 when we were talking about these people? Look at them now.
Yeah. And there's, I think honestly, it's going to be a bit accelerated. Because there's the love part, there's the hate, and the apathy. And I think we're going to...
one more. There's the Sky Bowl.
There's the Sky... Well, the Sky Bowl...
Well, actually, dude, the quartering is another example. That guy used to be like, even prior... Yeah, he had his Claw Machine channel. He, was a big Wizards of the Coast guy. And he actually used to talk about things that he loved.
Yeah. Yeah, could we continue on?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Just because a bunch of caveats, all these other things, and to portray it the best way with words that you use to put the image into focus the most perfect way you can. Say
he sounds like the Miami Dolphins head coach after a loss.
The game is like, well, I mean, I guess you could do that with a lot of things. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say, but I also think that that's like other people's positioning. Sony hasn't said anything about the game, which is not a huge surprise because they don't say anything about anything anymore.
Concern you? Like,
not really. They didn't say anything about Helldivers numbers for 3 months.
But they did say something about Tsushima fairly quickly after it launched.
Right. 5 years ago. Their whole strategy is different now. Everyone knows that because they don't talk anymore. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like I'm not surprised by that. Helldivers was the biggest best-selling new IP that they ever made, and they didn't say anything about it for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So it's and I think that so they didn't announce numbers, I think, until 12 million units. I'm not saying Tsushima or Yote is never going to reach 12 million units, probably. But I don't think it's that far off of the historical. I went and looked actually for Tsushima's numbers. It's like after 3 days, 2.4 million. That's definitely ahead of where Yote was. I would say Yote was probably 1.5 million or something after, maybe 1.4 million after 3 days. And then they reported after 5 months. So 5 months later, so this is in November because the game came out in June, 5 million units. Yote is about half off of that number now. Right. And it's also, and 5 months from its launch is going to allow it to absorb the Christmas season and all the rest. So they're probably going to be pretty stacked. Also, there were probably 20 something million more PS4s in the wild. The game was $10 cheaper.
I just said,
and that's why I was surprised you were.
Yeah, the game being $10 cheaper is a good point too.
Like he doesn't like me at all. He's blocked me, and like he doesn't talk to me. I'm just surprised that you. I'm surprised that you were so skeptical of what he was saying about these different things. Like the numbers are not bad. I don't know what people expect out of this. Will Sucker Punch have layoffs and do all these things? I don't know, but it's not going to have to do with the performance of this game. They've made their money back. They're making profit on it already. So now every copy of the game sold is going to make them more profit. Whether they're happy with it or not is obviously going to be a different story. But the reason I wanted to come on and talk to you was just to kind of assure you that like there is no better set of numbers. If you don't trust these numbers, that's fine. That's an accusation that requires incredible amounts of evidence because it's like what everyone relies on. Like all the publishers play nice on Circana because they're all also subscribing to Circana and getting everyone else's numbers. Yep. So it's just common sense. I just needed to throw that out there. There's really nothing else to say about it. We can talk about wokeness.
So
and
let's pause this
things.
for
I
a
don't
second
care,
here.
but like it's
yeah, sure.
So they are colluding. He's right. All right, take on.
Oh God, yeah. What he makes? I mean, he brings up good points about the whole thing of, look, the time period that Yote is releasing is traditionally a better time period, right? Because then the game can start to go on sale, discount by the time we get to Christmas. That is a benefit. One of the downsides are it costs a little bit more, economy's tougher, less PS5s out there. And so we'll see if that evens out. We'll see if it ends up
which I don't know if you guys saw like the most recent console sales numbers for like the last week, but the PS5 is dominating. Like it's actually outselling even the Nintendo Switches, both versions, which is a first, like across almost every major market. Christmas is coming up, Black Friday is coming up. Like Yotai is gonna easily, I would predict at least another 500,000 in sales safely, because this is going to be a game that I suspect Sony will bundle the shit out of or give some sort of incentive to add on to a console sale, because it's the only exclusive that they've released in a year almost.
Yeah, it's the only game that they really have this year, especially with Marathon getting indefinitely delayed.
Yeah,
I would assume that this game does well until GTA comes out around about that or late February,
and it's got plenty of time to do well. Then
I said, I don't know.
You have to think of like how many kids get money, and then they're like, "Oh, I want to buy Ghost of Yote," and they're not going to buy it probably until maybe January, or maybe they buy it later on in December. And when it gets to the end of December, numbers start to get a little fudgy because it's the holiday season. People are a little less strict on that data coming through. I would assume it takes a little bit longer to get stuff done because people are busy celebrating the holidays.
Yeah, I think that currently right now, I don't even know what like a domination looks like in terms of sales. You know what I mean? Because it does feel like
it is hard to tell because
having like more down from what I was reading too, but it still was doing stronger.
you could also have people just kind of panic buying right now because of the the pending we'll call it global economic situation, the macroeconomics, when we're seeing the threat of 100% tariffs on China, and people could be panic buying their consoles, especially seeing the market signals that Xbox just made with their increases. So that might be a
Nintendo raising
factor.
the price of the original Switch too. You can even make
I mean, and that happened in and around the release of the Switch 2. Like it was the $20 increase on the Lite.
Did that happen in the US, or was that only
it
here?
did. It happened in the US as well.
Yeah, US.
Because their excuse up here was because that the government up here was going to introduce a digital sales tax, and then that ended up getting axed like a little bit afterwards.
They're full of shit. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it was full of shit, but that was their excuse. And again, that's why when I do sometimes bring up the tariffs on gronking, because even if the companies are using it as an excuse, it's still kind of something that you need to mention, because now we kind of do have to figure out whether this excuse is valid or not valid. It's like this much, a tiny smidge valid, but most, like, I would say 2% actually a valid thing. The rest of it is kind of bullshit. But
I agree with you on that one.
So you can have that nuanced conversation about it.
I agree with you on that one, only because like global prices on these consoles have been going up well before the tariff stuff. Like Japan, Brazil, Europe, other smaller countries off the top of my head, like they all raised the prices of these consoles well before Trump even came into office.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like now it's finally coming to the main market. And Microsoft raised their console prices twice. I don't put it past, Nintendo bumping up the Switch 2 price.
I think there's another rumor that the PlayStation 5 might actually get another price hike as well. If not before the end of this year, it'll be in January or February.
I could see that.
Technically, they kind of did one in a sense that they, for whatever reason, this one befuddles me.
Oh, with the memory.
The hard drive went from a terabyte to 829. Is it some arbitrary
that was like
number?
725.
Well, after the OS, that takes it down. Which is
and to sell a fucking console with less than a terabyte of space nowadays,
especially when memory hasn't really,
it's fucking bullshit. I mean, your big gaming PC comes with a terabyte, probably SSD.
Well,
now
not necessarily, because
you have the OS installed.
I've been helping people price PCs right now, and also our boy Darkside Trill. Shout out to Darkside Trill. I've noticed that a lot of them are going down to 256 and 512 for pre-builts for like the budget ones, and I'm like, that's ridiculous considering I do shop Slick Deals a lot, and I do see like the prices of the older 820s from Samsung and the equivalent speed hard NVMe drives, and they've actually kind of gone down in price despite everything going on in the world. But I think this is just companies cutting corners, and they're probably getting those lower capacity and odd capacity ones at a wholesale. And in the case of Sony, my best speculation is it's a cost-cutting move for them, because somebody's probably like, hey, we have this 870 or 825 gig hard drive that we can't really sell. We're going to wholesale it to you. And they're like, fuck putting in the 1 terabyte now. We'll save like $13 a unit.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think we can continue?
Yeah.
I think we got a little off topic there. My bad. Sorry, boys.
No, you're fine.
Concern, like that is the way it is. You can keep saying like they don't show the numbers over and over again. They haven't shown the numbers since 1995.
Well, let me back it up a little. I mean, that's a loaded statement of a lot of things you said. Let me back it up to the point where you said, I don't know why you don't just believe.
He's giving Adolf and the bunker is the fucking bunker vibes.
This is why I don't believe it. And I made this post earlier today. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I said Matt Piscatella fellas peddling Ghost Yote's great line was the very same dude that was pushing Star Wars Outlaws was a success line. The very same dude that peddled Assassin's Creed Shadows has been the best-selling video game line. And let's not forget the very same dude pushing the classic Dragon Age, Dragon Age: The Veilguard's PC volume.
This is like a child trying to show a shitty drawing to his mom right now.
Perhaps as high as 3rd overall.
Will you praise me, Daddy? Will you praise me?
So, I mean,
look at my research I did, Dad.
Incorrect in the grand scheme, as far as I mean, would you unless you'd argue that with me.
No, I would argue with that with you. Our Assassin's Creed Shadows is one of the best-selling games of the year.
Would you say that Ubisoft considers it a success?
They said on their own financials that it's in line with their expectations, and they have a fiduciary obligation to be honest.
We covered
they
on
won't
Bronking.
once they go private.
Yeah,
but
I thought they said it fell short of expectations.
No, I hadn't. That's not what they said. I mean, unless I misread the quote. It said it's in line with expectations.
Colin has papers. He brought
I thought they
receipts.
said Star Wars Outlaws was in line.
Yeah.
I thought they said Assassin's
No, in fact, I would imagine Star Wars Outlaws really suffered because they have to pay licensing costs. You're also ignoring the fact that, like, when Yote doesn't have to.
Also, August was
I don't know
not a
what
heavy
Ubisoft's
release month.
particular cut is. They probably have a better cut than 70-30 because they're a larger publisher. But assuming it's a 70-30 cut or
Hey, I know that Rebecca girl. She's
25% cut, Yote doesn't suffer from those. They get all of the money. So I think that, like, you're kind of illustrating the reason why Ubisoft removed their numbers, because you can't really win. It goes back to the whole Square Enix thing with Final Fantasy 16, where they sold 3 million copies on like 42 million PS5s in a few days, and everyone looked at that. They looked at that internally as a failure as well. There's it really is about a matter of, like, if you have a conspiratorial mind towards this or not. I don't.
Really
you do.
Conspiracy. I want
I mean, he says he wants transparency here.
I mean, like, why would Japan publish transparent?
Oh
weekly
my
and monthly
fucking
sales
God.
charts? The U.S. is relying on private firms that gatekeep the data behind paywalls, and people have to run defense for them and say, "Trust them, it's good. This is the best we got. They're the gold standard." It's like, why do we need that?
Well, because
brother, this part's really difficult. One, extra. I know you have a point you want to bring up about Dragon Age, and we'll get to that.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't even really.
He hasn't gotten to that, so we'll get
when
there
he gets to it. Yeah.
Holy
God,
shit!
fucking Christ.
I mean,
stomach hurts.
It's not the gold standard. Like Famitsu, there is, if it doesn't include digital sales, which is a majority, at the very minimum, it's 50% plus of game sales currently, and I would gather it's a pretty high percentage overall that is done through, digital. Think about it. PC is a huge portion of the gaming market, and that's I would say almost 100% digital sales.
Well, not only that, but we've entered this new era where physical games are kind of starting to release. Like, remember how
delayed releases?
Movies, where movies would hit digital first and then they'd come to Blu-ray. Like, good example of that was Chronos: The New Dawn. I waited for the physical release, but it came out in early August.
Metroid Prime Remaster.
Oblivion, the Oblivion physical's coming in December.
Yeah. Pikmin. Oblivion Remaster's out. I have it.
What?
Is it? Yeah, it came out in the state. It came out in the States in August, so I don't know if it's a
motherfucker. Hold on.
Damn, did we just get fucking cucked because we're foreigners? God
right? Like, what?
Foreigner cucking has to stop. God damn it! I already have to deal with fucking unless Smash JT cry
unless
about
it's the Xbox version, because I got the PS5.
I got the
version.
Xbox version, bro.
So if you get the Xbox version, then it must be a Canada thing.
Yeah, it might be. Sometimes that happens. Although usually it's North America just releases the same time because it's such a interconnected market.
Shit!
It was an interconnected.
He's
market.
right. He's right. It's out already. $50 Canadian on Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have. Well, I got it on Steam, so who cares? But anyways, I mean, if you do want it, that's great. But yeah, I mean, that's to compare numbers that are excluding over half of all sales and are only specified to one market, and then to say these numbers are more important than the ones that are more over encompassing of what actually is consisting. I'm not even going to say that they're 100% correct or not. Nothing ever is.
Yeah,
they're the closest you're gonna get. I mean, it's like yelling about Nielsen ratings. It's like, yeah, but those are the best numbers we have.
Like, you get a general idea. They're more accurate than off.
Yeah, and actually these would be way more accurate than Nielsen ratings because Nielsen, for a long time, you had to be selected, and let's say you give them the 30 old women, that may not actually encompass who's actually watching. With this, it's based off point of sales, especially with the digital and
direct
retail.
sports.
And
exactly.
To your point of people weaponizing things, like, in the case of late night TV and late night TV having a political bias, we're not going to debate that. But the fact of the matter is these same types have been using those ratings and the key demographic ratings that without question to show how much late night TV is dying. So it's like they'll trust it when it's convenient.
Or that Greg Gutfeld is
or that Greg
Greg
Gutfeld's thrive. Yeah. So when it's convenient to their argument, they'll cite those numbers without questioning their validity. But when it runs counter and there's evidence showing that the game that they were boycotting or rooting for its failure is thriving. Yeah.
Yeah, we've established that a bunch of times.
And also, too, I'd be interested to go back to see for the people that were championing Hogwarts Legacy, a game that most of these people didn't play, when they were championing that game, what were they citing? Because I'd be willing to bet that a lot of the numbers that they were citing for the sales of Hogwarts Legacy
from Circana.
Yes.
Yep. They would have. I guarantee you, they almost would have.
The other public data sets are not complete, so that we'll never have numbers from those territories.
But why is Japan transparent and we are not? Do you have any issues with that, or do you? Can you explain why it's different?
No, I can't remember that. It's like Media Create or something like that is the company that does it in Japan, and it's a retail only environment that's existed since the late 80s. Those numbers go back even further than NPD's numbers. I have no problem with these numbers existing or being transparent. What I'm telling you is that I would love a situation where Circana numbers or Circana type numbers were public. It's just that that's the product that they're selling. The numbers don't come for free. They're in the same family as Nielsen and BookScan and all these kinds of things. These numbers are all hidden. They share them by it's just obvious that
would you agree that it benefits the customers and gamers and investors even?
No, it doesn't.
Developers,
not at all.
Everyone to have actual numbers.
It does. No, it does benefit the investors. That's why they subscribe to Circana.
It doesn't. It just doesn't. Don't pause it. Keep going. But it's just like it's just like this shit doesn't benefit the customer. It doesn't matter how much a fucking game sold. That doesn't make it everyone game for me to buy.
The only way. The only reason why you would not be transparent.
Real quick,
to be able to play with the numbers.
October 13th. JT made a post October 13th of it this month, made a post citing the original Hogwarts Legacy sold over 34 million copies despite a quote unquote boycott. I swear these journals, you can't hate them enough. Well, the source is Statista. And where do you think Statista got their numbers from?
Circana.
Oh my God. I want to dunk on him right now in a tweet. Where is that tweet? Oh my God.
I put it in private. You have to register for Statista, but you can get
I'm gonna fuck on this nigga right now.
All right, let's continue. Well, Vex is getting her rocks off.
That's fucking. You couldn't even write it if you wanted to.
No, because Circana's entire business since the 60s, again, as the NPD group, it just recently became Circana.
I'm not talking about Circana. I guess. Sorry, I moved on from that. Sony, Nintendo, like everything. Why is it private? Why is it a secret?
Because it's business craft. It's like that you don't want to share those numbers. They'll definitely
in Japan,
say
they do.
They will. Yote numbers, I don't want to say I know for sure, but I imagine they'll be in the next financial statement. And they're probably holding on to those numbers until then, similar to Helldivers too, because their strategy is different now. They're not yeah.
Do you think it's healthy for the industry when like people in the know, people that have access media or whatever have anonymous published data instead of
my fucking
official figures? Do you think that's a healthy industry? I don't think like situations like this, like what brings us together tonight, where we're debating something where it's like, well, if we just had the information, none of this would be a problem.
What the fuck is he talking about?
I guess I just don't gauge the health of the industry based on the transparency of sales numbers. Like I don't.
But I feel like that's what your whole argument is, though.
This is like trying to argue with a dumb blonde. I swear to God.
On software sales comes from Circana, that it shows that Ghost of Yote has
bimbo
done
brain.
well.
He looks like the missing link, struggling to understand what fire in a wheel is.
I mean, I care about that academically, but I don't look at what you're asking me. Is it like a dark force around the industry? I'm saying no. I don't give a shit if we know the numbers or not. I care as an analyst, but it has no bearing on anything else. No, most people don't give a shit about any of this.
Yes, exactly.
So, I don't think so. No. The numbers are proprietary because you don't want to share all of your data with. I mean, Sony has long hidden their numbers. When the Vita was failing, they folded the numbers in the PSP and called them handhelds. People hide their numbers all the time. I do agree.
And you know why they do that? You'd agree with that too.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was knowing their new strategy where they don't say anything. So like Helldivers is the canary in the coal mine because they should have and could have said something way sooner than they did, but they didn't. And that game has sold way more copies than almost anything else that they've released this generation, probably except for Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, but that's a little bit different too, because I mean, anyone was playing.
Can you
Helldivers,
pause
it
for a
wasn't
second?
Like that big of a shock that.
Just real quick, I wanted to. So there's no definitive like source that states whether Statista uses Circana directly. So it is an aggregator. So Statista doesn't do any of the surveying. Somebody else does the study, and Statista doesn't say who does it unless you pay to subscribe to Statista.
Well, no, you can do a basic account.
The point is, it's actually less reliable data because it's just taking it from a variety of sources and compiling it.
Yeah.
Which means if you have a couple wonky polls in there or wonky data sets in there, then it throws the entire thing off.
Right.
Yeah.
So this
could literally be one that says Ghost of Viote sold one copy based on my grandma. And if they throw that in there, then it fucks up the entire thing. Like that's bad. I wouldn't trust fucking don't trust aggregate polls, guys. It's not good.
But this is more trustworthy than Circana, according to JT.
We are
beyond Circana, who actually has point of sale, has all these fucking factors where they grab the numbers as they're coming in. No, Statista is now more.
Yeah, but that's not good. You know that's not trustworthy enough. Doesn't fit the angle that he's trying to work with here, you know.
Does Statista have Ghost of Yotai in here? I'd be curious.
It sold $1 trillion of copies.
No, it just has Tsushima sales as of September of last year.
Never heard of Tsushima, but I agree.
Tsushima, sorry, I can't say it. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that would have
just said it.
You're lying. Ghost of Tsushima. That would have been.
That's a porn parody.
Ghost of Tsushima. There you go.
That's good.
Yeah, I guess I feel like we're talking past each other. I want this. I would love a transparent situation. That would be awesome.
Hard did Colin
super cool, as I said earlier, if people even started leaking the numbers. We always loved that. Back on NeoGAF back in the day, people would leak the numbers. That's why I was saying earlier that NPD started putting fake numbers out, and some people started to try to track the people down. That's how serious it is, because you're breaching the contract you have with them when you share the numbers. That's why people don't share them, because they're afraid that it's like sharing a screenshot and there's like some secret watermark in it. You might be accidentally sharing a number that accidentally points to your exact account because it's a little bit different, because they started doing that during the retail era. So that's why the numbers aren't shared.
I feel like that's what we keep getting back to, and maybe
that's what you keep getting back to
right now. Maybe we can move on from it. But I just feel like right now we're kind of normalizing opacity, and the industry.
What the fuck does that mean?
Being built
what do
on
you mean?
Consumer spending is allergic to being a.
Did you just say normalizing opacity?
He did, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What do you mean?
I don't know. I didn't even catch that the first time. That did he mean to say transparency? And he said opacity?
Is this a word I'm not familiar with? That he is like, what is opacity? Is that a real word?
Opacity is like, in Photoshop where you like turn the, like it's a, it is like transparency, isn't it? Like it's pretty similar.
It's opacity refers to like how much you can see through something, whereas transparency, you can just completely see through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking. We're normalizing opacity.
I have to sound smarter in debate, so I'm going to study the thesaurus before bed, dear.
I got my thumbnail maker in front of me open, so I found the word I need to use.
I will satisfy my wife while I search up opacity.
Oh, no.
He's got like a little Star Trek Enterprise ship set up, and he just buzzes in on the walkie-talkie to the Skybull. And just updates them as he's plowing his wife. What he's doing.
He's a red shirt, and he has to keep getting cucked every episode. That's his new fucking fetish.
Of course, Captain Skybull. I'm currently searching up how oregano is made. Please keep the noise down. I don't want tears to fall on my fucking computer keyboard, please, from you fucking my wife.
Accountable to the very consumers that they're selling the products to. And I feel like that is a massive disconnect that does not exist in all regions, but it exists here. And all we have to go by is various analysts, not just Piscatella and Circana. There's various analysts that also do this. You say he's the gold standard. That's your preference. That's your opinion, which is fine.
It's your preference. Then
I don't necessarily agree with you.
What do you use?
Gold standard.
I think that if you
gold standard.
If you don't believe the
real
numbers,
quick to go.
Yeah.
So I made an account with Statista to go in and prove my point. Their sources Kotaku, and Kotaku. No, it gets even better. Kotaku goes in and sources a paywalled Bloomberg article, which you can read for free. But then they also go in, and when you click on their news about Hogwarts Legacy, the related articles, they get their 34 million for 2025 through Circana.
Hold on. Are you kidding? Hold on. Sign up. Hold on.
Clip this and send it to Smash JT and tell him we can get to fuck his wife now.
You have to hop through some loops on Statista to get to that point. But their 34 million number lines up with what Circana reported.
You could, dude. You couldn't. Make
So for him to make a post that was okay. So funny enough, 10 days removed, 10 days from when this stream happened, he's blindly saying it's true. Hogwarts Legacy sold 34 million copies despite a boycott. Okay,
he is so fucking stupid. How are you people watching this guy and giving him any benefit of the doubt that he can even fucking make cereal?
Yeah,
there are 2 fucking steps. He can't even do fucking step 1. I bet. All right.
Yeah. Oh, Vex, don't send this to him. It's gonna drive him over the edge.
No, send it to him. Let him know I exist. Tell him, bitch.
I'm signing up for an account just so I can follow this trail.
Well, while you do that, we're gonna keep watching this here,
Okay,
and we'll keep playing this because Carl is, I feel, about to have an aneurysm. And I want to see what happens.
All
I
right.
think you have to present evidence as to why the numbers don't count and why everyone in the industry believes them.
I just did. I thought we went through all the screenshots of how he's done this in the past before.
I got
because
pictures.
you used Assassin's Creed Shadows,
There's
which
pictures.
is
Dragon Age Veilguard.
Dragon Age Veilguard did sell.
highlighted a fucking
It tailed
quote.
off, and we don't know what the expectations were for the game. It did sell. It sold several million copies, didn't it? So it didn't sell like 2 million copies.
And so that's
think
where
not in the
he's
first
off.
weeks.
That's one area where Colin did not bring his notes. Dragon Age: The Veilguard had 1.5 million players, and it possibly had more considering they gave the game away on a few platforms, most notably PlayStation Plus. So it didn't sell. Yeah, Games Pass was another way people played it. But
how updated was that figure? If I'm sorry to cut you off, when was that originally of what you're saying versus now?
That was one thing I should have had on my notes. The Veilguard player count 0.5 million.
I think that there is a good thing to note that there was a big layoffs at BioWare.
So IGN reported that, that's another thing too. You're not seeing the Sucker Punch layoffs. But yes. IGN wrote the beginning of this year, Dragon Age the Veilguard. So January 22nd, 2025, Dragon Age the Veilguard had 1.5 million players in the first 2 months. EA expected 3 million. So they weren't even measuring the sales. They just wanted that player count. Now, EA is also a company like Microsoft that dabbles in the subscription-based service with EA Play.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think it was a part of the EA Play service, though.
No, it is through EA Play Pro. So they have 2 tiers where if you pay for the higher tier, then you would get it day one, but most people don't because most people have EA Play, the base tier.
I didn't think they had a Pro one. I'm going to be honest here. I've never heard about that one.
Exactly. No one does, except for idiots like me.
Now, IGN did go on to write this. The Veilguard managed to debut at number 6 on Circana's charts for top-selling games in the U.S., and that's not including Steam digital sales. However, an analyst we spoke to in November suggested the Veilguard had a tough road ahead. So I can see where maybe Colin is remembering it as charting, but it didn't chart for long. And in that period, there wasn't a lot of competition like there was this year. Like there were some good games that came out in that time period. Because it came out October 31st, 2024. And as I recall, that was kind of a rough year for releases. I think it's only competition, if I remember correctly, it was like Luigi's Mansion 2.
Well, it came out, like you said, October 31st, Halloween. It literally came out the last day of the month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because all the other big games of the year had already come out at that point. Another thing to mention is it didn't really super affect the bottom line of EA because you also had college football that I believe was there was online packs that were there was a lot of stuff that EA had that sold really well in other parts of the year that kind of offset, so they were able to stay all right financially. But Dragon Age is not the best example here. That Colin has, but
and actually too, I got to go back. So we did have the Silent Hill 2 remake, which had a little bit of Rocky Start, but that hit 2 million. That was the beginning of October. The Until Dawn remake, which was a colossal failure. Sparking Zero, which did very well. Metaphor Refantasio,
great game.
Black Ops
and
6,
still had Space Marine, and just a little bit before that, right? End of August, early September was Space Marine and Black Myth. So, it was a pretty crowded
year. It was a good year for games,
and a crowded time period of the year as well.
Keep that tape rolling.
Well, maybe it got there eventually.
I don't give a shit about Dragon Age. I don't play Dragon Age games. What I'm saying is that this is the reason. Like
what he said was incorrect about it. It doesn't matter if you played it or not. My point is, this is why
it's not incorrect. You're looking at they're not lying about the numbers. You don't understand what you're. I'm sorry, dude. You really don't know what you're talking about. Like
he's losing it.
Like everything rides on their long-term reliability. That's why they went back and fixed the numbers when they didn't have digital access. For instance, like games.
But I feel like by presenting information that's a partial picture with a whole bunch of
real quick point here too, as frustrating as JT's being,
fake image of reality that people run with.
Just a real quick point is that it took a while for them to notice the digital sales. And one of the things that's not getting through to JT is that if we were not including digital sales in these numbers, a lot of analysts would look at this and really think to God that there was a major decline in the gaming industry.
Yep.
That it basically
crashed
over half. Yeah, it crashed.
It would be end of the world scenarios. Yeah. Well, they would be running with that figure then too. They would just be saying, "See, woke killed the industry."
Well, because again, they don't read the fine print on any of this shit.
Legends.
So.
To try to get a W, and it's like, well, that's
the W? What I guess I'm curious. Like, what is Circana's W by presenting their clients with
data? Fucking pissed, and I don't blame them.
Have you seen the internet? What everyone's running with right now? How they're trying to get owns on everyone? Oh, look!
Do you understand that Circana's data doesn't exist for the internet? That it exists for the paying clients that rely on its reliability?
Then why does Matt even tweet anything out?
Because I just said this earlier, because they tease the numbers so that you subscribe to get the actual data.
Why does a game put out a demo?
That's why they do it. That's why they've done it forever. And in fact, back in the PS3 era, they stopped even doing that and everyone got mad. So they started releasing them again. That's why. Like this is a frustrating conversation because you say you worked at SOE. Like, how do you not understand this shit? It's like it's
he's losing it.
No offense. How do you not understand?
I understand. I don't agree with it.
I understand.
You don't understand.
I feel like it needs to be more transparent, and I don't agree with the methods. I feel like it's very disingenuous. It paints a false image. And you're saying
we're going back around. We're circling back.
Skybull's gonna have to work overtime.
As I'm saying,
that is how it works. You have to find someone that will. You have to find a new entity that can go to all the retailers and publishers and console manufacturers, get access to all of their numbers, and then give them to you for free. That's what you're going to
while listening to Colin.
In the meantime, there's a company that scrapes all that data and charges for it. I'm not protecting. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it always been. There is no. Dude,
oh my God! He's bringing the chart back up, you motherfucker! Stop bringing his chart back up.
Japan and Europe show retail numbers,
right? And
they're not transparent numbers. Most people buy their games digitally. Those numbers are widely useless.
I mean, again, this is your.
Don't worry, Carl. It gets better.
You're saying most people buy it digitally. These are useless. Like that's not a factual thing.
Are you ready for him to completely change his argument?
I'm saying this is a factual thing we're looking at here. Something that's not lied, not this is tangible. It's an actual graph showcasing sales in Japan. And oh, by the way, if you're
retail sales.
By the way,
retail sales in Japan.
Do you not understand that that's a huge caveat?
No, he doesn't. You know the answer is no.
Also sell for Tsushima digitally too. It's not just digital.
Right. So you're just showing retail. You're showing a decline in retail sales over the last 5 years. That's
No, I guess we could show another chart showing other sales of other
Holy
games
moly.
that line up with Tsushima, but now we're kind of moving the goalposts. I thought a good argument was based off of the direct competition of its predecessor, because most sequels, I think you've been in the industry long enough, companies expect a sequel to far exceed and outperform the original.
That's not necessarily true.
What
I
is
don't
he
know where that comes
talking
from.
about?
Okay,
That doesn't even make any sense. Does it? I mean, does that really make any sense when you think about it?
At least as many as the first one, I guess you could say.
I think that it probably will sell close to the first one when all is said and done. 5 million after 5 months.
Do you think that was what they set out for? Was their goal?
Considering Nate Fox,
imagine if like, you know, again, like when it comes to like Super Mario, you know, if Nintendo had a decline in sales, like we're gonna kill Mario, you know, in the Super Nintendo, well, it's one of my favorite systems of all time. You know, again, I know Mario World was a pack-in game, but you know, Yoshi's Island, which was Super Mario World 2, definitely didn't sell as well, and that didn't tank the franchise because it hit the expectations they have. They want to hit the expectations and the goals. They don't want to derail a franchise or potential franchise just because there was a diminished returns, especially understanding that the PlayStation 5 has sold less than the PlayStation 4. It has a smaller install base.
On top of that, too, you never know if a sequel is going to do better than the original.
Correct.
That's never guaranteed. A lot of data says that a sequel will sometimes do worse, if not probably like more likely to do worse, especially with comics. You can see they have comic books, but like I said, it all depends. Like different medias kind of show that, like, you know, the number one issue of a comic will always do better than like the following issues. Movies, it can be like a toss-up. Video games could be a toss-up. You know, it's just it all depends. You know,
Metroid's another example where it had diminished returns up until Dread, and Dread actually became the best-selling one.
And
you guys like how this argument has moved completely away from Circana now, which is what the whole point of him being on here was.
Exactly.
It went back to Japan because he has to keep showing off this beautiful chart that he screenshotted like a kid showing off his artwork.
He worked hard looking through Twitter to find something.
He did.
You know,
it's the only metric that he has that supports one pillar.
And
of
even
his
then,
argument.
it's not even an accurate statistic using his own fucking argument. He is retarded.
Well, it's accurate compared to like considering all the caveats, which he doesn't even know about. Like,
but I'm saying his own argument is basically saying like, well, it's not accurate compared to what I'm saying. Why don't we have the full data? You know,
the thing that that the crux of this whole conversation, where JT's incredibly disingenuous, is it's not about Circana. It's about the fact that a trusted source doesn't support his narrative, and so that's more what he's arguing. He's arguing that Yote isn't.
Yeah, I know, you're right.
He's masking this as a debate about Circana, but he really is saying like, well, you know, this evidence, the physical sales of Yote and Tsushima in Japan. Look at the decline, and again, as I mentioned, like the way that chart, if you were to zoom out on that chart, it would look negligible. It's all about framing, as I believe both of you said that.
Yeah. There you go. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Did the game cost the same amount of money or around the same amount of money that they developed the original one in? Probably. They made $400 million on the original game.
That one is very vague too, because they say they don't give.
They reused an engine and assets.
So what does about the same even mean? 1 million away, 10 million more, 100. Like what is? Oh, it was almost what was the quote? It was close to how much the original budget was.
I think he said surprising. I think he said, I had it here in my notes. Very, very similar.
Very similar. So
assume it's even 1.5x more. That brings it to 90 million. I assume the marketing spend is another 0.5x more.
There we go.
Sony has made all of that money back plus another $50 million, and now every single game.
What am I looking at here?
Profit.
Correct.
It looks like he consulted ChatGPT.
Are we there?
Yeah, we are. This is what you brought up, right?
Right. Yes. Okay. So he used ChatGPT or something to generate this. So if he's like, it says at the top there. So this is assuming that. So this is because we're using Circana's only using the U.S. market numbers, right? So it says it's priced at $70 per unit, and then Sony publisher does not get the full 70% because of retailer cuts and platform fees. But this is sold directly from Sony, so there's no retailer cut. If there is, it's very, very little. So ChatGPT assumes that every copy sold of Ghost of Yūtai is sold is a physical copy, and it's sold not through Sony. So there's the first problem.
You're correct about that too, because like you said, that physical, if they sell it digitally on their network, they get 100%.
Right. So it doesn't account for digital sales whatsoever. But even so, depending on where you get the physical copy, like if you're buying it directly from a Sony website, Sony still gets 100% of that income. It doesn't go to Target or Walmart or anything. So what JT is trying to use as a gotcha is not a gotcha, because it completely eliminates most of the sales data as it stands.
Yeah. Yeah, and even with this, by the end of its life cycle, even by this bullshit math, it will still probably make its money back and then some. Even with this bullshit math where everything is a physical copy, none of it's through Sony storefronts, it will still probably make it's at least its budget back. I mean, that's
and as we talked about, there's not much in the realm of exclusives for Sony this year, and it is probably postured to do well in the holidays. They'll probably have holiday sales between Black Friday and Christmas, and end of year sales. They'll probably knock $10 to $15 off of it, and they'll see another sales surge through that.
And you'll see people still be picking it up, especially when it goes on deep discount later on in next year.
And I'll tell you guys, despite the fact,
PC,
despite the fact that the game has had kind of a tumultuous launch in terms of controversy within certain circles and spheres, it has had pretty positive word of mouth. I have heard from people that it's completely apolitical. From what I've played of it, it's apolitical. I think that there's just a lot of people, and honestly, too, it's kind of crazy. As much as I talk shit on open world games, there aren't really an abundance of open world games releasing this holiday season. And for the people that play that genre or like that, sort of setup for games, we aren't really seeing a lot of saturation. I mean, Assassin's Creed is probably the only other notable open world game to come out this year, other than the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 editions.
Vex, we have a question for you before we continue here. Did you dunk on JT yet?
Okay, so I'm trying to follow the trail that that Extra was laying out. So I made an account. Okay. So I went to the statistic thing. So if I go to sources, the sources are Warner Brothers Game and Kotaku. But there's only one source link. So if I click and go to Kotaku, so it opens up the article and it goes into, this was when everything shuttered. They shuttered, what was the studio?
When they canceled Monolith.
Yeah, there we go. I remember Gronkin covered this, right? So in this this Kotaku article, sources a thing by Bloomberg. So I had to go around and archive the Bloomberg article to get around the paywall. And in the Bloomberg article, it just says 34 million. It doesn't go through any source, right? So if I go to where was I? If I go, I'm trying to figure out, because I go to Wikipedia, and Wikipedia links me to a Video Game Chronicles article that also came out in March 2025. But it just leads back to the same Bloomberg article.
And I believe if you go to Accio, Accio has the
right. So I have Accio pulled up right now, and it just leads me back to Statista, which cites Kotaku as the source ultimately.
Where did Kotaku get its source?
Yeah, this is actually worse then. There's no fucking source. It's just articles linking to articles.
Right. Extra Zero is probably right. It probably originally came from Circana, but Circana is not in any way linked, because Statista is an aggregator, and the only source it links that is clickable is a Kotaku article.
Which he doesn't trust because he fucking hates Kotaku.
Well, that's also funny, because that article, when was that written?
March 2025.
And when did Alyssa depart?
I think May or June. Oh, hold on. No, Alyssa departed months before that. She was gone from Kotaku in 2025.
Oh, November of last year.
It would have been funny if that was something she Yeah.
But
either way, he's reporting. He's quoting indirectly because he doesn't look into anything.
Right. Which is why he just blindly shared McDizzle's,
bullshit. Yeah. But he's a reporter.
For numbers used will say it's 100 million for the budget. So you're saying right now that it's at 1.6 million they've sold. That's at 80 million. They need to sell, we'll say, another 900,000 or so to get to 40 million more, and that would be a 20 million profit in a year or so of selling this game. By the way, I want to be clear. I never said this game is not going to turn a profit. I just said it's going to fail when compared to Tsushima and what could have been. That's always been my argument.
My theory about this is that you guys don't like the game because it has a female protagonist, and you don't like one of the chicks that worked at the studio that said really stupid shit. Nate Fox fired her, so I don't know what else you wanted him to do. And that you're actively rooting against it, like you actively root against all these other games for amorphous reasons of it being quote unquote woke.
You say you guys. I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself, which is all I'm going to do. For me personally, this was the turning point for me. When I saw this, I'm like, yep, I'm up.
Bitch, you literally just proved him right.
Oh my God.
Within a split fucking second of him saying, you guys just were rooting against this game because of political reasons. He's like, so anyways, here's the political reason
here's the own goal. I'm now going to score on myself and then proceed to act like I didn't.
October 15th, JT writes, report, Ghost of Yote just put Sucker Punch on tilt. Layoffs incoming?
Okay, well, that would assume that the game is not as successful as it needs to be if they have to start laying people off. So yeah, there's another lie.
And then he also said Jay Viper nailed it, and Jay Viper said thanks to Endemion's contact. And again, I wonder what a guy who was a fucking waiter before he got into this, because I interviewed him on the Leash to Memer stream. The guy, I don't know where he gets all these contacts from, because he was a waiter that got bored during fucking COVID. Regardless, Jay Race, the biggest takeaway for me remains that the declining sales I can see on Yote after day one, which echoes reporting in TPP, that Park Place News Network, which
circular reporting.
Yeah, circular reporting.
Yeah.
With Sony scaling back marketing due to disappointing sales. This game will struggle along with disappointing return on investment. It will break past even. It's right around even budget plus marketing, but won't sniff 100% return on investment and likely never 50%.
Even though it's already done that.
Guys, yeah, I'm calling it now. Colin convinced me to buy this game. Calling it.
You know what? My PS5's in the living room. I might just buy this game. No, I won't buy the game out of spite. But you know what? I'm thinking about it. I'm trying
to think about it. Colin's making a good case.
I'll be honest. I got it because of my cousin telling me that he was enjoying it. I liked what I saw in the state of play, and honestly, I got kind of tired with what I was seeing coming out of the other side of the culture war on it, as we were talking about earlier on, as we starting to see like people kind of becoming ugly on the other side. I was just like, fuck it. They fired the people that said the shit. I'm playing the game in Japanese. I don't have to hear what's her name's voice, and the English dub is terrible. So it's like, fuck it.
We've done it, boys.
Yeah. We've done it. Okay. It actually does.
We won.
If you think Smash JT's retarded now.
That's me personally. And I think for a studio to even consider hiring an activist
warrior
as the
right here,
lead protagonist for a game, that is a very dangerous road to go down, because then you end up in a situation where there are potentially multiple people like me that see something like this and say, I don't want to support that. This person actively hates me and what I stand for. Why would I support a game and put money in the pocket of someone like that?
I think that's great that you feel that way. It doesn't mean that it had a wide-ranging effect on the. I think that, well, because you're projecting everything about the game based on Sucker Punch's casting decision and the behavior of one of the people at the studio. There are plenty of people at Sucker Punch that don't like me at all. I know a lot of people there. There are plenty of people there that don't like me at all. I have to separate.
Do you want to support people that do not like you actively?
Dude, I'm a conservative in the video game industry. Mm-hmm. That's not much of a choice if you want to play games. It's the creative industry. That's just the reality of the situation.
I would disagree with that. I think the only way to enact change in the industry is to speak with your wallet.
again, like everyone spoke with their wallet during Dustborn and we brought it up countless times, but just to pause real quick, this happens constantly. There's people who are constantly playing Dustborn, people constantly playing games they don't like. Okay, that happens.
Yeah, and I agree with this, and this is coming from a guy who canceled all his Ghost of Yote stuff to save the money. And I'm gonna be very honest with you. I try to judge these games based on like the art. All right, Tim Schafer. I fucking love everything Tim Schafer does. I love Double Fine. I cannot wait to play the Keeper. Guess where Double Fine's located? San Francisco, communist hellhole. All right, Tim Schafer, very well known. Hates conservatives. All right. Very well known, but I fucking love Tim Schafer's work. He makes great games. And I'm going to play these games.
I was disappointed in a guy that I met, Daniel Warren Johnson, who is probably Daniel Warren Johnson's a comic book author and artist.
Okay, that's right.
And he did the Skybound run for Transformers. Transformers is actually like one of the top selling comics in the world right now. And he did a really good run. I met the guy, and now he's got the new Batman run, and he's got art floating around of Batman killing ICE agents. And,
that guy. Yeah. No, I know.
And it's like disappointing, but I still love what he did for Transformers. I love and that's the other thing too, is Robert Kirkman has his own beliefs, but I like Kirkman's work, and I like the fact that he doesn't inject politics into what he did on The Walking Dead or Invincible. And Kirkman's also taking over the runs. I think it's in pretty good hands, but just because you have ideological differences, if you can still offer me escapism, I can accept that for what it is.
You're right. You're right about all that. And Colin is right about that. And this comes back to the whole thing here. In a society where you have multiple beliefs, you have to eventually accept that not everyone's going to agree with your beliefs. I've accepted that and everything else like that too long ago. It's because I just want to enjoy my games and have fun.
Yeah.
And I do go by the standard of not one dick at a studio does not reflect fully on a studio. I think Sucker Punch has 150 to 250 devs last time I checked.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I still stand by what I'm saying here, where it's like I canceled it for a good reason, because I did not appreciate what I was seeing from not just that one thing, but the people who liked that comment. And, I still said at the time I would buy it on a sale, or I would find it for a good price used, and then I would judge the art itself. Because I've said this before, you can fact check me on this one too. Sucker Punch is my favorite Sony PlayStation studio, from Sly Cooper to Infamous to even the last Ghost game. I still stand by what I said too. I still wanted to play as Jin Sakai after playing the DLC. I still wanted to continue his story, but I can't make a definitive statement about this game. And the only issues I've seen bad about this game from these people were lies. They straight up lied about the game. Yeah. So already, if you have to lie about the game, then it's a problem to me.
And that was the thing for me too. I sensed my cousin's very apolitical. He's my cousin was also the best man in my wedding. Not that matters, but we're very close.
Ooh.
Well, no, I'm just saying, we also have political ideology differences. Like he's more center left, I'm more center right. But I asked him about the whole lesbian ending thing. And he's like, no, that's a dead ass lie. I'm not going to spoil the ending, but they aren't in a relationship at all. He said, actually, the thing about Atsu is they never even explore sexuality. It's just a complete revenge story. And the other thing too is these people get on like ugly women in games, and the potential love interest for Jin in Ghost of Tsushima, Yuna. Just for context, right? Like for all the people that are like, "Oh my god, I love this game," and it's flawless. I'm just like, look, I like Ghost of Tsushima. I don't really care about this, but like for all the people being like, "Oh, they've uglified women in everybody's favorite game of all time here," that's and that's probably a more attractive shot of the character.
Yeah, but she needed like G cups and like a thong, and that's how you sell it, because that's what I've heard from so many idiots.
So big, she's gonna need a fucking back brace when she hits 60.
Right.
You better have fucking pasties on, all right? And that's all I see is glorious tit meat.
She better have a breast. She better need a breast reduction surgery. I need tits so big and that they need to be forklifted wherever she goes. But she can't be fat. She
better be able to crush
have
fucking
0% BMI, dude.
To Jade Chada's point, both female characters look normal for Feudal Japan, and also too, one thing I'll say about Yote is that the character Atsu is not a girl boss. She actually earns her skills. It's actually fairly my only real complaint about the game is they really force DualSense bullshit on you. Like, oh, you want to cook something?
Oh, just like Final Fantasy.
Worse. You can actually, there's a skip button.
Hell yeah! All right, we're good. We got games journalist mode.
But like, you have to like you have to like write calligraphy with the DualSense, like that one Castlevania game, and
yes, that one Castlevania game.
What was it?
Specifically that one.
Dawn of Sorrow, where you had to like write the in order to beat the bosses, you had to draw the
Typing of the Dead.
Typing of the Dead, Jesus. Before we go back into that, I think there's a really important question we should answer here, guys, and I'd like to get everyone's opinion. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Bigger the tit, greater the milk. What do we think about that, guys?
My wife has huge tits. I'm not hiding that fact.
Well, what about the milk?
Listen, I cannot comment. She might hear me.
In February, I'll find out.
Oh
no, he's gonna do a review. He's gonna Badlands chugs tit milk.
Testing milk from all the mammals.
He's taking after. You're gonna take after Grums and start stealing your titty milk from your kid.
That's when my daughter's born, so it's gonna be abundant.
So you're taking food from your daughter just so you can do a Badlands chugs video?
Listen, you got super soakers at at the palm of your hand.
All right, Mark Zero.
All right, Doc Ock.
I agree. Speak with your wallet, but don't project onto you. It's obvious, dude. You guys are you're so wrapped up in this. Man.
This is great. This is great.
And can't back up and see the forest for the trees. I'm sure you guys cost, and not only you guys, but other people that were offended by it, cost the game, I don't know, tens of thousands of copies sold. Certainly it would have sold more copies and did more if the casting was different.
But you're saying you guys caused it to not sell. But what about the people that we didn't cause to not sell, but people just that don't watch YouTube that saw this and were like, why did they put a female protagonist into this game? I don't want to play that.
Because it's a video game.
What's the big deal about that?
The game was based off of Jin Sakai.
How would a Stellar Blade sold?
Male lead protagonist in Feudal Japan that people fell in love with. Why would Sucker Punch change it to what many people would say the narrative?
Why did Assassin's Creed get rid of Ezio and replace it with fucking someone else?
Wokeness or whatever you want to call it during the pandemic.
Did you play Ghost of Tsushima?
I did. One of my favorite games of all time. Love it.
How the fuck did they continue the game?
What did I tell you?
Jin Sakai becoming the ghost, go to the mainland, open world would have been amazing.
So you wanted a direct sequel to the ghost story that was wrapped up, especially with Iki Island and all that stuff, as opposed to jumping forward.
Yes. Yes, I did. And I know a lot of people that did.
I don't think he actually played the game.
I don't know. I really don't know how the story would continue from there. The story is over. He's wanted. No, I don't even want to spoil it.
Writers write stories. They create the story. I could give you the same pushback saying, I don't know how you'd write a story 100 years in a
What are you thinking, Vex? Here, this is.
No, I was just gonna say, like, listening to this entire segment, this is where you really hear, oh well, this is what everyone in my immediate circles told me what to think.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, bro, just
everybody wants this. You know?
Yeah, and like I said, I would have been fine with a sequel if they made it work and they I seriously don't think I'm in a little agreement here with, Smash, where I do think they could have done more with his story. Like they set up some stuff that they could have done. But like I said, I haven't played Ghost of Yote yet. And I could just say I wanted to continue on with more of Jin's story. Personally, myself. This is all for me, my opinion. But before all this, Kirk nonsense, I was going to buy this game. I was going to play it. I was getting hyped for it again.
Yeah, we both were.
Yeah. And like I said, it's like you can have closure, but that doesn't stop any writers from making something good or continue on the story, or they could just leave it. It is, at the end of the day, if you want something, you make it yourself, basically. You know, if you didn't like how Ghost ended, make your own like spiritual successor to Jin. You know, and I'm not trying to be condescending to those people. That's just where it is. It's like, if you think you can do better, then go out there and try to do better. Make like an indie game, make it small. Don't have to like shoot for the moon. Just try to get it out there.
Well, also too, this whole circle talks about the greatness of PC modding. Ghost of Tsushima is on PC, so you know we see a lot of, especially when it comes to like Half-Life and Portal. A lot of people make mods, whole new games.
Sky Oblivion.
Sky Oblivion's another one.
Like
Fallout
Futurama.
London.
The Futurama thing just popped up with in the engine of Hit and Run. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny, actually. I kind of want to check that out. Yeah, there's a ton of examples of stuff like that.
Future throwing a chick in there, like what? What kind of argument is
What
that?
is the? Well, it's a. I want to go back to the chick thing. Like, what is the problem with it being a woman? Because it's a fantasy. It's not supposed to be historically accurate.
Let's go back even.
Even the
further
first
than that.
game
Why
wasn't
did they need to
historically
put a girl
accurate.
into it?
Exactly.
I don't know. I guess it was a creative decision. I don't mind one way or the other.
Exactly. That's the problem I have with it. I disagree with that creative decision.
Cool.
And I was
Next.
like, you know what? I still might be open to it. Because maybe the game doesn't go overboard in any direction. But as soon as I saw this post from her, I was
from July 2020.
That's just me though. I don't speak
right.
for
That's
everyone.
just you and select number
Before
of
the
people
game,
left. And that's great.
when
No
the
one's
first
saying
Ghost
you
game was
can't feel or
basically
don't feel a
almost
certain way
out.
about it.
Yeah.
What a lot of people are confused about, and what
It was
I'm
a few days.
confused
It was
about
out a few days.
is the hate and this energy that you guys put towards disliking everything. It comes off to me as
I'll pause
horsey.
it for a second. I just gotta get this whole thought out there. So when did Ghost of Tsushima come out? You
July
said?
17th, 2020.
So yeah, 3 days after he knew it was a masterpiece and it was one of his favorite games of all time, he saw this bitch and was like, "I don't want to play the sequel."
Yeah,
that's what he said. It's like 3 days later, knew I was out.
Like, again, it's just so fucking. It's so fucking stupid, man. It's like, look, I think there's a. I'm not gonna say someone shouldn't buy the game after the all this shit, right? You get to choose what you do with your money. Don't let anyone tell you what to do with your money.
Exactly.
That you work hard to fucking earn, right? If you want to blow your money on fucking crabs and hookers, go ahead. If you want to not spend a fucking dime and pinch every penny, do that too. And anywhere in between is fine by me. But this is different. It's he's like preying on its downfall.
Yeah.
Right. But then we all know he's gonna end up fucking playing it.
I don't think he will.
Maybe not.
Because I don't
pass. Like by the time he probably gets to it, it will already kind of be out of the zeitgeist fully.
Well, no, I legitimately don't think he played the first game, and I don't think that he has the time.
Well, apparently, if he's working a job and he apparently, is a father with kids, and then also he does all this shit, like he puts out as many videos as a quartering does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't.
And then
think
he's
he has
doing
the
live
time.
streams and
which is the fallacy of it all, because like again, like when you have somebody that's like at least like playing games on stream, they're still playing games. They're playing games with their audience, but I really think that and also if you look at how frequently he replies on Twitter between his job, his family, and his online presence, I literally don't think he has time to play games.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, he probably doesn't have time to be a fucking parent, which is...
No, he doesn't. In fact, he put his kid on YouTube. There's a Smash Junior YouTube channel, which is sad.
What did you just say to... Whoa, what did you just say?
You didn't know about that? Yeah, there is a Smash Junior channel on YouTube.
No.
He put his son on YouTube. Yeah.
Nani? Link it.
Here, let me get it.
That can't be good. I believe we only have a couple minutes left here. We're almost done with Colin here.
I just want to get through to Colin one. We don't really need to watch Smash Cope and Seethe and Dilate after.
I'm about to post this Twitter response.
Look at that face, though. Holy shit! I kind of want to take a screenshot of that face. That's fucking beautiful.
There was a better one earlier where Colin was laughing and Smash just looked confused. I wish we could have saved that one.
Look at that face, man. He's fucking looks like a fucking freak. There, I'll post that in the Gronking Discord later. How old is this kid approximately?
Like 9 or 10.
Oh no! Don't do that.
Stop doing that. That's pedo bait.
Well,
That's all you get with those channels.
It's not just that. That's like the worst end of it. The best end of it, and it's still not good, is it really fucks with a kid's mind. We look at like how bad is Instagram for like teenage girls, right?
You're correct about that too. Here's the thing. I'm not going to say I'm shocked.
No, I won't say I'm shocked. There's a lot of parents who do that, and look, he's so saturated with this shit. I don't think he realizes how unhealthy it is for him.
Yeah, let's get through the Colin thing first. Before we have these closing thoughts about that shit.
Because I don't like what you like doesn't mean anything. I loved Expedition 33 is one of the best.
Another
games
safe
I've ever
pick.
played. I fell in love with that game. It was amazing. I just finished Silk Song. One of the best games I've ever played.
What does that
safe
have to do with
pick?
Ghost of Yote?
What does it have to do with saying you hate everything? I'm like, no, I don't. I just gave you examples of a game.
You just don't hate the popular things that your audience would
cover
rebel
all the
against.
things you hate. Then
It's covered in things that are interesting to me. There's things that I hate, things that I like, things that are something curious to talk about. That's my YouTube channel. That's always been my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It comes off to
the interesting thing about how this all seems to work is people that don't understand who someone else is, oftentimes they just hear the negative stuff and then they get a perception of, oh, that's all that guy is, because they don't actually research and find out.
Hold on a second here.
He's multifaceted.
Hold on. My brother in Christ, you have a picture of this actress with one tweet and a photo, and you're fucking going off of going like, hey, now you don't know who this person is. And I think it's a problem. And you fucking have this on the screen while you say this. And
didn't he also call Colin a shill earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this whole thing started with like, oh, the shills are defending and shit. It's like, bro, come on. Like, I understand that you guys gather together every Saturday night to just gaggle about how you like were picked on in high school. But come on, after a certain point in time, it's like there's no self-awareness. Like when I make a contradictory statement, I've said many times, it's like, and I say this as saying this other thing. It's like, what? How can you go on this tangent and have this clear framing thing? It's like, look at her. See, she's a fucking weirdo, you know?
Or at least when like someone points it out, you're like, yeah, that was a contradictory thing. That's my bad. Like that's cool too, because I don't know. I can't keep track of every fucking thought I have in my head. And honestly, I speak before I fucking think sometimes as well. But again, it's there's a mentality that a lot of these people have, and honestly, I am superior to them because I have a different mentality. I'm a superior human. Shout out to Vex earlier on that other stream talking about genetic. I'm a genetic freak. All right, to quote Scott Steiner.
Vex Eugenica in the house.
Vex Eugenica is wild. That's a wild fucking name.
Yeah, it's just like there's no self-awareness going on here. Like I don't know how much, like how far up your ass you have to be in this audience, and like just look at this argument that Smash is making. You know, I don't like Smash. You can take my opinion and throw it out the window about that. All right, very clear. I've also said I don't really like Colin, but Colin is like, there's nothing here that Colin has done to justify any sort of thing other than saying like, bro, straight up Smash, what are you doing? He has debunked all your points. He's countered all your points. He's made them very safe. And the only thing that you can do is constantly go back to like the same 4 pictures that have already been debunked, offer nothing to a conversation anymore, except for like you're stalling. All right. Like if this was a UFC fight, this would be a fucking 10-7 round. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this would have been a fucking knockout in the first 2 fucking minutes of round 1.
Mhm.
It would have been a fucking bloodbath, honestly, and it goes on for a little longer than this, and we're really close to the end, so I think we're gonna try to push through here.
All right, let's get through.
Final thoughts, so you guys can get some sleep, and so I can go look at the score of the Blue Jays game.
He talks
which I
about a
haven't
lot of
seen
different
yet.
things, and
I
I
don't know
found
if he
him
won or
because of
lost.
something he
Probably
hated,
lost.
but he actually talks about things that he loves
I can
too.
spoil it if you want. I saw.
I looked at your YouTube channel. It was all. I
Wait
mean, I'm
till
sure
we
there's
finish
things
this
on there,
video.
but it was
Yeah, cool.
all just
Can't handle bad.
the same shit.
The
It's
same
not
shit.
really about. Yeah, it's really not about like. I would love to see. Do you do like deep dives into games and like
I
play
used
games
to.
with people and
I
like
used
talk
to.
about the games
Yes,
you
keyword,
play?
used
And,
to.
I do.
or is it about
yeah.
everything that you hate and like
On-
the
no,
next
on my
woke
game-
thing and
on
the
my
woman
game-
or the didn't
No,
you
on my
like
game
or
streams,
when
I
you
talk
called
about
like, when
games
didn't
all
you
the
call
time with
Tales of Kenzera Zao woke because it had black people in it?
No, I feel like Tales of
This was wasn't this from like the Spear Checker?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Ryan Roger Athey, who was the
But he
one
was-
that called
he
it
was
that.
on this
Yeah,
thing,
but
right?
yeah, but JT didn't do anything to be like, yeah, no, don't say that. He was just kind of laughing along with it, and he
We
goes on a
roasted
little
a
bit
brownie
more.
with a Palestinian name.
Yeah,
That's
Well,
quote
and
that's
I
what
and
remember.
okay,
But it
look,
wasn't Smash that said that for anyone who.
no,
Yeah.
it wasn't him. But
No.
look, you can make whatever joke you want, but when you're doing something like that, you should probably try to make sure it lands better than when it did. I remember watching that stream. I saw it when it happened. I was like, what the fuck? It did not land well. All right, this wasn't like Vex eugenics. All right, this was not like Vex eugenica. All right, it was a bumpy landy, dude. It was like what's that movie about Denzel Washington being the drunk pilot that almost crashes the fucking plane? It was like being
I know what you're talking about, but no, I don't remember the name.
Zero Zao got caught up in the crossfire of a situation.
Because you guys made the
I
crossfire.
actually feel bad for Abu Bakr Salim. Good dude.
Well, if you feel bad for people like that, you should think twice about kind of some of the energies you're putting into the ether in the industry.
No, I think it's
bad.
important. That's why we're here, is to find out information.
It's
to
important to
give the
call
information
people
to people
spear checkers.
and to
Yes.
get it accurate.
Yeah, to get it accurate. And that's why I wanted to come on to let you know everyone in the industry knows that the gold standard of numbers is Circana. Doesn't mean and yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone subscribes to it.
Except for fucking Smash. He had no clue.
Tales of Kenzera Zao? Or
Yes.
was it you bought it like, with money?
Holy shit, he's
I
having
don't
to
get
towel
anything for free,
himself
dude.
down now.
I buy
He's
all of
gonna
my games.
read.
You bought it?
Yeah.
He had the dev on, Colin,
platinum
and he
did.
interviewed.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't get anything. That was the other thing I really liked about it was when you made a video about me and you used the thumbnail with the shill in it. You're calling the person who doesn't get anything for free from anyone, who accepts no free games, no early access, no travel, no preview events, no
Listen to how you
hardware,
talk about
no
stuff.
anything, and then saying
Listen
I'm a
to how you
shill.
talk
but
about
like,
stuff.
for what?
Listen to how you talk about Circana and defend it.
Oh my fucking
something
God.
that's objectively true and one defends it, they're a shill for it.
I don't believe that Circana is objectively true. That
I'm
we
getting an
talked again,
ulcer.
circular argument here.
Oh
We
my
talked
God,
about
dude.
how they obfuscate numbers, misdirect, and make it seem like something's better than it is, and then far afterwards
Oh
go
my
back and correct it and go,
God.
actually it was way further down than it was because now we have all these
It
other
just
ones that were above
Goes
it.
right back.
Again, I'm going to say that would only be a point if they were dishonest with the data at the time, but they were letting everyone know they only had X data. So this is the data that we're presenting. You're arguing. You're literally
So
arguing
when you
against actual
said
data being
it's already
dragged
the
from.
18th best-selling game, I don't see any asterisks here. I don't see you telling people that. You just, I mean, by your own definition, this is misinformation.
So you want me to have an asterisk in it, and it says, "Ghost of Yote is the 18th best-selling game in the U.S. when not counting Nintendo digital games, expansions, DLC, microtransactions, and non-major PC storefront." Like that's the asterisk we have to put in there. If you
I
just
mean,
look at the
if you're
data,
gonna
it says
say-
all that anyway.
That's what I mean. To my point,
Look at him. He actually thinks that's like a dub. But if you go back and you apply that same logic to all of his shit, there's a lot more asterisks. He's gonna have to do a fucking thread of tweets.
I guess we gotta do that with Japan too. This is only Japan only. Does not
Only
count
Japan,
anything
only
else
retail,
around the
this is-
world.
Yeah, only retail and also this and this and that.
Yeah. Also,
Again,
it's interesting how he can.
I'm like
there's
literally
only so
getting
many
an
characters
ulcer.
you can put, right? Like there's only so many characters in a fucking tweet. All right. If you put out something that's not like it is correct based off the data that is available,
Right.
that's fine. If you're just straight up lying or you're fucking just purposely misleading people, that's a different story. This is obviously not that. This is him just looking at the data that's available and saying, hey, look, That's what this says.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. You're never going to have 100% of the data. Like, I don't think it's like the caveat.
I also like how you could clearly see on here too, like you got the people who are like, glad you're enjoying it. I don't support people who want me dead, so I will not be buying this one, and fucking smash like that one.
Yeah.
You can clearly see that the cope is real. Go woke, go broke. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah. It's also like so frustrating that when it comes to Circana data, he just completely wants to disregard it, even though Colin has said that, like, look, Piscatella's blocked me. There's an obvious bias. It's like if somebody blocked you, but you still have to use them as a news source, I mean, obviously it's going to rub you the wrong way, whether you want to publicly portray it or not. But the fact of the matter is he also cites his 23 years in the business and his time at IGN and his experience actually handling the data, which JT has none, explaining why it's locked behind an NDA of sorts. I just don't understand, like, what more JT wants other than for Colin to say, well, oh, you know what? Yeah, there is a bias and it does skew data, even though there's no logical outcome where skewing the sales numbers benefits Circana and their reputation and the sale of their data. I mean, the moment that somebody found out they were fabricating numbers to make a company look better, that would be the end of their business, not only from a commercial sense, but from a legal sense.
Yeah. Let's continue this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's why I can't trust Circana, because there's too many things that go into it to use that as the gold standard.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's like you don't want to hear like what I'm saying. It's just, it is what it is. You can believe it or not. What I was trying to say earlier to you when you interrupted me, which is fine because I think we have a little bit of a latent connection. I'm not offended by it. Was that like part of the fun of getting the Circana numbers or the MPD numbers back in the day was trying to plug in the things you did know to try to figure out what you could figure out from the charts. And we already did that. We have numbers for Sonic Racing. We have numbers for Metal Gear Solid. We have numbers for other things, Silent Hill. You can put the numbers in there and figure it out. It's just like, it just seems like you want to disbelieve. And I'm just telling you, not everything is a conspiracy. Not everyone's out to get you. There's literally nothing. There's nothing in it for them to misrepresent the data, because if the data is wrong, then they don't have jobs anymore. If the data is wrong, no one will trust them. Don't you understand that? If they are lying about the data and that is found out, that is such a major controversy in the games industry and would be a huge problem. It would swallow that company up. But the exact opposite is true, that they have to be incredibly accurate to have a business that's going for so long. It's the beginning and the end of it. You cannot trust it and not believe it, but it's true. So spreading, FUD about it is kind of lame, because there's so many other things to attack. It's the same thing with the wokeness argument about, oh, this is woke and that's woke. It's like you're missing the forest for the trees, like to attack and like really rally around certain things that make more sense than everything. Everything can't be a problem.
Let me ask you this, and I guess because we're kind of been going for a little bit here. This is kind of towards the end of my questions I had for it, and again, thank you for this conversation. I think it's been very beneficial for everyone.
Not for you,
I just saw this before the stream started. This is from Matt.
Fuck me! Fuck me! This is the one I saw.
Yeah, this is, we are in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. This is really the last thing they bring up, and holy shit, Smash JT's an idiot, and we're gonna show you in real time, see a man's heart get broken, but he still has that, he's still holding that facade up. He's not letting the Sky Bowl get that fucking, gratification of him being a broken-hearted bitch.
Supposed to trust with facts. He says, never ever let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true.
Yeah.
If you believe you can fly, you go ahead and touch the sky.
By the way, someone told me
Yeah.
that's an R. Kelly lyric in the second.
It is. Yeah, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky.
I can touch the sky.
Yeah, I mean, we do love R. Kelly here. I mean, come on. I mean,
I got it.
we love R. Kelly. We love R. Kelly. I should probably not say it that excited.
Slow your drip.
Well, I mean, he's a multi-talented man. I mean, I haven't heard anything about him lately. I don't think the last 20 years.
He's
was-
multi-stream talented, I hear as well.
Yeah, I don't think has anything happened to him since Space Jam?
He's been fighting for his life, I hear.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. But yeah, like this is obviously a joke, and just look at that face. That's wild. Just
he's made some great. Like if we were Kino Casino, we'd be making so many stickers off of this.
That one right there, just call it underneath, like
He
just like
so many faces that he makes looks like he's just like having uncontrollable diarrhea in Walmart.
He's discovering what it's like to be human and have like people go like, no, you're wrong.
It's like watching footage of Elvis perform in the mid-70s before he died on the toilet.
No, if I had access to Sora AI and had it unfiltered, I'd do like him walking through like the shrinking video game aisle at Walmart and have the creepy version of I Got 5 on it playing, and he asks an associate like, what happened to all the physical games? And they just tell him the hard truth, and he's like, no, I read Japan, and he holds up his graph and he just shits everywhere.
I read Japan.
All right, let's get this over with.
All right.
That's the guy that you want us to.
You realize it's sarcasm making fun of the people about Coyote, right?
No, I
no, yeah, you're right. No, that was honest. He was honest. No, he didn't.
Making fun of
when I read this is supposed to be the gold standard, and this guy says, "Don't let facts get in the way of believing what you wish for true."
What?
He's making fun of you, dude. He's making fun of you. Do you not? Holy shit!
What
do you not understand?
He broke Colin.
I understand what he's trying to do. This is a self-tell. This is a self-report to me.
It's a self-report.
That's how I read
it. God bless you, dude. Like I think you're an interesting cat. I will say this. I don't know all the details about your situation with Alyssa or whatever. But I'm a freedom of speech guy and a freedom of expression guy. People talk shit about me, clip my videos, do all that kind of stuff all the time. I never go after anyone. I don't know the specific details of your situation. It has nothing to do with any of those things. I think people are really hard on you for a lot of other things. This is the specific problem I have, is nothing to do with any of the other controversies that you have. It's specifically about things that I know are true that we shouldn't even be arguing about, because there are so many other things that can be argued about. And instead, everything becomes a point of conflict. And it's bad. It's bad for the industry. It's bad for gamers. It's bad for everything.
Yep.
And I feel like you guys, and again, I say you guys, people like you thrive on this sort of energy.
Yep.
It's always content about other people, other people's opinions, random amorphous things, but never about the games. Never about playing the games, never about enjoying the games, never about streaming the games, doing content about spoiler casts and review discussions, anything like that. It's never about the games. And my suspicion is it's never about the games because that's not where the traffic is for you guys.
And 100%.
So actually, the people that have a lot riding on keeping this sort of facade going are content creators like yourself. That's why I wanted to come on, because this specific thing you're talking about is not true. Your audience can believe it or not. I have to look at the chat later and see what they've had to say.
Lick the felt.
But it is what it is. Right? Like,
yeah, I just I don't want to
this is the harshest
data,
truth.
or you want to dispute Alinea data or whatever. That's different. But you're disputing data from the horse's mouth.
That's
Makes
fine.
no sense.
I just don't want to. I don't want to interrupt you. You're on a good one there. I just want to focus on like a lot of what you said. Like, I stream games almost every single night. I talk about games every single time I stream. I talk about what I love about them. I talk about what I hate about them. Everything you just said seemed like a tremendous amount of guesswork and hypothesis about someone you know nothing about. And I don't understand why you would do that, because it makes you look really foolish.
Oh my God.
Last videos, breaking, massive layoffs at Ubisoft. Next video, Yote flops. Next video, the gamers woke revolution crashes. The next gamer, Microsoft has no clue what gamers want. The next one, man wins women's only Fortnite tournament. The next one, now they're saying Twitch CEO Dan Clancy did nothing wrong. The next one, TwitchCon streamers PC infected by massive virus. Like, where is the game? I'm not seeing anything here. There's no, like, I'm scrolling through your shit. Like, I see nothing about any games. There's nothing about a single. There's nothing about it. I'm calling you out. There's nothing about a single fucking game on here that you've played. Like, where is the content?
I'm also calling you out. Maybe you should watch them to find out, because I mean, we both live in this world. You understand how you title videos to get people to get in there.
Is he
and watch
retarded?
What you want to talk about,
Like,
right?
He is.
No, we
we
title all the Sacred Symbols episodes after random song titles. So no, we don't do clickbait. Actually.
Okay, well, I wouldn't argue it's clickbait. I would say it's a way to get people interested in a topic that you're going to be talking about. It's applicable. It's not lying about what the topic is, but it's probably the most
His
interesting
content is
part
dog shit,
of
John.
the story.
It's dog shit
in the video that I want to highlight. but I talk about many things in the videos.
What I think is true is that you wouldn't be able to do what you do if you actually talked about the games.
Exactly.
Again,
You're a failure.
I just thought of something. If he's talking about like 100 topics in a video that's titled a very specific thing, that is kind of clickbait.
It is.
People are going in being
It's
promised.
not kind of. That's the definition of clickbait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to be generous. I mean, this poor mentally handicapped boy is just getting his ass reamed for an
He's
hour.
fucking so full of shit. I've watched your videos, Smash. You're full of shit, Smash.
Yeah.
You don't go. Microsoft is woke, and this is why I really think Halo is the best Microsoft game of all time. And let me tell you, like me and my friends used to get that. No, fuck you, you fucking lying
Sony's
piece of
gay.
shit.
Anyways, I really liked Silk Song. It was quite frankly one of my favorite games of the year.
It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking literally bullshit. You're a fucking lying piece of shit. You and your friends gather every fucking Saturday night, tell you about how you're fucking all depressed losers, and then you occasionally sometimes will say you like a video game. That's all you guys do.
And it's always a safe pick. And then if they always say, if it's anything positive, they'll be like, oh, God, Naughty Dog. I mean, they're coming out with Intergalactic. Why can't they just make Jack and Daxter or Crash Bandicoot again? I remember Crash Bandicoot. It was so good. Why don't they just make that again? And ignoring the, because again, these are fake gamers.
They are. They're all fake gamers.
And I'm somebody that no matter what, I'm not buying Intergalactic. I have no interest in it. But I'm just saying that's the extent of their gaming discussion where we talk about good games. It's remember the game that put PlayStation on the map.
And don't worry, they'll fucking show like, here's my Steam library. Here's some games I play. Checkmate, incel. And I'm like, cool. Yeah. What do you want me to say?
The Steam library argument is really funny because like these people also openly admit that they have a backlog in their Steam library that they haven't touched.
Yeah, like every gamer. Like that's what they say.
But it's like it's not a gotcha when we know for a fact that you're tweeting out and you're saying on streams that, oh, I shouldn't be buying AAA games anymore because I have this huge Steam backlog because I can't just help but buy AAA games when they go on steep discounts on Steam.
Right.
Like
or get the gifted AAA game from one of my community members and I try to griff off it on a stream.
There you go. Like a Steam library proves nothing. Like you can also just be a collector. There are people that just like to collect things for hobbies they have no interest in. Like having a Steam library is not a gotcha whatsoever. Show us you playing the games. That's the gotcha.
Talk about the games you play for more than one tweet and then like 7,000 other rattle off crazies.
No. Show us you playing the game. Like this is where I can at least give like creators like Vera Dark some credit and Hypnotic some credit. Is they actually do play a lot of games publicly that people can see. Do the same. You can't hide that.
You would think also it would benefit him because his whole thing is I gotta have content. I gotta make content. Well, you can make content of you playing the game.
But even then, it's like I don't care that Hypnotic plays a few games. He still usually picks the safe ones.
Yeah, that is true.
I will say this about Vera: like she could actually probably be very good at being a games journalist because I don't think that she is like that terrible. I just think that she just is stuck in that fucking cycle.
She's in the wrong like group of people, essentially. And
that's the truth.
Yeah.
I have nothing bad to say about Vera besides that, like, she is like still stuck in the fucking ghetto. If she got out of the fucking ghetto, she could probably be like on par with people like Dustin Legary and all that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
If
do we want to just power through the end here? Because
let's do
it. We're really close to the end.
Let's get done. Enough edging. Let's get the fucking release.
Yeah, that's right. It's time for the raging climax.
I think that from
looking at all of your videos.
Okay,
like all the titles of your video. Is like so I want to understand is within the confines of the video titled Asmongold Gold Destroys Sony Pony Fanboy, is there like a deep analysis of Chronos the New Dawn in there that I'm missing?
That's what I just said.
The video the title Lunargate Returns, the extreme right. Is there some sort of real deep dive into like what Xbox's strategy is?
Probably not in that video, but Colin, you have to understand, I publish 4 to 6 videos a day. So sometimes you'll find a video that I post that does apply to what you're interested in. That's the beauty of all this.
Sometimes a broken clock.
I don't see anything on here about any games.
I'm not going at you for what you talk about. It's very strange that
because I talk about video games. I don't talk about
I do too. I do too. I'm just making the smart decision of not talking about it because I don't know enough about what you talk about to
What?
even go down that road. You're doing that with me, and you're making a fool of yourself right now.
No, I'm not. I'm reading the
Yes,
titles
you
of your own
absolutely
videos.
are. You absolutely are, because people that watch me know that you're making a fool of yourself. If you read the chat, they
Again,
would be destroying
echo
me right
chamber.
now. I'm seeing it. Like
Wizards of the Coast joins extremely controversial trans strategy. Within the video, after
Bro,
you
he's
click on it,
going
what
no
you'll find
you.
is
He's doing
an
the no
expose
you
about
strategy.
BioShock.
This is amazing.
It's
No,
just
that's
that you're
probably-
hiding it behind
that's
things that
probably-
really want to
probably
click
in the
upon.
That's probably in the BioShock videos that I cover.
We've hit it.
See,
We
that would
finally
make no
hit it.
sense. That would actually be clickbait, what you just described right there.
Fucking insane.
But anyways, this is kind of circular. Anything else before we wrap it up?
No.
Yes.
You're an interesting
Yes.
character. I'll tell you that.
Well, I really appreciate you joining. I know this
So
was
this is great. This is great.
It was easier than you think. But I appreciate your time. Thank you all out there. Good luck with your content. Be well. And I don't know. Keep on doing whatever's going on here. We'll see you next time.
All right, Colin. Have a good one. Thanks
All
again.
right,
man.
bye.
Now,
All right,
let him go like 15 seconds here.
So that was interesting. I felt like we could have kept talking, but it started devolving into personal attacks. And I'm like, I didn't do this for like a come at me or go at him. It was about Ghost of Yotei and the sales and Circana. And I think, interestingly enough, at the point of where it started devolving, kind of exposed that he didn't have anything, and he started getting angry at me.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, good.
The denial. He goes right into absolute denial of everything that just happened.
I'm the greatest. I'm cool. My penis is huge and my wife loves me.
That's wild. And Carl, you found a fucking quote. Actually, this is something that none of us have seen. It's a quote of Colin right after the right afterwards. So we will show this footage right here, right now.
Can I be honest? I don't think Colin was really even
guys.
phased by that because he. Oh yes,
Guys, Smash is live right now with the title. They
Yes.
are so mad at me.
Yeah, right here. Also,
Yeah.
Sopranos 100's greatest quotes is also.
Wait, who's mad at him?
That was 6 hours ago.
Apparently. Yeah, 6 hours.
Is he still
ago. I
alive?
guess
or-
Land.
Oh my god, he's still alive.
This,
he put the
I
cuck
do
hat on.
agree, does kind of detract.
Oh, what the fuck is
You
this
ask
shit?
for gameplay.
Yeah, he's not really
he's coping.
Not beating the pervert.
It starts at
Oh yeah, that's right. Gene Park and Jaffe are making fun of him, and he's not going to be happy about that.
Well, Gene Park work for like was it Wall Street Journal or something?
Yeah, Washington Post, and he also works for Colin.
Yeah,
Gene Park is a really solid dude too, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with him on politics, but like he's a pretty legit, like good guy for reporting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's, ladies and gentlemen, we got to the end. Our stream tonight has actually been longer than what.
So real quick, I don't know if he delisted his son's YouTube channel due to harassment or got renamed, but I did put the tweet in there where he, if you go back up, it's the third one up, the Smash JT status, where he announces his son's YouTube channel. That was from 2021.
Yeah, I won't show it because it's got the kid's face, and I know but
I think
don't
people
like,
finally got around to him and told him like, "Hey, your kid should not."
This is
have
a bad
public
look,
YouTube
basically. Yeah.
Especially
Yeah,
once the
so-
lawsuit started, because it
Yeah.
was still up before the lawsuit started. I remember that.
Okay, so you had seen it too.
Yeah. I remember you could find the channel before the lawsuit, and I guess sometime after that he removed it.
Yeah.
I mean, how about we go into closing statements? Because I know Vex wants to go sleep, Carl wants to go sleep.
I'm gonna play
or-
after this. I need to beat up.
Yeah, he's gonna go play Ghost of Yotei after this. He's downloading it right now. Extra probably wants to go. I don't know.
I got to be
steal
up early
milk.
to meet
you got big
angry
day tomorrow.
Canadian. So
Yeah, I guess. So let's start off with Vex. Vex, thoughts?
I really have nothing more to say. Like, I feel like I said most of it on the Rumble stream I was on this morning.
Yeah.
So you can go check that out if you want on the Aristocratic Utensils channel. But
drop a link. Make sure to drop a link if you want in the chat.
Oh, let me find it. Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat. I don't. This guy's a fucking retard. You're honestly a retard if you're looking at him like for news or for honest reporting on anything. I think we touched on this earlier. Like, these people just have a complete inability to listen to the other side, and they're just stuck in this echo chamber. I have seen some of the chat shots from some of the group chats these people are in, just because I know other people that associate with this group as well. And it's the cope after this stream in particular was so absolutely insane from like people like Endymion and such. So
oh yes, all the zeros.
Right. I like honestly, like, this is just, if there was ever one thing that probably like turned you away from listening to these idiots, it should be this stream, because this proves definitively that at a very basic level, they don't understand what they're talking about. They don't understand just basic data interpretation. They don't understand basic business logic, which is ironic because Smash is criticizing fucking Circana for doing exactly what he does with his own YouTube channel by putting things behind a paywall.
Yep.
Just like, stop, please just let this guy just dissolve into irrelevance, please.
I'm begging you.
Right, like 2026, like seriously, just let these guys just dissolve into relevance.
Yeah.
Because they really are just a cancer on it. They have so little impact, and when they do have impact, it's the worst kind of impact. Like, they legitimately just cancel cultured the fucking Ember game off of Steam today.
Yeah. That was it's really honestly a bit funny, and not in a haha sense, but just ironically funny that as we were getting ready to start doing this, that happened, because again, like you said, it's the same people. It's the same people who support Grum still. It's the same people who are in Hypnotics chat, and people are all over. They're so scattered all over these communities.
So they were all inside of his chat. Let's just be honest. Like, you go into his chat, it is basically the equivalent of seeing nothing but a chat full of wrenches. It's the
and
same.
They went
people.
and they got a game taken down, which was parody. It's covered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, there was no, I don't think there was anything legitimately like wrong, like legally, from that game. Like,
if anything,
from everything I saw,
if anything, it was kind of helping Grum's like, hey, idiot, next time you do a campaign, maybe trademark your title.
Well, especially if you're fundraising the amount of money that he was.
Right.
Yeah. It's such a fucking. Man, these are the lowest functioning brains on the planet.
Yeah.
These are the intellectual thought leaders. What are you talking about?
I try to give like these people the benefit of the doubt, because like I do know there's people that play this shit up on YouTube because their audience like it, because it generates super chats, it generates views and whatever, right? But there's some, and like JT is one of them, where it's very clear that the same person you're getting on stream is the same person you're getting offline.
Yeah.
Like that dumb fuck Atreus, he's the same way. It's the same person. The person online is the same person you're getting in real life.
Yeah.
DEI Brokeback Mountain, as I call him.
Like, on these people don't understand how to be people, and the fact that idiot just decided to trash me for the better half of 2024 live on stream, and I can shake his fucking hand and be a normal person in person, and he can't manage that. That's how these people operate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard. It's
bad.
very hard, but this is why I just try to stay off Twitter these days, because I just get caught up in these fucking cesspools, and it's just not worth the time. It's not worth the time.
Well, I'm blocked by most of these people, so I don't have that problem.
And by fucking the guy from Rumble too. You're just like pissing everyone off, Carl.
Right.
They don't like the truth.
Damn.
It's like that scene from
They can't
Boondocks.
handle
What
it.
I tell you about telling white people the
They,
truth.
they don't
handle
understand
it.
the things you say on Twitter.
They don't understand the thing. Yeah. Anyways, Carl, what are your thoughts on this? This is your first time seeing all of this, so what'd you think?
My thoughts are everything about Smash being a maroon, a nincompoop, a retard, insert word to say rube, like just that's what he is. He's a fucking hayseed pretending that he is an Ivy leaguer. All right, like let's just be honest here. I like I said, I knew right away that like he had like thin skin from my interview with him, but he was nice on there. But it seems like after like that whole thing, he got really popular. It let him go to his head again. And now he's out here basically trying to pretend that he's like the fucking mega cum laude, all right, or someone. I don't know.
Yeah, mega cum load. That's what he is.
But generally speaking, he, like I said, he's got really thin skin. And with that being said, it's just like I don't know what else to say. Like I know that tomorrow night they're going to gather together. They're going to have a giant cry closet, and they're going to be like, "Yeah, Queen, you slayed," and they'll like all be gay with each other, and then they'll get their own, self-affirming gratification, whatever it is, and it's just going to continue on. And like I said, after a certain point in time, the only reason I'm on here tonight is because it's like I like making fun of these people. I don't like to make my personal YouTube channel a drama, and my Twitter is just me just spurg posting like a machine gun. But generally speaking, with a lot of these people, I have no problem saying that. I'm above it, like all of them, And I'm a nobody on YouTube, and they like to try to go like, "Oh, scoreboard, you have no followers." I'm like, cool. I have a wife. I'm married. I play all the video games I want, and I travel the world. What do you guys do?
Like this is also a cope I don't understand. Take one of them, and like Hypnotic's a great example, just in isolation. He doesn't have one channel that he has 3 separate channels that he does this shtick on, and he uploads I think 3 videos a day. I don't know, I checked that over a year ago, right? And he streams every night on top of that. Like, it's not a flex to be terminally online.
It's not healthy.
It isn't.
That's what I mean, though. It's just like these people are not interesting. They have nothing going on in their lives. This is all they got because they're slaves. They are slaves to this algorithm. They need to make this money. And they try to attack me by going after me like I'm a YouTuber. Like, oh, it's all about algorithm. Oh, it's about your subscriber count. Oh, it's about your view count. And at the end of the day, it's like, look, I'm dead serious about this. You see the video games I pick up, I collect, I play. I have a regular job. I do life. I travel the world, and I just have fun. I would love to be monetized on YouTube and make a couple $1,000s extra a month. But at the end of the day, this has just been more of like a extended hobby thing because that's just at the end of the day, that's what it is. And I'm having fun doing it. There's been times I wanted to quit, especially after Kirk's assassination. I got really down for a bit, but at the same time, I'm enjoying this again. And I do take satisfaction knowing that these people are afraid of me because they never want to confront me ever. They run away. So it's just like, if they can't take this, then they can't take anything.
Yep. Extra, what are your final thoughts on this?
It's just
fucking ordeal.
As somebody that's about to become a father, I can't believe that guy's a father.
Boo.
Right.
I'm dead serious. It just makes me it's like one of those things that like kind of black pills me a little bit. Is like, this man is the head of a household allegedly, and he's making decisions for people he votes allegedly, and it's just kind of concerning that somebody can be that much of an egotist, that dense, that unwilling to listen, and then come out of it after getting bodied thinking that he won. It's like one of those things. I wouldn't say it like really black pills me, but it just makes me lose my faith in humanity a little bit. With Sandra's comment that I should just reject father and go back to being unk. No, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to
Which way, Western man? Anime titties and sad tears and cum, or a family that cares about you?
Yeah, No, and like Carl said, it's like I have a wife, I have a very successful career, I have a nice home, I have.
I wouldn't say very successful. It's like,
yeah, and I do run into that too. With I've had the people go, "Oh, you don't have as many. Oh, look at your channel, only 300 subs." I'm like, I really don't care. I do most of what I do out of just fun. Obviously what I do with Gronking and what I do on my channel. And when I guest on other people's shows, I don't ever want a dime. I just do it because I'm passionate about it. And I think that's the sad thing is that like all of us are very passionate about this hobby. We want what's best for it. We like talking about it because it's something we really enjoy. And we like taking that enjoyment. And we like having a platform to talk about like what makes it special, what we want to see, what, calling out the L's, but also talking about the W's and talking about the good things. And I hope that we do see a tsunami of sorts, because I think one of the things that made the early days of YouTube really cool was that it was made up of people that were passionate, that weren't doing it for the paycheck. They were just doing it for the opportunity to have the platform. And it just really kind of irks me to see vultures like JT getting, I don't want to say preferential treatment, but getting, a following on the platform when they're not talking about the hobby in a way that comes from passion. It's all about a paycheck. It's all about clout. Mm-hmm. And I do hope that we see a 180. And I hope that we get more genuine, or at least perceivably authentic voices in the space. I hope we do. And I think that there is a rise of them, but at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that there are people like JT that rose to prominence that are just functional retards, for lack of a better term. And it's just one of those things, like I enjoy clowning on the guy and I enjoyed seeing how delusional he is and laughing at it. But at the same time, it's just like, there's more people out there like him. And I think that's kind of scary. And it's just, for all the people in the sphere that say we should be gatekeeping, JT's the type of person we should be gatekeeping from the hobby. Craig's the type of person we should be gatekeeping from the hobby.
Not the one doing the gatekeeping.
Yeah, exactly. And, on the topic of Hypnotic, and I'll wrap it up here, like he was attacking Shagsworth earlier in the year. And I said, just you wait, dude. I said, you're going to get a Kiwi Farms thread eventually. And then we'll watch you cry. And he goes, good. I welcome it. And I've seen that man's hand in screenshots. It's obvious that he's just it's obvious that he's just an overweight Puerto Rican with no social life. And I just say he's a Puerto Rican because he says he is, with no social life. He's probably monstrously ugly. He's probably like, God, I froze at a funny time. Probably like physically, I won't say disabled, but he probably has mobility. Yeah, he probably has mobility issues. He probably lives a very, very, very sad life. And I think that's the crux of a lot of these people, is that they have very sad home lives, very sad to no personal lives. And they go on the internet trying to be something that they're not and never will be. And,
Sorry, Sandra. I heard it when I read it. That's why.
He's gumless.
He's gumless. Yeah. He's fat.
And again, like I'm not like saying that like I cheer on him having a Kiwi Farm story, but I just see the trajectory of these people becoming lolcows. And I say that to say this is that they have these sad home lives, and when they become lolcows, they're not going to be able to handle it. And it's like, on one hand, I'm like, I hate that these stupid, indulgent, egotistical, stupid people walk among us. But I also kind of pity them in the sense, gotta keep freezing at bad times. I pity them in the sense that like they're on this downward trajectory and there's kind of nothing we can do to help them.
They don't
want rephrase that. There's nothing I want to do to help them.
Well, they don't even want the help is the sad part. And they keep grasping onto people that are sinking with them, that are stuck in their own bubbles. So it's
I don't say that I don't want to help them. I just like, everything I said about the hobby and loving the hobby, and the fact that I've made so many friends through gaming and had so many great moments in my life through gaming. And, even out in the real world, I've had, conventions and gone to launches. I went to the Fallout 3 launch party in Bethesda, Maryland, which was like one of the best experiences I've ever had, with going to a launch party with one of my best friends. And, gaming's just been a really special thing in my life. And it just kind of bums me that we have these prominent voices that just, they don't have that spark. And it's sad to me. And I wish they could just fucking wake up and enjoy the hobby. That's how I wish they could get the help.
I kind of wish they just like these again. I'm just gonna go back to the Atreus thing. These aren't decent people half the time.
No,
They don't
they're not.
understand just how to interact as human beings outside of this. And it's like you said, it's because they are pretty much losers outside. This
Yeah.
is their identity. This is all the worth that they have, and that's pretty sad. But like it is what it is. People do the same thing with their jobs, right? They pour their entire life into their job, and then that just
No work-life
becomes
balance.
yeah, that just becomes their
Yeah.
identity. So
You see that with eventually it catches up though, because
it does.
I
Yeah,
Well, that's my point. And they're going to become
stereotype
locals.
about even just with like jobs, right? If we use that example, I mean, the stereotype of a woman who's hit her mid 40s and she doesn't have a husband, she doesn't have kids, and
But enough about Melanie Mack.
Look
Well,
at
yeah.
Review Tech. Look at Review Tech. He's got kids.
Well, his
daughter went-
ovaries are dried up.
His daughter went blind because of his neglect. The
Oh
fact
my
of the matter
God.
is, he's
Yeah.
going to probably get his parents to lose their own home because of his own mismanagement, and it's just
All
I
the
don't-
while, he could have had a steady stream of income from his old channel, but he fucking
yeah,
used it
and
because
and that's
yeah.
the thing. I don't think he's a good guy. I don't like him. He's cheated on his wife. You know, he's just or his ex-wife. He's been
Creep.
just a horrible guy, but he's got people he's responsible for. I don't want to see them suffer because of his actions, and I'd like for him to get the fucking help he needs and get his life back on track. And it's like I don't root for any of these people's failures. I just want them to be fucking smart and just enjoy life and stop being so fucking negative all the time, because it drugged me down when I was in that sphere. And I was, part of it, and I was a producer, and I was having to put on a face for all these fucking people who are fucking fake and fucking phony, and are just, they think they're actual celebrities, and they're not. They're like D-list celebrities at best. Remember, like what Tosh used to call them. They drag you the fuck down, and they start bringing you into that negative space, and you start not enjoying the hobby. And I realized that's a big fucking mistake, and that wasn't for me. And, I also feel bad for the audiences that buy into this stuff. And instead of, going out and buying a nice game or having a nice day out or having a nice meal, they're tossing money at these people that just don't give a fuck about them, that are no different than Darkside Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say one last thing here, and then we'll promote your guys' stuff and let you guys go to sleep. One, thank you everybody for watching. It's been a long fucking stream. We're at like 5.5 hours. I did not realize, and I am so sorry to Carl, Extra, and Vex. I did not realize it was gonna go this long. I am so sorry.
You're good, bro. We went on so many good tangents though. Like it was like a good organic conversation. So like I also could have just left at any point, but I was enjoying myself.
To say about Smash, he has the IQ of a pet rock, and I'm not meaning that just to be mean. I mean legitimately, he is just such a low intellect thinker, and that's coming from me who couldn't pronounce Piscatella. Okay, and I had to think about it there. Now, to be fair, it is like 1:30 in the morning for me, and I've been up since like 6. So
I feel your pain.
But again, this is coming from me. I'm not the fucking sharpest tool in the shed either. All right, everyone fucking knows that. But when I'm so easily able to pick apart what you're saying, that reads as a fucking warning sign to me. And I do want his channel to fail or change. Like if he's not going to change the way he operates, I do want his channel to fail, because I want the hobby to survive. I want gaming to thrive. I believe in gatekeeping to an extent. All right. There's good gatekeeping and bad gatekeeping. The type of gatekeeping that like side scrollers and G and fucking Smash and a bunch of these people do is negative gatekeeping. Right? There is good gatekeeping, where you keep out people who are trying to fuck over things. But you also leave the door open for people who want to come into the hobby. You should always, I want more people playing games, right? If they enjoy games, I want more people playing. I don't want more people coming in that fucking hate gaming and want to change it for the worse. That's a problem. Don't want that. And that's where gatekeeping needs to be kept. Also, he just doesn't understand how mathematics works in the least, or business acumen, or really life in general. He doesn't understand what jokes are. All in all, I feel like this just sad. It's pity. It's like I look at Smash JT, and I'm not meaning this as a joke, and I look at it the same way as like a homeless man who has shit. You can just shit leaking out of his pants, and he's drunk, and it's like I feel bad for you, but also you in a way disgust me.
Honestly, that's really not a bad. I agree with you though a lot, because there's meaningful conversation to be had, and people like this have polluted the well. Now none of us can really have a good conversation because we're all lumped in together when there's just the slightest bit of overlap.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's safe to say JT thinks he's hot shit in a champagne glass when really he's just warm diarrhea in a Dixie cup.
Dang.
I like that. That's a good one. Did you search that one up?
No, it was one of my favorite lines from the Venture Brothers when the Monarch's in jail.
Oh, yes. I haven't seen that. So I got to go back and watch that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you all for watching. This has been a long time, and we had a pretty steady group of you in here, so thank you. And again, thank you to everybody on the panel. If you want to check out all their stuff, make sure to go below. I have all their ats in the description, so if you click on that, it'll take you right to their channel. I love that YouTube did that. That's great. If you guys want to drop your links, you can in the chat as well, but everything's in the description. And yeah, thank you again, everybody. And next time we do something like this, it'll be a more better talk, a more positive topic. How about that? We'll talk about why Extra Zero can't do oral or anal anymore.
Whoa.
Yeah, he got blown. He got blown out. He got fucking blown out. So
you can't prove that.
I'm gonna go check the baseball game. I don't know what happened. Carl, do you want to tell me that you said you had the baseball score? Did we win or lose? We lost.
Blue Jays blew them out 11-4.
Yeah, Mr. T was fucking with you.
I'm so fucking happy, man. I'm so fucking happy. I got my Blue Jays later. I'm fucking okay, dude. I'm not gonna be able to sleep now. I'm hyped. All right. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna get out of here. Let's play some R. Kelly for the chat, and then we'll get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they got the first pinch hit grand slam in World Series history.
Fuck, I gotta go watch the highlights now. Jesus, we should have picked a better day to do this. This is my.
Here, I'll put the clip of it in the
chat. Okay.
Yeah, really, all the highlights are.
I know, but Sportsnet does the Blue Jays in 30 thing anyways. This is. Should we drag this out 30 seconds so we hit a minute 30?
Yeah, why not?
Or 5 hours 30 minutes? Fuck
5.5 hours.
All right, here we go.
I got it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport?